now table stakes to become a responsible and sustainable business. Sustainable computing is a key factor in helping you make that transformation, from capturing information more smartly, gaining insights from that, optimizing across their value chain, creating new products and services, and more.
You have government regulations coming into play at rapid speed that will require businesses to be able to monitor, track, and take action on the impact that their products and services have.
Wipro believes that impact tracking and sustainable data transparency is an enabler of trust. It is a critical cornerstone in making the transformation to becoming a responsible business.
When you hear the word sustainability, you think, too big. When you feel you have to do something, you think, too complicated. Hold on. Think about your decisions. Get closer. Those that are big or small for you. Your decisions and other people's decisions. Those that have to be made every day. Step back a little. Think of the decisions that add up to many more. There are millions of decisions that change everything, little by little, for the better. Now think about who can help you make better decisions. And there we are. So that what you save, the planet saves too. To keep moving forward without leaving anyone behind. And now, when you hear the word sustainability, you think opportunities. At BBVA, we're putting new solutions at your fingertips in order to build a greener and more inclusive future. BBVA, creating opportunities. When you hear the word sustainability, you think, too big. When you feel you have to do something, you think, too complicated. Hold on. Think about your decisions. Get closer. Those that are big or small for you. Your decisions and other people's decisions. Those that have to be made every day. Step back a little. Think of the decisions that add up to many more. There are millions of decisions that change everything, little by little, for the better. Now think about who can help you make better decisions. And there we are. So that what you save, the planet saves too. To keep moving forward without leaving anyone behind. And now, when you hear the word sustainability, you think opportunities. At BBVA, we're putting new solutions at your fingertips in order to build a greener and more inclusive future. BBVA, creating opportunities.
What is power? To envision a sustainable future and work towards it? That's the power of purpose. To break the status quo and build the way forward. That's the power of innovation. To share knowledge and wisdom from generation to generation. That's the power of experience. To spark new discussions, find new answers, and explore new directions. That's the power of partnership. To go from you and me to us and we. That's the power of collaboration. To create space for problem solvers, pioneers, and change makers to shine. That's the power of people. To be reliable, renewable, and irreplaceable. That's the power of progress. And to make all this power flow together, That's the power of Axpo.
Boom. Wow. Stop. What? What? Boom. Stop.
Every single day, we face choices about what we buy, what we eat, how we travel. Every single day, we can make a difference, taking little steps towards making our world a better place to live. Not acting now will have huge consequences on the quality of life on the planet. Change starts with every single one of us. It's time to step up. My mom wants to save the planet.
Daddy makes our garden green. They use a computer to save the world.
At Invent, we have one mission. We help startups.
As a venture capital fund, we invest money from institutional investors and global corporates. We partner with the most innovative startups with one purpose: to hand over a blue and green planet to our kids.
We nurture new leadership to make an impact, influence others, and enable thousands of job opportunities where diversity of gender, culture, and religion matters.
Although we are analytical, fact-based investors, more importantly for us, it is empathy that helps us ask the right questions and provide sound guidance and support for our startups. Simply, we believe in the soul of a winner.
The founders of the startups that we invest in are visionaries with integrity and a view to the bigger picture. They are driven less by profit than by the impact they can make. They have this strong inner motivation to help them get through difficult times.
Invent is a team of women and men from different backgrounds and nationalities, professional investors and parents. We use our talents, knowledge and passion to find and support the most impactful startups in the clean tech industry.
The world of energy is changing for the better, and utilities are undergoing a seismic shift. Coronex IoT Broadband BPL platform addresses this shift. Electric vehicles and renewable energy will become less expensive than fossil fuel power, and by 2030, the share of renewable energy will increase to 65%, and then to 80% by 2050. As millions of new wind and solar power generation elements, as well as millions of EVs are integrated, new, potentially destabilizing problems with the grid will arise, which is why we need a solution that smoothly integrates the fluctuating power demand, one that prevents blackouts and supports new business models. We need a broadband metering system with the ability to ensure online connectivity of millions of IoT devices, providing the energy industry a reliable communications network. We need a solution that records energy flows and manages and regulates all these elements securely in virtual real time with instant communication. This is where Corinex IoT Broadband comes in. Corinex provides unique solutions that will change the world. Corinex revolutionary proven IoT BPL technology addresses disruptive changes in the smart metering and communication infrastructure space. Corinex IoT BPL is a future-proof technology which would cater to the growing and ever-evolving needs of utilities. Visit Corinex.com for more.
It is now table stakes to become a responsible and sustainable business. Sustainable computing is a key factor in helping you make that transformation, from capturing information more smartly, gaining insights from that, optimizing across their value chain, creating new products and services, and more.
You have government regulations coming into play at rapid speed that will require businesses to be able to monitor, track, and take action on the impact that their products and services have.
Wipro believes that impact tracking and sustainable data transparency is an enabler of trust. It is a critical cornerstone in making the transformation to becoming a responsible business.
When you hear the word sustainability, you think, too big. When you feel you have to do something, you think, too complicated. Hold on. Think about your decisions. Get closer. Those that are big or small for you. Your decisions and other people's decisions. Those that have to be made every day. Step back a little. Think of the decisions that add up to many more. There are millions of decisions that change everything, little by little, for the better. Now think about who can help you make better decisions. And there we are. So that what you save, the planet saves too. To keep moving forward without leaving anyone behind. And now, when you hear the word sustainability, you think opportunities. At BBVA, we're putting new solutions at your fingertips in order to build a greener and more inclusive future. BBVA, creating opportunities. When you hear the word sustainability, you think too big. When you feel you have to do something, you think too complicated. Hold on. Think about your decisions. Get closer. Those that are big or small for you. Your decisions and other people's decisions. Those that have to be made every day. Step back a little. Think of the decisions that add up to many more. There are millions of decisions that change everything, little by little, for the better. Now think about who can help you make better decisions. And there we are. So that what you save, the planet saves too. To keep moving forward without leaving anyone behind. And now, when you hear the word sustainability, you think opportunities. At BBVA, we're putting new solutions at your fingertips in order to build a greener and more inclusive future. BBVA, creating opportunities.
What is power? To envision a sustainable future and work towards it? That's the power of purpose. To break the status quo and build the way forward. That's the power of innovation. To share knowledge and wisdom from generation to generation. That's the power of experience. To spark new discussions, find new answers, and explore new directions. That's the power of partnership. To go from you and me to us and we. That's the power of collaboration. To create space for problem solvers, pioneers, and change makers to shine. That's the power of people. To be reliable, renewable, and irreplaceable. That's the power of progress. And to make all this power flow together, that's the power of Axpo.
Boom. Wow. Stop. What? What? Boom. Stop.
Every single day, we face choices about what we buy, what we eat, how we travel. Every single day, we can make a difference, taking little steps towards making our world a better place to live. Not acting now will have huge consequences on the quality of life on the planet. Change starts with every single one of us. It's time to step up.
My mom wants to save the planet.
Daddy makes our garden green. They use a computer to save the world.
At Inven, we have one mission. We help startups.
As a venture capital fund, we invest money from institutional investors and global corporates. We partner with the most innovative startups with one purpose: to hand over a blue and green planet to our kids.
We nurture new leadership to make an impact, influence others, and enable thousands of job opportunities where diversity of gender, culture, and religion matters.
Although we are analytical, fact-based investors, more importantly for us, it is empathy that helps us ask the right questions and provide sound guidance and support for our startups. Simply, we believe in the soul of a winner.
The founders of the startups that we invest in are visionaries with integrity and a view to the bigger picture. They are driven less by profit than by the impact they can make. They have this strong inner motivation to help them get through difficult times.
Inven is a team of women and men from different backgrounds and nationalities, professional investors and parents. We use our talents, knowledge and passion to find and support the most impactful startups in the clean tech industry.
The world of energy is changing for the better, and utilities are undergoing a seismic shift. Corinex IoT Broadband BPL platform addresses this shift. Electric vehicles and renewable energy will become less expensive than fossil fuel power, and by 2030, the share of renewable energy will increase to 65% and then to 80% by 2050. As millions of new wind and solar power generation elements, as well as millions of EVs are integrated, new, potentially destabilizing problems with the grid will arise, which is why we need a solution that smoothly integrates the fluctuating power demand, one that prevents blackouts and supports new business models. We need a broadband metering system with the ability to ensure online connectivity of millions of IoT devices, providing the energy industry a reliable communications network. We need a solution that records energy flows and manages and regulates all these elements securely in virtual real time with instant communication. This is where Corinex IoT Broadband comes in. Corinex provides unique solutions that will change the world. Corinex revolutionary proven IoT BPL technology addresses disruptive changes in the smart metering and communication infrastructure space. Corinex IoT BPL is a future-proof technology which would cater to the growing and ever-evolving needs of utilities. Visit Corinex.com for more.
now table stakes to become a responsible and sustainable business. Sustainable computing is a key factor in helping you make that transformation, from capturing information more smartly, gaining insights from that, optimizing across their value chain, creating new products and services, and more.
You have government regulations coming into play at rapid speed that will require businesses to be able to monitor, track, and take action.
Fantastic day yesterday, a roller coaster of innovation and ideas. I hope you made lots of contacts and networking. I'm sure you did. We've also got a fantastic lineup on the main stage today, all day, and we've also got our tech challenges later on. So it's very important you stay and listen and take part. Thank you to all our sponsors for partnering with NATech Summit. I have to mention that. A lot of people have helped us this year, and we express our gratitude very much to them. I said later on, we've got a pitch battle. So we've got some panels, some keynote speakers, and then our competition. So lots of things to do. So without further ado, let's start the day. We're going to kick off our day with a thought-provoking discussion. Our first panel is about ensuring the energy transition with insurance. The role of risk transfer solutions in bridging the gap from equity to debt for climate projects. So please give a warm welcome to our first panel, Kobe Weinberg, Senior Manager of Strategic Initiatives at Creo, Stefan Lesser, Senior Underwriter, Green Tech Solutions Team Munich, Tyler Christie, Managing Director at the Decarbonization Partners, Matilda Elfing Huang, Director at Alta Equity Partners, and moderating this interesting panel, many thanks to Dr. Maya Lopez Duran Vianney, Head of Industry Observatory at the BBVA. The stage is all yours. Thank you very much. A round of applause, please.
So, good morning to everybody. I hope you had a good evening yesterday and enjoyed the dinner at the Guggenheim Museum. I also hope your coffee this morning was strong and that you're ready to hear a fascinating panel about insurance. Yes, insurance. So, but first of all, let me introduce you to the panelists. So, ladies first. Allow me to introduce Matilda Elfing, a seasoned director at Alta Equity Partners. Her extensive experience at investment across the customer and tech sectors, with a particular focus on green transition solutions, makes her a valuable asset to our panel. She has played a pivotal role in numerous renewable energy and residential green transition projects, including OX2, Svea Solar, and ARIA. Her expertise will provide a solid foundation for our discussion on risk transfer solutions. Stefan Lesser, at the very end, a skilled professional with 7 years of experience, is a senior underwriter for Munich Re, Emerging Green Tech Solutions team. He is product lead for technology performance guarantee insurance, covering projects in the bioenergy and circular economy space, including carbon capture, hydrogen, and power-to-X technologies. Next, we have Kobe Weinberg, the Senior Manager of Strategic Initiatives at Creo. His unique role at this Think to Do tank involves mobilizing $1 trillion US dollars in private capital for climate and sustainability solutions. His previous experience at Nephilia Climate, a climate risk hedge fund, has equipped him with the skills to develop and underwrite financial risk transfer products for large sustainable projects. His insights, directly relevant to your work in the climate and sustainability industry, are available to our discussion. Kobe has been the managing editor for the Climate Tech VC newsletter for the past 4 years. Let me introduce now Tyler Christie, the managing director for the Decarbonization Partner, with over 20 years of experience as an investor, entrepreneur, data scientist, and growth executive in climate. He brings a wealth of knowledge underpinned by an MBA from the Wharton School. His role in managing a $40 billion assets under management venture growth equity fund for BlackRock and Temasek joint venture further underscores his expertise in this field. He now lives in London with his wife and 3 kids, where he tries to get outdoors as often as possible. He is the only one that has a family and leaves. The other one are only dedicated to their jobs. So, I let you wonder with this word insurance. Well, Kobi and Stefan, this panel discussion is not just another talk. It's a unique opportunity for all of us to explore the world of risk transfer solutions. It's a term that many in the audience may need to become more familiar with, but it's absolutely crucial for the success of emerging climate infrastructure projects. So let's dive in. What exactly are risk transfer solutions, and why are they essential for emerging climate infrastructure projects? The floor is yours.
Yeah, I can start off with answering that question. So risk transfer solutions is basically an umbrella word for 2 different varieties of financial products. So you have insurance products, which are typically related to individual loss events. So that can be from a catastrophe or some sort of quantifiable event that's pretty easy to be able to understand. And then you also have derivative products, or usually hedge agreements, which are basically trying to protect against some sort of downside for a project. So those are usually more index-based and based on some sort of data feed, whether that can be about electricity price or something along those lines. And each one of these is used as a risk management tool when you're building bigger projects. So you might have a wind farm that's worried about its electricity price, and so they'll buy a hedge for some of that. Or you might have this wind farm that's also being built, and they're worried that the construction won't go toward plan and might actually cause some sort of loss, and so they'll buy an insurance product for something like that. So those are really the 2 varieties of risk transfer solutions. I'd say increasingly this is getting to be an interesting topic for entrepreneurs who are trying to build first-of-their-kind projects, or going to build anything sort of in that realm, because when you talk about moving from equity to debt, equity investors are sort of willing to take greater risk than debt investors, and debt investors want some sort of protection against various risks, and so more and more people are going to insurance providers and to banks to get some of these.
So what we see is that the lenders, investors in general, are very risk averse in respect of technology risks. So that means they are very hesitant to invest in something which is first of a kind, which is not proven. And this is where the insurance industry, where we can step in and take this risk and improve the financing of these projects. So improve the bankability of these projects. This is not a standard insurance product. This is really something which is new. The problem we see is it's not only that the technology is new, but also the technology providers are new in this business field. So even, how should I say, technologies which are around since 100 years, let's say, for instance, electrolyzers, fuel cells, the technology is known since a long time, but still the way they are applied today, this is something new. And they're combined most probably with other technologies, so there is an integration risk. And investors, lenders, banks, they shy away from this. They have not seen this. This is something new for them. The feedstock is new, the product is new, the whole technology is new, and they just don't want to invest in this. They don't want to they cannot price it. This is a very serious problem nowadays, and that's also a problem why the energy transition is not really moving forward very quickly. So because all these issues are on the financing side, there are obstacles just slow down the whole process. And here is the insurance industry can improve the situation and enhance the bankability of these projects.
So now that Kobi and Stefan have illustrated us with we have a better understanding of what risk transfer is. Tyler and Matilda, you invest in many climate companies that must build infrastructure scale projects to succeed. What are some of the risks facing your climate portfolio companies? And have this risk made it difficult to raise debt capital? Please go ahead.
So I represent Altor Equity Partners, and we're a private equity fund, right? So, and I think all investors are kind of in the business of risk reward. So, but I completely agree that, you know, there are different types of risks that different players in the space want to take. And for sure, we as an investor try to bucket those risks into certain categories. And I think, as you mentioned, Stefan, so technology risk is something that we're not as comfortable with. So on our end, we try to not take the types of technology risks, but kind of invest into technologies that we know will work. But we can do kind of pre-revenue investments. So the commercial risk is something that, you know, to a certain extent we can take, but we need to see that there's a de-risking component, such as offtake agreements. So kind of sometime in the future, we know that when the product is ready, when the technology is ripe, we know that the commercial demand is going to be there. And that is, call it, how we also de-risk on the financial side. So when we then, in those cases that we need to, so for instance, you know, large industrial scale-ups such as H2 Green Steel that are building a green steel mill in northern Sweden. For those types of investments, obviously we need more capital than what you know, the private equity scene could maybe put up in that instance, so debt financing. And to make it bankable, it's definitely the commercial de-risking. Also from our perspective, that's very important. Then what we like to take is maybe needless to say, but execution risk, where we feel like we can really support our portfolio companies in execution.
I second that. I would say you said it better than I would, but very much the similar position. I mean, we're probably investing a little bit earlier than Altor, so we do take technology risks, not novel technology risks, but many of our portfolio companies are really building their first-of-a-kind commercial plant. They'll have a pilot facility operating, but this is a scale-up. We view that as engineering technology risk rather than sort of science risk, that we like to parse that somewhat. But I think at this stage for a Series C company, there's not really a lot of alternatives for getting around that risk. It's really coming out of equity. So hence we raised a $700 million round for Ascend, one of our portfolio companies building a battery recycling plant, and that's all equity. Now, I think there's a plan there, of course, to de-risk that capital in the next stages of the company. But really, when we look at my colleagues in the infrastructure across BlackRock, those companies are much more mature and they have all of these products working, so we can see kind of line of sight to get there. But you need the first commercial facility operating to bring in insurance firms or other hedging products at this stage from what we typically see. So.
I think the challenge is really nowadays, so on the one side you have the technology risk, so whether the technology or the technologies are really working, whether the integration works, but then the other thing is also, if you look at, for instance, PV industry. So we are in this business since almost 15 years now. The problem is simply many of the manufacturers, many of the technology providers, they actually did not survive this phase. So that means for the investors, for the banks, the question is how much worth is a guarantee provided by the manufacturers? So they're just not existing anymore. On the PV side, we see this on the wind side. And it's also now with all the hydrogen industry coming up, so electrolyzers, fuel cells, etc. So everybody is really concerned whether these companies who are providing nowadays the technology and some kind of guarantees, whether they will exist in the future, whether they can step in case something happens, whether they can do the maintenance, the repairs, and all this. in the future and guarantee actually the repayment of the debt obligations. And this is exactly where we as an insurance industry can step in and take this risk from the investor, from the developer to the insurance industry. So it's not only about the technology risk itself, it's also about the guarantees involved in all this interesting and necessary technologies which are coming up at the moment.
And sorry, and Stefan, what kind of data do you need to build all this kind of insurance?
So certainly, so we are the insurance industry. We are employing many experts on the technology side. So we are relying traditionally on data from the past, but we also we have experts in our business which really look into the technology which is coming up. So. Of course, this is uncertainty, certainly, on the one side, on the technology side, on the other side, on the economic side. Basically, we look what's existing, so data which is existing, so technology data. But what we are also focusing on is really the economics. So that means we are looking what are the future expectations of these technologies, of these projects, so income streams, etc. So on one side, technology data, but on the other side also on the economics.
Okay, so you also use the economical data to price all your models.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So it's very much about knowing the balance sheets of the individual companies and the whole economic environment. Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you. So, Kobi, you work in climate insurance. Do you find enough climate-focused risk capacity and innovative products for the projects?
The short answer to that is no. There's probably not enough risk capacity today to actually underwrite all the technologies and projects that are trying to go out and raise. We're lucky to have places like Munich Re and Swiss Re and some of these other big, large reinsurance companies that have significant balance sheet that they can use to underwrite some of these bigger projects. But I'd say that it's still a pretty constrained market. So there still needs to be more capital that goes into risk. I think that there's a lot of capital focus on equity and a lot of capital focus on debt, but some of those places in the middle where about like risk transfer solutions or EPC contracts, so people who are willing to do engineering, procurement, and construction for projects, there's not as much money focused on climate. So you really have a lot of these incumbent players who have some carve-out strategies, but not as many people who are focused on just doing this for climate projects. So there's actually a very big opportunity, I would say, for stepping in to do some of those roles with emerging climate technologies. And when I was working at Nephila, we saw this go very well. So in the early 2000s, when wind projects were trying to go to banks to get loans, the banks said to them, we understand all of this risk. We understand sort of the price risk. We understand the construction risk. But how do we know the wind is going to blow for the next 30 years? And it sounds like a silly question, but if you're a bank, you want to make sure that the revenue projections are actually meeting what you're using to underwrite that project. And so what we did as Nephila is we had sort of stepped in with a product to underwrite revenue. So let's say the wind farm was trying to make 25 million a year in revenue. We'd say, okay, like we sort of get those projections. We think it looks like it's going to make more of 20 million a year in revenue. And we created a swap transaction. So anything below that, we would pay out, and anything above that, we share in the upside with the project. So we're also sort of betting on its success too. There just isn't as much money focused on taking that type of risk and also focused on creating those new products. And we just need more expertise and we need more capital coming in. So there's a human and a financial capital sort of gap that exists within the risk transfer market.
Okay. Nice to know. I mean, I'm coming from a bank, and there are a lot of people just here. My colleagues are sitting here from the bank, so they're happy to know that there are this kind of things, so that next time that we just finance a project, then we have these possibilities. But Tyler and Matilda, are insurance and derivatives financial mechanisms that you or your portfolio companies have considered when building projects?
Go ahead.
And if yes, for what risks?
Yeah, well, I'll keep it short. I mean, we've definitely explored a lot of this, and we have we have 7 portfolio companies right now. Some of them building large facilities. I think most of what we see is really feasible in the market today, because I think I agree with Kobi. There's not enough of this. Is essentially solutions around supply chain risk. So. De-risking the volatility or the inflation of some of the inputs into these products, especially for commodity producers. And so ways in which they can, look to mitigate that. Often it's more so just in structured contracts rather than insurance, but looking into other, hedging products or solutions there is something we've definitely explored, but I think it's relatively early days. And again, these are in more novel technology areas, like, Monolith, which is making carbon black. It's not an established industry of how they're doing it. Now, carbon black's a very large market, so I think that will come. But as you said, it's getting people around the table more and more, and getting other capital to support that. In Monolith's case, it's going to be more of a government-backed debt. If from the DOE loan program, a very significant loan coming in there. So. That will help de-risk the whole capital of the business, then enable some of these other products, I think, to come in, so we're going to crowd in other parts of risk. So again, there I think you see the government helping by stepping in some of these cases, if you will. But that's sort of what we see.
So we have approximately 50 portfolio companies, and I think they are all, in very different sectors. So everything from technology to industrials. And obviously, like the insurance coverage that you might need in those companies differ a lot, depending. So you need to really tailor it based on the business model and the company. But what we do is that in every instance, we actually do an insurance DD in conjunction with, or before investing, so that we at least know what the coverage is, and so that we can make sure to cover the gaps. And we kind of do that as with, looking at value creation, in other ways. So we put up a plan, and we kind of then contact you guys maybe, or someone else to support us in making sure that the risk profile matches what we are, willing to invest in.
Okay.
The advantage on our side is, so we are familiar with all of these industries since hundreds of years, more or less. So that means we are technology agnostic, so we can actually deal with any type of exposure, and so we are used to this. And normally, so it's no problem to adjust our offerings based on the requirements on the industry, on the society, and we are happy actually to offer to almost everybody an insurance solution.
So Stefan, how do you see the future according to policies, technologies, specific products?
So what we see is the impact of the regulatory environment is certainly a very important factor. So government policies on a national and international from a perspective, this is very important. So we see that the whole train is somehow moving forward at a much faster pace at the moment. So there are more projects in the pipeline now. I think everybody's a little bit aware that this is really pressing. So we see more business opportunities. We see more support from the governments, and so we are open actually to react to this and also adjust our offerings according to these upcoming opportunities. So this is really something which is very, from my point of view, very positive at the moment.
Okay, great. And last question to you, Kobi. What can entrepreneurs do to help with new product development? You said you didn't see enough in the market, so now the long answer, please.
Yeah. So one of the things, a lot of early stage companies will typically come to me to try to at least have that conversation a little bit about risk transfer solutions and about insurance and sort of hedge products. And one of the things that I always tell them is from day one, whatever the risk is that you're probably most worried about, start collecting projected versus actual data for whatever that risk is. So if you're building a project and you're expecting some sort of output, a lot of people want some sort of technology performance insurance or something, which Stefan has some experience with, but just start looking at like, okay, we think that we're gonna make 100 tons, but in reality we made 95. And if you can predictably start to hone that model a little bit, you can show to underwriters and banks that you actually know what you're doing. And so it can help to create some of these newer products. And the longer the data feed that you have to do that, the easier it is for a lot of underwriters to actually price that risk and to see how reliable some of your models are or your project is in producing that output. So that's usually what I tell people to start doing, is just as early as possible for whatever those risks are, whether it's construction risk, how long it takes you to do this, or the financing that is required to build some of these projects, or how much output you think you're going to produce, and sort of at what time scale. Try to collect as much data as possible and try to predict what you actually think it's going to be, and then see what it actually is.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So for the public, just one word or sentence from every one of you to insurance. So what would you say if you had to say one thing? We have 30 seconds, please, one word.
If you have a problem, just come to us.
Okay.
Maybe I'll leave it at that then. But I think just some of you are very early stage, and kind of you will grow into call it all of this. The very short answer is already over. But so I think. All the investors are kind of in the business of risk reward, and we will consider, the profile, and we will support you to get to a place where that works for us.
Yes. I think projects want to move as quickly as possible, but it's really important to consider risk management when doing this, so that you can create returns for your investors and be able to do that in a profitable and replicable way.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd just say, obviously it's complicated and it takes a lot of time, so your biggest risk is to run out of capital. So raise enough capital to have the time to figure it out and optimize, and then start working early to optimize that. I think the biggest risk is companies don't raise enough capital, and then they run up against the wall trying to figure out these solutions, and they're not quite there. And then you get into a down round or very difficult position. So and nobody wants that, certainly not your investors.
Okay, thank you very much. So public, the panelists have given a lot to you, so please a big applause to the panelists.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Stick around, please. Wait a second, I'm going to have change. Another fantastic panel waiting for you. Thank you very much indeed. Amazing questions. Thank you very much. Thank you for your patience. So let's keep the energy flowing with our next panel discussion and these amazing people to my left. Innovations in climate finance, driving investments in sustainable solutions. Please welcome to the stage Matthias Dill, CEO and Managing Partner, Europe Energy Impact Partners. Jeremy Brown, Investment Principal at Anthemis. Welcome. Elisa Stegaglia, I have your name not too badly, I hope. Principal at Exchange. Bianca Dragomir, Director at Cleantech for Iberia. Please welcome. And our moderator for this session, Margarita Scarco, Principal at 2150. The stage is all yours. Thank you very much.
Great. Well, good morning, everyone. Thanks for being here, especially after what I hear with some quite good parties last night. Really excited to have this great panel with us today and looking forward to a good discussion on the topic. So briefly introduce myself and then I'll hand over to the panelists to do the same. So I'm an investment principal at a climate tech firm called 2150. We're based in London and Copenhagen, investing globally at Series A and B primarily. And I'm also a non-exec advisor for UKRI and Innovate UK, which are the UK government's main innovation funding arms, so mainly doing grants and loans for tech deployment and everything from sort of PhDs up to R&D and deployment of new tech. And yeah, with that, I'll hand over to Matthias to introduce himself and the rest of the panelists.
Great, thanks. It's great to be here. I'm Matthias. I'm one of the partners at Energy Impact Partners, and the name gives it away. We're an energy transition-focused global investment platform in the United States and in Europe, really trying to back the best entrepreneurs, betting on those people who build technologies for a cleaner energy transition.
Hi, I'm happy to be here. I'm Jeremy Brown. I'm an investment principal based in London at a fund called Anthemis. We're a fintech fund, and we focus on pre-seed through Series D investments across North America and Europe. We have a particular interest in climate fintech, and we're strong believers that financial services will be one of the main drivers in getting to a net zero future. Happy to be here.
Hi everybody, nice to meet you. I'm investment principal at Exchange. We are an early stage VC fund based in Paris and Berlin. We invest across all the industry with the same fund. We invested today in 80 companies, 5 became unicorns along the way, and energy is one of our main focus today.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Bianca Dragomir. I'm director at Cleantech for Iberia, which is an initiative that gathers more than 20 investors and leading innovators in the Iberian Peninsula. And our mission is to turn Spain and Portugal into the next European industrial cleantech leader. And I've been working over the last 14 years in clean technologies at the interface of investment, innovation, government, and academia, shaping clean tech transition into action.
Great, thanks everyone. So maybe Elisa, to start with you, as a European firm that invests across different industries but has a strong interest in climate tech, where do you see the most exciting opportunities? And I think in particular, how do you think about this difference between sort of software, hardware? How do you define what climate tech is?
Very good question, especially in energy, where we see a lot of hardware and industrial play. We would say that our way of thinking is, first of all, investment thesis driven. So we basically track macro trends. We invest in massive markets. And this is the case in the energy, for example. If we take the example of the European Union that wants to become carbon neutral by 2050, we would say that the macro trend here is to find alternative way to produce energy, and we may think about nuclear fusion, hydrogen, and so on, but also some ways to mitigate the current situation, and so to, for example, suck CO2 out from the air. That's why we invested in Sirona, which is a direct air capturing technology, and also in Pina Earth, for example, which improves the health of forests. So
those for us are macro trends, but there are others for sure. For example, we talked a lot yesterday about grid stability, flexibility, because we know that when renewable energy penetration reached 60% of the energy mix, grid storage became essential. So that's a bit our way of thinking. Then, of course, there is the team. We seek complementary talent coming together to work. We want to see manufacturing background and expertise going to the manufacturing parts, into the industrial parts of the business. We want to see the capability of the management to seek a relationship with the clients at really early stage, and that's why a lot of seed rounds that we have been seeing lately have been possible also thanks to this. I have my map. Okay, to this relationship, early relationship with the clients. And then respect on about the hardware-software mix, it really depends case by case. As a generalist fund, we tend to invest more in software because it's a less risky bet. But there are many exceptions. For example, lately we invested in a Qubit Pharma, which is what I would define like a hardware-enabling software play. It's like quantum computing to develop drugs, and then they are developing their own hardware, which is the quantum computer. And for example, we invested in Ledger, which is one of our unicorn, a 100% hardware company. So it's really depend. And what has changed a bit in the climate space, it's also that there is a lot of support of public administration, governments, European Union, to fund also with public fund this company basically, and that gives a lot of leverage on private capital, on equity that we have been rarely seen in other verticals, for example.
Yeah, no, 100%. I agree with that last statement. Matthias, I guess on the other end of the spectrum, EIP is probably one of the most seasoned investors in the, when you started perhaps clean tech, now climate tech. What have you seen has changed in the years that EIP's been active? And do you see any sort of differences geographically or across different regions as the market, I guess, has continued to mature?
It's kind of an unfair question, I guess, because it shows how old I am. But you're right, I've been around the block for a while, and I think there were two waves at least in back then clean tech, now maybe climate tech or energy tech, right? And the first one was around 2007, 8, 9, and people got very excited, right? And then some things worked, like residential solar worked, still works today. Others didn't, like whatever, ocean wave-based power generation. And then people got overly depressed again, right? And so when there was quite lonely for a while. And when I built my first energy-focused fund, people literally questioned my sanity, and that was 2014, right? Which is usually a good time to invest, by the way. But then everybody got excited again in the 2000s, right? And probably the peak of that excitement or accelerated excitement was like when you saw companies going public through SPACs at billion-dollar valuations with no product whatsoever, but just on the promise of making the planet better, right? That has come down again, and that's where we are today. And you could say, well, that's how venture capitalists are. They get overly excited, overly depressed. That's just how the world goes in venture capital. And there's some truth to that, I probably have to admit. But I think there's a fundamental underlying trend that's important to understand, because it's more than just hype cycles coming and going. Because if you look at energy today, the heavy lifting has been solved. It's not a question anymore. Like renewable energy generation is most often the cheapest, the best, the cleanest source of energy, right? And you can see that by looking at somewhat pragmatic, if not cynical players, maybe like China. They invest heavily in renewable energy generation. So you can literally say that part of the problem is solved, which is great for the planet. But it has started to create a new set of problems, which is more complex and tends to lend itself better to like software solutions, right? You have now lots of renewable generation, which is fluctuating. So you start to need more storage, right? To kind of store power when the wind is blowing and have it when it's not, right? So I think there's much more more granular matching to be done, more software type of problems. And that's the way we're now. And I think that's why it's an exciting time to be doing what we're doing.
And I guess the IP is also kind of known to have a lot of energy companies as LPs and industrial companies. Have you seen anything change in terms of how they see the opportunity for a climate VC like yours and the types of things that they're also interested in?
Yes, I think the good thing is today that I would call them the incumbent industrial players, big energy companies, are starting to embrace innovation more than they used to. And that's partially because why they join our platform. We have roughly 60 large industrial players being part of Energy Impact Partners ecosystem. And we can really see them embracing innovation much more actively and trying to partner with those innovators, with the best-in-class startups. And I think that's, again, specific to energy transition because unlike in other fields that had been disrupted, like e-commerce, like the energy tech is very different in the sense that you have to work with the existing infrastructure players, right? You cannot ship electrons by mail or by email, right? So you have to work with the power system operators. So any startup that wants to disrupt the energy tech fundamentally needs to at least understand and often collaborate with the existing players, right? So I think that's an important element why I think every founder is, I think, smart in trying to find ways to leverage, to collaborate with the existing infrastructure, investment capacity of the incumbent industry.
Yeah, agreed. Bianca, switching gears also a little bit from the kind of VC landscape, you work for what I like to think of as kind of think and do tank, and we're also as a fund quite involved in the Clean Tech for Europe initiative. Where do you see the opportunity, particularly for public finance, to play a role? And are there any examples that you can share with the audience where things are working really well in a potentially Spanish and European context?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much for this question. Well, let me just say first that, well, indeed, I work in Spain and in the Iberian Peninsula, covering Spain and Portugal, with this initiative that is basically aiming to be a bridge between the clean tech community, meaning innovators and leading investors in clean tech, and the government, because we certainly need to press some fast forward buttons there in order to speed up the clean tech journey. And on the other hand, another pillar is working on creating a breakthrough ecosystem around clean tech, and that basically means more co-investment opportunities and expanding deal flow. So within this framework, basically one of the pillars is working directly with the government in addressing those pain points in what we call, the funding, the fit-for-purpose investment and funding for climate innovations. And of course, we all know that Iberia is having a momentum now in clean tech. It's already a clean energy superpower, and 20% of the green hydrogen projects worldwide actually are happening in Spain as we speak. And also the investment in clean tech innovations over the last 5 years has increased 6 times. So there's quite a momentum here, and we need even more speed and scale in order to really turn this into a clean tech leadership. Now, if we look from another angle, we see also that there's really a severe gap in terms of Series B. And if you look at clean tech startups, they receive, the Iberian ones, so the ones in Spain and Portugal, they receive 70% less investment than the ones in Germany and France. So certainly we need, more speed here. Now, this opens up a huge space of opportunity to work with the public funding that has a huge role in de-risking the private investments and in raising and the private sector confidence in clean tech investments. And here we are working very much together with our coalition members in how to make these projects bankable, taking into account that there are about 500 startups in clean tech at the moment only in Spain that need this funding and that are kind of, in a no man's land, because they lack this, they cannot scale enough because they don't have the public funding to de-risk. And then the investors that, by the way, the investors in a coalition, they have a combined fund size of more than €1 billion that today is available for net zero solution, and we need to deploy that investment fast. Well, you see, the kind of a complex landscape. And here, I think that, the silver bullet, if there is a silver bullet, would be, really enacting change around what is blended finance. Those innovative mechanisms that we can create together, bringing public and private sector, bringing grants and commercial investments, whether it's equity or, venture debt. We need to bring all these together and really create a movement around it. And that's also one of our priorities at the moment.
And are there any? Yes.
So can I comment on that?
Yeah,
because I think I really want to second that because it's super important and often overlooked. Like that the role of the public investors, like even behind many investment platforms like ours, there is often kind of public state-backed actors, and they play a very meaningful role because they often have a longer perspective and they're more patient. And I think that's very important to get the industry going. And I think I really want to call out, in our case, there are some countries that are really on the forefront, such as Norway or Ireland, who are really pushing very hard. And I think that makes ecosystems emerge, right? And I think the role of the public players is very important. And sometimes it's overlooked, but it's very important.
And also, if I can add something, I think that Europe is one of the rare cases that is, in this specific market, a bit ahead of US. Yeah. The total funds from European Union amounts to 1 trillion from 2020 to 2030. There is the European Innovation Fund, which is worth 40 billion just to give grants to net zero projects. So it's amazing, and that's how basically those companies can leverage a lot of private capital. For example, last year, Verkor, which is one of the biggest European battery manufacturer, raised 2 billion. And only 1/3 of these 2 billions were equity. So the rest was grants, debts, and that is a fantastic opportunity, I think.
Yeah, I think it's no, but I think the point on the Europe being ahead is interesting because generally in the climate tech sphere, I think recently that's not been the sense at all. And I think just last week the US announced who is receiving the 20 billion of additional grant funding to be distributed. Yeah. In the shape of the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund. So it's quite interesting to hear that perspective. And I guess that access to these funds is probably one of the biggest challenges for startups. Like there's a lot of capital, to your point, Bianca, but how do you actually access it? And one example that I'll share just briefly on this from the UK and Innovate UK is they've rolled out over the last few years a program called Innovation Partnerships, where they basically match equity with grant funding. That doesn't solve the Series B gap because we're still talking about relatively small amounts. But we've also been building out something called the Innovation Loan, which is sort of loans that are available at a much higher risk appetite, lower price point. And now I'm in the process of working with Innovate UK to think about, okay, how do you scale that so that it works with sort of first of a kind in a blended finance model. So yeah, I think there are definitely initiatives that are out there. It's perhaps still that kind of access, which I guess is what you're also working on.
Right. And maybe just to give an example, because you mentioned Europe. No, if you look at European level, we have a great example that from actually that was announced at the last COP in Dubai end of last year. That came, from Breakthrough Energy Catalyst with European Investment Bank and European Commission coming together, putting together this blended finance mechanism to actually accelerate, to deploy first of a kind projects with Energy Dome in Italy and with Ørsted in the Nordics, so sustainable fuels and long duration energy storage. This is what we need, But we need this not to be an exception or a wow effect around it, but we need this to become business as usual and to expand across the whole European Union and hopefully also in Iberia, which is what we are working in this.
Yeah, but I think we need to be also aware, like the US is very strong these days, and the Inflation Reduction Act has a big pull effect, right? Many of my companies actually moved to the US. One just got a 40 million grant, like for a very early stage company, and I think that makes a difference. People go where the money is, where it's easy to get.
Yeah, but at the same time, indeed, if you look at Europe, we have a 50 billion euro investment gap for clean tech from now to 2030. But then we have also the mechanism to actually cover this gap if we look at, if we mobilize, institutional investment.
Yeah.
If we actually are able to mobilize, those public guarantees to de-risk investment.
Yeah.
And if we look at the carbon pricing revenues, you know that only in 2022, we calculated that there were 40 billion euros of revenues. Why don't we use this instead of building more infrastructure, more roads, for clean tech deployment? That's what we need to do.
Yeah, I think it's the usual kind of speed in the US and ease of access versus Europe, kind of other too many hoops to jump through. Jeremy, I'm really keen to come to you as I guess one of the kind of experts on the panel. You work for one of the most renowned fintech investors, and as you said, you had very keen interest into climate fintech. So what are the kind of key trends that you're seeing, perhaps less from a blended financing mechanism, but more in terms of where you see the opportunity in the climate and fintech space?
So I would say one thing that we're really, interested in and keen on, and becoming more so, is everything happening in the carbon markets. In compliance, but more so on the voluntary carbon offset market. And that's because, and going back to the discussion earlier between US and Europe, I think as an investor we like some degree of certainty. That's not a given in venture at all. But as we see the VCM market continue to grow, there's much more emphasis now being placed on integrity of that market, as well as quality of credits, and that's going to enable, in many ways, for that market to grow and scale. It's very, very ambitious, kind of what people are saying. Some big banks are saying the VCM is going to be 50 billion in 2030. Some are even saying 150 billion. I'm honestly skeptical because it's around 2 or 3 billion right now. And so what are the drivers that are going to enable that to get there? We still don't have the digital technical rails that are going to enable it to scale. We still don't have robust marketplaces at growth that are going to enable these credits to be transacted in a very efficient way. There's a lot of early stage startups that are trying to make this happen, but all of this needs to come together in a really beautiful way. And what you're seeing right now at the government level is a lot of cracking down on these false green claims that a lot of corporates are claiming, and that's good. And so what you're seeing with that is a lot of the registries like Gold Standard, Verra, they're taking a little bit more control over how we actually validate, especially in the nature-based context, kind of these claims on credits. And so rather than putting, estimation of credits in the hands of developers or technical consultants, trying to build from a very sort of registry-centric methodology perspective, one source of truth, where the registries in the future will be kind of this gold standard in terms of saying, this project in Brazil is going to be able to issue this number of high-quality credits that then can be, bought on a marketplace by selected buyers. So all of this coming together between government, registries, exchanges, early stage startups, more growth stage startups in the future, I think are really going to enable the VCM to scale, and that's just going to open up a lot of opportunities for investors and founders alike.
Yeah. And I think credits can be done in the right way and with the right kind of transparency. I think they are enablers also of growth for, more traditional somehow business models. So an example from our portfolio, we have a company called Carbon Cure. They do green cement. They basically inject CO2 into the sort of concrete mix during the curing process. That reduces the requirement for OPC, which is where a lot of the kind of embedded CO2 comes from in the concrete process, and it also improves the curing process. The core business model is obviously doing what they're doing, and they work with a lot of concrete and cement manufacturers around the world, but they also are able to generate credits off the back of what they're doing, and from a kind of margin perspective as an investor, that's very attractive because suddenly they're not just a kind of hardware-based business, but they have this very high margin and high integrity credit that they can prove. So I think this is also what we see perhaps from more of a kind of hardware perspective and where we see the kind of credits come in. The other thing I want
I think it's very important to say how optimistic we can be on those data points, right? Because I don't know those guys' numbers, but I expect they would probably like good carbon credit from that source would be 4 times as much, like 400, 300, 500 euros, as opposed to the compliance market, right? So I think you can see from that data point that people care and are willing to pay up for honestly good decarbonization solutions as opposed to what you call greenwashing. So I think it's positive, and that hasn't been the case like a few years ago.
I think, especially, I mean, yes and no, in my opinion, because there might be a price premium, but then what you find is, after the fact, they pay too much for it. A lot of people with some of these credits that have been transacted recently realize they're kind of junk, or they paid a little bit too much just because of the bullishness around it.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, I think one other thing just on this topic, because I read about it yesterday, and I actually might be completely misquoting it, but I think the Science-Based Targets Initiative have just come out and said that actually companies can use offsets to offset their Scope 3 emissions, which is huge, because for a lot of companies, Scope 3 emissions is potentially kind of 80-90% of the footprint. And I think they're trying to put kind of those guardrails that you were referring around it, because it is perhaps a little bit also controversial in some communities. But I think that's going to also kind of create a massive boost for this whole space. Great. So we only have, a few seconds left. I have a clock kind of ticking here. But maybe just to kind of end the panel, I'd love to get a 10-second prediction from each of you of, what are we going to see in the next kind of 12 months in relation to the climate tech financing space? Maybe starting with you, Bianca.
Well, the optimistic version is that I like to see more blended finance across Europe and more success stories in this space. And particularly in Spain, I would like to see this PERTES that we have here with a lot of money for decarbonization. There are large-scale strategic projects, like more than 3 billion euros, for example, to deploy decarbonization technologies, to see them in a more flexible financing mechanism. So hope this is feasible this year.
Great.
Thanks.
Elisa?
I think that this year will be a wonderful year to start a new company, because investment from VC are picking up again after a 2023 that was a bit contracted, a lot contracted actually. And we have been seeing that lately in the first 3 months of the year, a lot of more deal flow also in the energy space. So I'm pretty optimistic about the industry in general.
Jeremy?
I think we're starting to see in the insurance industry, insurers starting to really think about innovative insurance products beyond just risk modeling, enhancing their underwriting capabilities related to climate change. So we're going to see, I think, more insurers and adjacent companies talking about what's going to be that next wave of innovation in insurtech that's going to enable, for example, like issuance of credits to be well protected and give more certainty to the market, like with respect to buyers.
Insurance as enabler, I think that was the panel
previous
before
panel.
us.
Yeah.
Matthias?
Yeah, I guess more pragmatism, which will translate into more transactions as people agree more on pricing. And hopefully see first exits in the broader energy tech space.
Great. Well, with that, I'd love to thank our panel for a great discussion, and thanks all for joining us today.
Thank you.
And enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you very much. That's an insightful discussion. Thank you. And now, everyone, it's time for the finals of the Energy Tech Challengers, our annual pitch battle for the most promising startups out there. After reviewing hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of applications, the top 50 were selected by the jury. We're gathered here for a mission to discover and support the startups aiming to revolutionize climate tech. And you are about to meet them. Some of them are here, and there are more later on. Before we start, let me remind you of the competition rules. Each company will have 3 minutes to present. Then the jury, our esteemed jury who are entering as you see them, jury, you will have 2 minutes to ask questions. Pitchers, I will stop you when there's no time left. Okay, you have a clock, but if I have to interrupt you, I'm sorry. Jury, I'll mention the criteria again to you just to remind you. Please keep these 7 benchmarks in mind. Problem, product and service, go-to-market strategy, progress and traction, team, financing, and sustainability. Without further ado, let's open our first track on green energy infrastructure. You can see we are breaking records with our jury members. So instead of subjecting you all to the marathon list of names, it's quite a tongue twister, especially for myself, we thought it'd be easier for each jury member to give your name and introduce yourselves when you're ready to grill them, so when you're ready to ask questions to the pictures, okay? If that's okay with you, quick introduction, who you are, and your questions. So remember, you have 3 minutes, and you have 2 minutes. So let's start with our first pitch. Our first pitch today is Alice Mavisoli, Sales and Business Development Manager at EH Group. Alice, you have 3 minutes. Good luck.
Thank you.
Yep.
Yes, now it works. Can you hear me? Yes. Good morning. My name is Alice Maffezzoli. I'm the Sales and Business Development Manager of EH Group. EH Group is a Swiss company focused on the design and manufacturing of fuel cell stacks and systems based on an innovative technology. Our purpose is to displace pollutive diesel generator with our fuel cells by solving the problem of cost and complexity in the fuel cell market. We target large power, and large power in fuel cells means stationary, maritime, aviation, and heavy-duty mobility in general. This is where, in our opinion, fuel cell makes the most sense, and this is where we have our biggest competitive advantage. So what is new about our technology? We have basically redesigned stacks at microstructural level, and the result is a stack with mainly 4 advantages: high power density, design flexibility, high system efficiency, and a great potential for cost reduction, but I'll go through it in a while. Our product portfolio includes stacks. We have 4 platforms of stacks with a 5th one under development that cover all the power from 1 to 300 kilowatt. In particular, the 300 kilowatt is a unique feature in the market. We also have systems, complete plug-and-play solution, starting from 20 kilowatt up to 250 kilowatt. A special mention for the 250 kilowatt, we just received approval in principle from DNV for maritime certification. We also provide complete containerized solution, turnkey solution based on customer requirements from 20 kilowatt up to megawatt. Our stacks are designed for manufacturing, and thanks to this, we plan to arrive to less than 100 euro per kilowatt at stack level, at scale. Since 2020, we have been deploying our stacks and systems over a large variety of applications, both in mobility, from light commercial vehicle, forklift, vessels, mining trucks, and aviation, and also stationary, backup power for data centers, CV supercharger, cold ironing, and construction sites. The company was founded in 2017 by Mardit Matian, who has over 20 years' experience in fuel cells, and Christopher Brandon, whose background is more in finance. The rest of the team, we are approximately 30 people, mainly based in Switzerland, where we have production facility, testing facility, R&D, and headquarters. And a small part of our team is in India, mainly focused on the software and on some on-site activities for our Indian clients. Our business model foresees mainly 2 scenarios. So either normal customer-supplier relationship with sales of our standard stacks and systems, or what we really like to do is co-design and co-develop customized stacks, systems, and solutions based on the client's requirements. So up to date, we have raised 17 million Swiss francs, 70 million euros approximately, mainly from the founders, from some grants, and some other investors. We are currently raising 20 million in our Series A. Part of it is still free, it's available, so we're happy to discuss. The main objective is to transition from small-scale production to large-scale production. So happy to answer your question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jury, should I have time to ask questions?
Yes.
Hi. Could you just elaborate a little bit more on the technology? You mentioned you sort of redesigned the
Yes.
stack.
So our stack technology is quite different compared to the traditional technology of stacks. The microstructure and the way we manage the fluid is completely different. And everything comes to the fact that we have a very low cell pitch. So it's less than 1 millimeter. In the market, it's like 10, 20% more. And with the production machine, we will be able to go even lower. And thanks to this, we have this high power density, approximately 2/3 of the volume and weight than the next best thing in the market. The other advantage regarding the management of the fluid is that we are able to work at low cathode pressure, which means that inside the system, in the balance of plant, we can downgrade the compressor. So not only the system is smaller, lighter, cheaper because it has a smaller compressor, but the most important thing is that the stack doesn't need to be too much over-dimensioned to cover the parasitic losses. And at the end, it all comes to hydrogen consumption, so to system efficiency. The other advantage is that we don't lose performances by changing the form factor of our stacks. So we have basically no limitation. We can change the form factor as much as we want. And this is quite relevant for mobile application. And also linked to the way we have redesigned the stacks, we can use a complete straight-to process for the production of the stack. So the machine I showed you before is a machine designed on our stack technology. We have rolls of raw material at the beginning of the machine and a completely assembled stack at the end. This is something that with the traditional technology is quite difficult to achieve. So all of this is linked to the technology that we have.
Can you say something? You were showing a little bit of what tractions you have and what applications, but what is the current traction that you have, and where do you apply your product right now?
Yeah, so
maybe customers
we focus on large power. So starting from 20 kilowatt, but most importantly, starting from 200 kilowatt and above. At the moment, 60–70% of our requests, they come from stationary. So stationary, which means construction sites, backup power for data center, EV supercharger, cold ironing. We see also a lot of traction in maritime. Happy to elaborate more. And aviation also.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Alex, thank you. Our next person up, Xuan Lemy, the CEO of Emulate Energy. Remember, you have 3 minutes for your presentation, and Jury, you have 2 minutes for your questions. Welcome to our stage. Good luck.
Perfect. Thank you. So again, my name is Xuan Lemy. I'm the CEO of Emulate. I got to tell you, as a startup, it's extremely soothing to see this many investors gathered up in one space. I founded the company back in 2020. I'm going to start off by kicking in a few open doors. To decarbonize and electrify the grid, we're facing trillions of dollars in investments ahead of us. At the same time, there is millions of distributed energy resources that are going to get connected to the grid during the coming decades. In fact, the flexibility from residential loads is projected to be 40% cheaper than traditional battery energy storage systems to firm up the grid as we electrify and decarbonize. This is exactly what my co-founder did his postdoc on. How can you control a fleet of flexible loads so that they collectively behave like a battery towards the grid? Essentially, take the flexibility in energy consumption that you and I have and transform that into a battery equivalent resource that can be used in decreasing the cost associated with the energy transition. The product we've developed is targeting electricity retailers, and we have 2 integration points into their tech stack. The first integration point is into their mobile apps. With this, consumers or the end users can link their EVs, charging stations, any distributed energy resources they have, and we will optimize for them given the new cost-reflective tariffs that are being implemented. The second integration is into the trading desk of the utility, so that on an aggregate level, the resources get deployed into the markets as if they were a battery. This is important, and I want to highlight this, and it's been proven to us 100% in Sweden. Everything starts with the consumer experience. As long as the consumer experience is positive, as long as you're generating value for the end users, the rest of the value chain will fall into place and everything sort of happens. We don't stop there though. So once we get into the electricity retailer, we leverage our position and aggregate also smaller to mid-sized batteries and also charging infrastructure to deploy those directly into the markets as well for them. Look, I think this is a huge opportunity. There is a need for this type of solutions, and this is a huge opportunity. So it's attracted a lot of startups and venture capitalists. There's a lot of smart people looking at this solutions with different types of approaches. I feel very comfortable with where we are today in terms of traction. We're leading the most advanced grid in Europe, in Sweden. We're expanding across US and Europe at the same time, and we got 176 megawatts of controlled loads in the pipeline. I'm proud of the team we have. I think we're equipped to do...
I will have to stop you there. I'm sorry. Everyone's going to hate me today. Sorry.
This was actually the last slide. So.
Jury, you have 2 minutes for questions, please. Questions? Thanks.
Hello. Hello, good morning. Thank you for your presentation. Julian Gallardo from Mondragon Corporation. I suppose that your business would be impacted by regulation. How are you managing this regulation, different regulations across the different countries? Thank you so much.
Good question. So again, there's 2 points. There are 2 points into the tech stack. When it comes to the consumer side, the mega trends that are driving this is essentially cost-reflected tariffs and the availability of smart meters for cost-reflected tariffs. In that case, Europe is mostly ripe for it, I would say, minus Germany. On the other side, when it comes to deploying it into the markets, there are some regulations specifically for ancillary service markets. But this is a very nascent space, so it's evolving as we are working, and it looks very different across the countries. It's not that dependent on regulation as you may think at the high level.
Hey, hi, Alexis from HCVC here. You said you were the #1 player in Sweden, I think. Could you tell us a bit more about your traction?
So we have about 15 contracts in total. 5 of them are in US, where I'm actually based myself. We're a Swedish company. One, we just gotten into Central Europe in Austria, and the rest is in Sweden. The signed base ARR is around $1 million, and we're expanding on that as we go on month from month. But it's a very hot space right now.
And how much capital have you raised so far?
So far, $5.5 million. I think the next round will be round about maybe 6 to 10 million or something. And we're hoping to open that now.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up is Toby Gill, CEO of IP Energy. Remember, you have 3 minutes, sir. Good luck.
Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. So I'm Toby Gill, CEO of IPG Energy. And what we've developed is a clean, fuel-agnostic generator powered by our patented flameless combustion technology to replace the diesel generator. Now, as a replacement to the diesel generator, there are a few boxes you kind of have to tick, and our generator does that. It can be zero carbon. It's fuel agnostic, so it means that it can operate on nice renewable fuels like green hydrogen, as well as biofuels and any other fuel you want to throw into the mix of that. It's pollutant-free, so it's not going to kill people when you're running it, which is always a good thing. And finally, it's economically viable. Sure, it's a little bit more expensive than the diesel generator, but it's low cost enough and financially structured sensibly so that our end customers can get it on their sites and make use of it. So fantastic. Problem solved, right? No. Lots of technology solve that problem. But also, the diesel generator market is set to nearly double to $30 billion by the end of the decade. So it doesn't really feel like that's the problem to solve. The problem to solve is scalability. How do we get these solutions out there and actually replacing diesel generators? Now, to replace that and do that and have it to be scalable, you need to have access to a scalable supply of fuel. What that means is you've got to be able to know that you can turn this thing on. It's no good if you can't get hold of your hydrogen. You've also got to be able to make this thing from materials that are widely available. If you don't have those widely available materials, then it doesn't matter how good your thing is. And then finally, you've got to be able to make it. You've got to have methods of manufacturing it that mean that you could do this in the tens, if not hundreds of thousands in time. So, no surprise, that's the problem we solve. We solve that by being able to call upon any fuel supply chain. To point out the obvious, right? We can use any renewable fuel. So if one suddenly gets cheaper or more expensive or the availability changes, we can switch up the blend. But crucially as well, it also can call upon conventional fuel supply chains to ensure that you always will have the lights on. It's a relatively simple bit of technology, don't tell my engineers that, but it means it's made from widely available materials from increasingly circular and low carbon supply chains. Stainless steel, copper, bit of aluminium, some widely available ceramics. And it's a bit of turbo machinery, a bit boring, but basically it means that it's possible to make this from existing supply chains all over the world in automotive, oil and gas sectors. Basically, we can outsource the production of this to anyone, anywhere. So we started small because basically we didn't want to, well, I've only got 30 seconds, so we started a small 50 kilowatt generator, perfectly suited for our beachhead market of construction. It's cost effective, it's good for them, marvelous. Traction. We have completed a £1 million prototype project with National Highways in the UK. We're now about to undertake the first of our commercial trials in the construction sector on a large UK construction project, and we're lining up all these other big construction companies to go even further, so we're very excited for that. And so if you want to learn more about how the flameless combustion thing we've developed actually works, or our fundraising, I'd love to answer some questions. I'll speak to you later. 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. Perfect timing. Jury, you have 2 minutes. Questions?
Yves Björcher from SmartWorks Innovation. Hi. Great pitch. Thanks a lot. I mean, established supply chains, you know, quite easy to build tech. What's the catch here? Why isn't everyone doing this?
Well, exactly, because I think basically we have challenged the paradigm, right? We've said that we come out and often spoken to some of you already, and we say, look, yeah, actually we think part of the answer to getting away from diesel is to enable customers to keep using diesel. If all the renewable fuel existed that we wanted to do this with, we wouldn't have this problem. So we are trying to challenge the paradigm a bit, and also it's taken us about 6 years to get to the point of actually being able to make it work. So we're only now really able to start telling you the story of why this is going to work.
Hi, David Janashvili. I run climate tech investment banking with CIBC. 2 questions. One is, I think on a supply chain or the existing infrastructure supporting diesel, does this require servicing? Do your systems require servicing and require special training for service folks and personnel? And second is it able to run at different voltages and also eliminate wet stacking and light loading, things like that diesels are?
Yeah, sure. Great question. So from a maintenance perspective, as a new tech, it's not that we would have to upskill some of the existing service engineers, but crucially, anyone who can service a diesel generator and is familiar with turbochargers and things like that, which is basically all of them, they could do it. Obviously, it's just a new product, so they'd need to have a little bit of upskilling to understand how to do it for this, but no new skills required, crucially. And then the second part was the... Yeah, so yeah, we basically, we use a, we do our own conversion within the converter, so we can spec it to whatever is needed. Typically, we're doing 240 or 400 volts out at the moment for the construction. No, we can do DC or AC or anything basically, right? So yeah, scalable to whatever the end use is needed.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you very much. Next up, Alexander Soll, CEO and co-founder of Me Energy GmbH. Remember, you have 3 minutes, and jury then 2. Good luck.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Alex, co-founder of Me Energy. Everything will have a battery, from cars to buses and trucks. The question will be where to charge them. And we're missing 20% of charging infrastructure by 2030, and that is according to McKinsey and all of our customers. And that is because of the grid, because there are just too high costs and long time for extensions, there are technical hurdles, and in the future we'll need more resilient options than the grid because there will be blackouts. And that is why we said, as a complementary solution to the grid, there must be off-grid charging. That is the missing puzzle piece. 150 kilowatts we can offer today in a container you can place anywhere you want. You don't need any permissions to run it, and it's easily delivered by truck. It has 4 megawatt hours or up to 40 megawatt hours with additional storage, and it is resilient because it's running anytime you need it. How does this work? We are also using on-site generation, not only from solar and wind you can integrate, but also from organic waste liquids. Methanol, ethanol, DME, and all the derivatives. It has 20 times more energy density than a battery, and the generation is 2 times more efficient than if you would use it directly in a car. And the best thing about it is we're saving 50% emissions, scope 1 to 3, compared to solar. We turn that into a product, and that is for the first time charging as a service. We can use all the financial options out there available, and that is a game changer for the charging infrastructure. It is highly profitable from just 4 car charges per day, or the best thing, just 1 truck charge per day. And that is also accepted in the market with customers like MAN. They're saving 24% of their cost. BASF, 18%, and they did a follow-up order of 1 million after the first pilot, or a sixth with a 4.2 million follow-up order. And there are more and more customers we already signed, and a lot of them are lined up. So last year we achieved 2.1 million revenue, and the best thing is we don't achieve only revenue, but we saved almost 2 kilotons of carbon dioxide. This year we're expanding to Spain, the UK, and France, and we have 10 million revenue of all of it is signed already. And along the way we scale up to 50 million of revenue. There will be new products on the way. We're increasing the power to 400 kilowatts, and also offer standalone generation for other use cases, for example, like construction site use or dual use case like generator use on the way. That is a team, me, my co-founder, who are all experienced in the industry, a lot of automotive, a lot of electronics, and also Airbus. And we raised to date 8 million of equity. And as a startup, I want to highlight we have 3 million of bank credit for production pre-financing. We are not only accepted in the industry, but we have a huge network, especially of OEMs, where a lot of business angels are from Porsche, Seat, and of the VW group. And with us, we convinced to date a lot of motivated change makers that wanted to make a change today. Thank you.
Jury, you have 2 minutes. Questions?
Thanks for the pitch. Could you elaborate on how your charging station gets charged? I didn't really get that.
Yes, so there's wind and solar we can integrate. If that's not available, we offer generator on the site, and that is powered by liquids. Liquids, organic waste liquids, methanol, ethanol, DME, and all of those derivatives. So those are regularly refilled. If you're with us, we offer you a utility contract, you pay per kilowatt hour, and we manage the operations in the back. We do so in Germany and Poland today. We're now expanding to France and the UK. So we manage that there will be a tank truck coming to your charging station, refilling it whenever you need it. Usually that's 2 weeks to 4 weeks of time for a customer.
You mentioned you had a credit line. I'm just curious, how do you manage to scale, or do you plan to scale long-term without using too much capital?
So outsourcing production was the first milestone we achieved this year. We have 2 production partners in Poland. So then there are payment targets. Right now we are at 30% down payment, and we want to reduce that obviously. And that is possible through other financing options. So without capital-intense production, you can scale. And that is the key. So we leverage that now by 3 million credit line, only 30% of down payment. And also we get down payments from our customers. That is something. And since we can all use the financial instruments, we can use factoring, we can use leasing. So that is something where we can use everything that is out there to make a capital-intense business not capital-intense. And that is powered by a mobile solution because you can use all the financing options for cars. That is the key.
Hello, Falk Müller-Ferse from Bryan Garnier. So how much are you looking to raise as the next round, and how capital intensive is it going to be?
So Series A, 10 million, 6 million signed. 2 from existing, 4 from a Swiss infrastructure fund. 6 are open. Happy to start the talks. Mainly used for internationalization. As I said, production is covered by bank credit. So happy to start talking later today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Anand Verma, CEO at Perovskaya Solar AG. You have 3 minutes, remember, please.
Thank you for the introduction. Yeah, good morning, everyone. My name is Anand Verma. I'm the CEO and founder of Perovskaya Solar. Before I jump into the pitch, let me start my pitch with a simple question. So how many of you have an earbud, or Apple earbud or Samsung earbuds? Perfect. And how many of you don't want to charge it again? Perfect. I have a solution for you. So at Perovskaya, our vision is to enable solar on every device. It's a spin-off of a research center in Switzerland where I used to work as a scientist. Moving forward, there's a projection from EU that there will be 78 million batteries will be discarded every single day. 78 million batteries. And only less than 5% of the batteries are ever recycled. With this problem, there's another one that our life, because of our digital lifestyle, the number of electronic devices is increasing exponentially. On an average, a human has 7 electronic devices with him or her. And there is no reliable portable energy source. At Perovskaya, what we have developed is a simple digital printing technique by which we can simply print the solar cell in any shape, size, and design, and works under any light. That means our solar cell works here, indoors with any light, and is the world's most efficient solar cell when you consider it both indoor and outdoor application. And it can simply integrate on your watch, for example, here. So you don't have to charge it again. With our technology, what we can do is we can revolutionize our digital lifestyle and provide unlimited free energy. We have several products in the market, and one of the products won the CES Innovation Award in Las Vegas. With our technology, we are a B2B company, and as I said, in the market, have already an old slide now, 3 customers going to production, and we have the capability to produce 20 to 50,000 a year, and now setting up a factory. We have inquiries with our 22 customers for 2 million solar cell plus, and with this, we can already see a revenue of 4 to 10 million, have a strong pipeline to follow up, and a team of me, Toby, and all which are veterans in the field and have worked in various generations of solar cells, and in total FTEs of 11, and with 4 amazing advisors to kind of take it to the next level. With our technology in our first year, we made 300K close to revenue, and this year we are closing into 1 million revenues with our production contracts, and by 2028, we can scale it up and sell 60 to 70 million devices and be one of the unicorns from the Switzerland. Moving forward, we are high on sustainability, not only saving batteries, but also have potential of saving 2 million tons of CO2, as well as our technology is recyclable. We don't use any critical raw materials. And setting up this factory, if you're in Switzerland, happy to welcome you. And with that, I would like to close my pitch and happy to answer your questions.
Thank you very much. Jury, you have 2 minutes. Questions?
Hi, Jordi Klaassen from Mineco Ventures. For example, for the watch example you sketched, could you give me an example of the percentage increase of what a consumer could...
Yes, so we did a calculation for Garmin watch. For example, the current Garmin watch lasts for 12 days as per their specs. If you use our solar cell, depending on how sporty you are, it can give you 6 days more to 8 days more. So 16 to 18 days. With the current solar solution, you get from 12 to 14 days. From ours, is 16 to 18 days. But the game changer is the IoT segment here. Devices like this is for a US customer. They sell 1 million of these each. We are working on 3 product categories. And here, you don't have to change the battery ever for the next 15 years. Currently, the customer changes 2 batteries a year. In 15 years, you're going to save 30 batteries. 2 batteries to start with, so 28 batteries each device. That's the potential we have. And multiply it by $2 a piece, that's no-brainer in terms of cost saving, as well as it just runs with any light. So make devices energy self-sufficient.
Hi, great pitch. I wanted to ask about the technology, but your name kind of give it away.
Yes.
I'm Eshel from Extantia Capital. I wanted to ask, considering the fact that you're using perovskite in the watch, how big is the degradation? How long this panel plan
Very
to
good
last?
question. So perovskite, just for the audience, perovskite is known to die. So I started working on perovskite from 2015 onwards, and it took me 9 years to be here. And what we present is a solar cell that will last for 15 years, 10 to 15 years, and still retain 80% of performance. We proved that our solar cell passed 85 degrees Celsius, 80% relative humidity test for more than 1,000 hours with less than 20% degradation, as well as continuous running of the cell for more than 5,000 hours with 0% degradation under ambient conditions. And with that sunlight, it's less than 20%.
Impressive. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next up, Linda Maria Wadman, Chief Commercial Officer at Plexigrid. Remember, you have 3 minutes. Good luck.
Hi, I'm Linda Maria Wadman, Chief Commercial Officer at Plexigrid. The energy transition is expected to more than double electricity consumption, and this means immense challenges for electricity grids, especially on the distribution level. So this means congestions created, delays in connection of important renewable projects, and also rising costs. Even if we would have the resources and the finances to build the grid we need, the cost would be huge, and this is causing increased cost for normal people in their grid tariffs. At Plexigrid, we want to provide sustainable and affordable electricity to everyone by changing this traditional way of building grid capacity with hardware into a software-based solution where we increase capacity of existing assets by increasing the utilization. So this is an example of a normal street with an afternoon peak in Northern Europe. If we can reduce this peak using demand flexibility, we could save as much as 30 to 40% of the electricity distribution cost. And this is billions of euros on a global scale. The Plexigrid platform is a unique solution that enables this by providing a real-time digital twin with outstanding performance that can unlock visibility and control of flexibility all the way to low voltage and end customers. And our holistic approach of integrating one platform supporting the whole process from planning, operations, and maintenance of the grid. And our modularity also enables very efficient integration into the existing system infrastructure of the customers. So here I want to show you a real example of a customer where the colors symbolize the congestions in the grid. And this customer was enabled to use flexibility to eliminate almost all of the congestions, leaving only this one part in red where you still need to make a hardware upgrade of the capacity, saving huge amounts of capex. And here you have a street with several domestic EV chargers. Most of the time, the grid is managed completely fine, no constraints, except for a few hours where congestions are forming. By using smart charging here to reduce those peaks, you could add and connect many, many more EV chargers with zero grid investments. We have received a lot of recognition for our tech and our business last years, but the most prestigious one, I would say, is the European Innovation Council Accelerator that we secured, giving us a grant and an investment of 6.5 million euros. And we have been growing fast since 2020. Our technology is proven in Europe and in Oceania. And with EU regulation, the momentum is growing. EU is pushing for this change in regulation.
You there. Jury, you have 2 minutes for questions.
Thanks for the pitch. Can you talk a little bit about the sales cycles and the business model?
It's a SaaS business model, and the sales cycles are fairly long because these are regulated monopolies, so you need to go for public tendering for any larger deals. So typically we go in with pilots to make proof of concepts and to build trust in the technology, and then the customer hopefully writes their specification to suit our solution when they go out for the tendering.
Thank you.
Hello, Gabriel from Repsol.
How many pilots have you done so far? And can you explain a bit more about how you differentiate from competition, please?
So we have 19 customers, a mix of pilots and half of them are real licenses already. And the differentiation, I would say, are three things: that we have the performance to manage these huge grids. I mean, distribution compared to transmission grids, you have so many nodes, so many customers, that you have to use different type of technology to manage that in real time, to see forecast bottlenecks and then activate flexibility to solve them. And then we also have this, as I mentioned, the holistic approach to use one grid analytics supporting all the way from planning for flexibility, taking those plans into the operational context, and in the operational hour, activating flexibility based on the sort of the toolbox of ways you have to activate. Was there more in the question on the end? No. Crystal clear. Happy to talk more about this complex and exciting topic later.
Thank you very much. Time's up. Thank you. Next up, Marit Dries, Chief Operating Officer at Power Up Energy Technologies. Remember, you have 3 minutes for your pitch. Good luck.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Marit, and I'm the COO of Power Up Energy Technologies. As you know, there is massive electrification happening all around the world, but the infrastructure is not getting renewed, and as a result, the power grid is failing us. Of course, there are batteries, but to be honest, to conquer the increasing number and duration of the power outages, batteries alone are no longer enough. They're heavy, they take up a lot of space, they are short in lifetime and are getting more expensive and dangerous. That is why we at PowerUp have developed a unique hydrogen fuel cell-based battery capacity extender technology to allow our customers to get more energy out of a cheaper and smaller system for longer. Our battery capacity extenders double the lifetime of battery packs and significantly decrease the initial CapEx investment. The system becomes lighter, smaller, and thus also portable, and not to mention safer. Our technology doesn't emit any CO2, is 95% recyclable, and thus will cut your carbon emissions in half compared to battery-only solutions. So how we can really make it happen is our own unique energy management system that allows us to combine batteries and fuel cells in the most optimal way, as well as our own patented and lightweight hydrogen fuel cell technology developed together with the European Space Agency. A fun fact, our fuel cells will also be deployed in the cargo ships and rovers going to missions on Mars and dark side of the moon. So we are already producing and selling in a variety of industries across the globe. We have customers in the telecommunication industry, defense and security, medical and pharma, as well as construction. And also a huge reason why we can make it happen is our amazing international team with 24 people from 11 different nations, with vast experience in fuel cell development, as well as sales and marketing. So we're already selling, and we have agreements in place to deliver close to 50,000 units in the upcoming years. So we are certain to break even by 2025. But to advance our business even further and to conquer new markets, we are currently also fundraising and looking for an additional investment of 7 million euros. So I hope I've sparked your interest in our technology. Please also check out our website, and let's keep talking. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jury, you have 2 minutes for questions.
I'm sorry, I may have misunderstood, but what is the product that you make? Is it the actual cell, or is it a hybrid unit that incorporates a battery?
So we actually make both. So our core technology is our own fuel cell technology, which is patented. And we also incorporate this into our battery capacity extender technology, which is the end product for the customer. that can be combined with batteries, for example.
And so it's like your own proprietary battery technology, or is it just like
Not
any
the
NMC LFP?
So not the battery technology, but the fuel cell-based battery capacity extender that can be then combined with the batteries to prolong the lifetime of batteries.
What's the capacity of batteries that your fuel cell can be combined with?
So it really depends on the power out, like the backup power needs of the customer, right? So we can go quite high, even like 50 kilowatt, for example, for the total output of the system. So it really depends on the power needs of the customer.
Mikael Myllymäki, Helen Ventures. Could you elaborate a bit on the capex and the short-run marginal cost for running the system and the key assumptions behind that?
Sorry?
Sorry, the capital expenditure and then the short-run marginal cost.
So the capex really, so for example, what I had on the slide as well, decreasing the capex, for example, even 3 times. We've had customers who, for a battery-only solution, would have had to pay 50,000 euros, and with our battery capacity extender could decrease it to 15,000 euros, for example, just to give you an example. But of course, it depends on the actual power needs of the customer, and thus also the size of the system.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Andrés Andijar, CEO and co-founder of Roofit Solar Energy. Remember, you have 3 minutes. Good luck.
Very good. Thank you. And good morning, brave people. I have 3 minutes, and I would like to leave you with 3 messages. And let's start with the first one. Basically, it is now decided that rooftop solar will be mandatory in Europe. The regulation has been discussed a long time, but now, actually a few weeks ago, it was approved by the European Parliament. And it will be the case, and at least we couldn't imagine the future looking like this. At least when we started the company back in 2017, we already thought it can be done better than that. And what we have also learned, this kind of regular solution is also pretty damaging to the roof and the roof itself. So here comes the second message. And the second message is actually a hypothesis, what we have. We think that the current roofing industry will be actually the solar industry in the future, because if every roof needs to have something to do with solar, it is a very logical step to combine roofing material and the solar into one product, so building integrated solar. And this is exactly what we do. We combine these 2 products into one in a way which is basically invisible. So the roof looks like a regular roof, but it generates electricity. And we can do all the type of roofs and also facades with this type of solution. We want to make it also very easy for the roofers, and that's why we supply also a software tool to actually simplify the design and sales of this type of modules. So where do we stand today? I think we have proven the traction. We have more than 1,000 installations in more than 20 countries. The revenue is growing, and really it's difficult to count the roofs already. But our most famous customer, Duncan, is from UK, because his roofs was presented at the Grand Designs TV show, and within 2 weeks we got 1,000 leads. And now it's time for the third message. I think we are one of the leading BIPV companies today, and we have a very clear plan where we want to go. Point 1, we know how to cut our product cost to be actually more cost effective than a regular system today. Point 2, we have a very unique last mile, or how we go to the market strategy. And as an example, we go to the market through the existing large roofing companies. And we want to earn revenue from each roof, what we do. Break even is expected in 2025, and in order to do that, we are looking with our happy team for 6 million euros additional revenue. Thank you very much.
Jury, you have 2 minutes for questions, please.
I'm just curious. So Tesla couldn't really make it work with their solar tiles. How come you can make it work? What did you crack that they couldn't?
Basically, what we are using a roofing material which is bigger in size, not the small tiles, because producing small tiles and connecting small tiles is it's expensive. So we are using metal roofing, which is very durable roofing material, and where we can actually do it in a pretty big size as one unit. That's why we can do it in an economical way.
Could you elaborate a bit more on the cost perspective with also like existing PV panels, the cost coming down, and how do you manage to stay competitive in that space?
Basically, we need here to compare apples to apples, and the apple-to-apple comparison for us is new roof plus traditional solar panel compared to our two-in-one solution. And at the moment, for example, when we sell in Germany, we are around 15% more expensive than this traditional solution. When we 15. When we can do the cost reduction of the 50%, which I showed by outsourcing our production, at the moment we produce ourselves, but we see in longer term it doesn't make sense to compete with the Chinese on the production side. We are more on the delivering and last mile servicing side. We see that we are below the standard solution pricing.
Thinking as a customer, like 15 years from now, if I bought your solution and you are not producing this product anymore, and I have a damage, so can I replace one of these sort of part of the roof with a commodity product?
Yes. Time is up, but I can tell you later more. You can take the module out, you can replace it with conventional roofing material, and we actually, usually our partners have a warranty stock as well for quite some time.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Next up, Nicholas Weber, CEO and co-founder of Voltiris. Remember, you have 3 minutes. Good luck.
Thank you very much. Hi, everyone. I'm Nicolas. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Voltiris. And today I'll present to you how we deliver sustainable energy to greenhouses. So greenhouse operators are under a lot of pressure because of the increasing energy prices. So their costs have gone up. They went from about 20% of their OPEX in energy to about 40%, which has impacted their profitability. There's also a lot of instability in future energy prices, which reduces the ability of growers to commit to their long production cycles. And finally, there are also increasing demands to improve their sustainability. The largest retailer in Switzerland, Migros, is now requiring all greenhouse operators to be carbon neutral in energy by 2026. Greenhouses represent a huge surface that we could tap in to produce renewable energy. Globally, we're talking about 25 gigawatts of power that could be installed on high-tech greenhouses. However, existing solutions cannot convince growers to be adopted because they all shade greenhouses. So if you put solar panels on top of the greenhouse, you're going to reduce the amount of light that comes in, and therefore the ability of the crops to perform their photosynthesis and therefore to grow. And that's where we come in with Voltiris. We apply a spectral filtering technology with films like this one, where we filter the light coming from the sun. The part of the light spectrum necessary for the growth of the crops goes through our solution and is transmitted to them so that they can grow in the regular way. The part of the crop of the light not used by photosynthesis is harvested and transformed into renewable energy that can be then used to power the greenhouse itself. We also know that our solution can be retrofitted into existing greenhouses, so we can work with the infrastructure that has already been installed. And our production is also behind the meter, so it's very well suited for self-consumption and competitive in regards of its price. Here you can see some of our units deployed in greenhouses. So on the left-hand side, we're working, for example, with the largest cherry tomato producer of Switzerland. What's also nice with our solution is that we're inside the greenhouse, meaning that we don't need any building permits in order to deploy the solution. To growers, we offer them an energy contract, meaning that they don't pay for the asset itself, they pay for the energy that they consume, and therefore they don't need any capital in order to adopt and benefit from our solution. In regards of traction, so we were created in 2022. Since that, we've achieved last year with about 250,000 Swiss francs or euros in sales. We've demonstrated that our solution works on the agronomic and energetic side. And now we're scaling up the size of our projects, thanks to also collaboration that we have ongoing with UTT companies in Switzerland, and also with 3M for the manufacturing of those films. So this year we're on track to close the year with about 1 million in sales. That will be conducted over 3 projects that are now pre-confirmed or confirmed. And behind Voltiris, we have a strong team of complementary co-founders. So Jonas and Dominique are the brains behind what we do. They have backgrounds in physics and engineering. And myself, so I have a background in business and strategy consulting. And with us, we also have a team with expertise in commercial, tech and engineering, finance and project development and operations. And I hope that you'll join us in deploying renewable energy in greenhouses. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Jury, you have 2 minutes for questions, please.
Hi, Adi Wagman from E44 Ventures. How do you compare to semi-transparent PVs? And can you control red, blue, and the relevant colors?
Yeah, thank you very much. That's actually a good question in the sense that semi-transparent solar cells, even if they look like transparent, you still lose quite a lot of transmissivity. I think one of the best companies out there has 80% transmissivity in the power light, meaning that growers would lose 20% of the relevant light for the crops. When you talk with growers, particularly Dutch growers, they would tell you that 1% less light is 1% less yield. So that means that even with semi-transparent solar cells, you'd have a yield reduction that is about 20% for the crops, which is not acceptable for high-tech greenhouse operators. On top of that, there are a lot of challenges regarding retrofitting, installation on regular greenhouses that I won't go into now. But I think the main point is the market access. And thanks to our solution, we have market access because we've tested it also with Dutch growers with the most sensitive crops that are tomatoes.
I'm just curious about, can you tell us a bit more about the capital requirements and working capital requirements of the energy as a service model?
Thanks. So the main point with this is that we don't want the asset to be in our balance sheet because then we would not be capital intensive. And I'm sure that the investors that are here would not like me deploying money into the asset. So what we do at the moment is that we work with utility companies that buy the asset from us and then sell the energy back to the growers. That helps us validate that growers are willing to subscribe to long-term energy contracts, that we're also, the unit economics that we can offer to asset managers are also positive, and that also helps us to deploy quickly with them. Down the line, the idea is that we deploy it also ourselves, but in a separate entity probably, or with different vehicles. There are a lot of solutions in order to finance those assets.
And what kind of gross margins can you achieve?
Yeah, time is up, sorry.
Let's
Thank you
discuss
very
that
much.
towards the issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you for participating in this first track. Both the contestants and the jury, a magnificent job. Thank you very much. We will start with the second track in a few minutes, 11 o'clock, okay? Welcome back. Now it's time for the second track, batteries and value chain. We're excited to have a lot of amazing experts on our jury panel for this track. So please, jury, when you're posing your questions, please introduce yourself to the wonderful people coming up here. Thank you. Once again, we'll repeat the instructions. Rules of competition. Each company has 3 minutes to present. The jury has 2 minutes to ask questions. And I will have to stop you when time runs out, I'm afraid. Okay? So let's welcome our first contestant, William Fitzhugh, co-founder and CEO of Adden Energy. Welcome. Good luck. Maybe you have 3 minutes, sir.
Good morning, everybody. It is such an honor to be here speaking with you today. My name is Will Fitzhugh. I'm one of the co-founders and the CEO of Adden Energy. We are developing next-generation solid-state batteries that will finally make electric vehicles accessible to everybody. Today, practical electric vehicle ownership is largely restricted to those market segments that have dedicated at-home charging options available to them, largely in the form of either a garage or a carport. This has been an excellent early adopter segment for electric vehicles, but as we aim to electrify the general population, say 50% or more electrified, this will quickly become a limiting factor. For example, in the United States, 37% of Americans live in housing units that lack garages or carports. So at-home charging is impossible. Here in Europe, the numbers are even higher. For example, here in Spain, 55% of Spaniards don't have garages or carports. Adden Energy's vision is to enable everybody to electrify by making battery charging as fast as gasoline so that everybody can recharge using public infrastructure with minimal impact to their daily routine. To this end, I am extremely proud to introduce Adden Energy's lithium metal batteries for the first time here at Energy Tech Summit. This is the world's fastest charging lithium metal battery. It can fully charge in less than 10 minutes. And at that very high charge rate, it lasts over 5,000 cycles. So we have 10x advantages over the competition in terms of both charge rate and cycle lifetime. These metrics are exceptionally important to the automotive OEMs. Adden Energy is on track to deliver pre-A samples, these exact cells, to 10 global auto OEMs this year, including 4 in Europe. And we are on track to deliver our first A sample by 2026. I'm very humbled to work alongside a world-class leadership team at Adden Energy, and we're very thankful to our development partners who have made this possible, including Harvard University, where the technology was originally developed, and our funding partners, both within the United States government and our equity investors. I'd love to answer any questions you have. To any European VCs in the audience, we are currently raising and have a slot that we would really like to fill with a European VC because growth in Europe is going to be so important for our go-to-market strategy. I know it was really short, but that's a 3-minute pitch. Happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you very much. Jury, you have 2 minutes for questions.
Thank you. Very impressive. Are you looking to build your own manufacturing? Are you going to be a licensing model? Are you going to be, I'm trying to understand what's the future capital uses, I guess, and intensity.
Yes, it's a very good question. So these cells are fully manufactured on lithium-ion production equipment. So everything we use today is all lithium-ion production equipment. We aim to be a full cell manufacturer, so leverage existing infrastructure to manufacture the cells ourselves. We are potentially open to working with established cell manufacturers to get to market sooner, but the big fish is to be the full cell manufacturer, so we're going to continue to pursue that, and if an earlier avenue becomes available to us, we'll take it. The question was, could I expand a little bit on our go-to-market strategy? So the gatekeepers here are the automotive OEMs. It's a long road to getting cells into automotive hands. We are now working with, as I mentioned, 10 different global OEMs, including 4 in Europe, on what we call pre-A samples. So the end of that engagement would be a joint development agreement, and then we start developing A samples with them for one of their particular product lines. So currently, we are working with their engineering teams to see which of their in-house projects, when they're going to come to market, what the technical requirements are, so that we can focus our cell developments along those ends. We anticipate generating revenue next year with our first paid samples, and then full production 2028.
What about the energy density compared to other battery technologies?
So, question was on our energy density. We are lithium metal, so the energy density can be quite large, 400 plus watt hours per kilogram. The cells we're making now are just under 350 because we're really focused on our competitive advantage in charge rate and lifetime, but we can go higher.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Rutger van Ralten, Francisco Morone, co-founder and CEO of Alchemio. Remember, you have 3 minutes. Okay. Good luck.
Okay, hi everyone. I am Francisco. I am CEO and co-founder of Alchemio. We know that the energy transition is driving this incremental growth on the metal industry, and that we are facing a big shortage in the supply of critical minerals. The big problem here is that while we have all these decentralized feedstock sources that come from mining, tailings, or even recycling, we must ship all these materials to huge centralized refining facilities that are mainly located in China. So at Alchemio, we have this clear vision on decentralizing the refining market by collocating our modular and low-cost technology in the same place our feedstock is coming. So in this way, we not only can reduce the transportation fees and the green gas emissions, but also we can increase the revenue for both parties. We have a 3-stage process. In the first stage is a bioleaching with organic acids that are produced by our own microorganisms. And the second stage, and here is our secret sauce, is that we develop this molecular complex that is capable of selectively attracting the metals that we intend to extract, for example, lithium or neodymium. And then we applied a magnetic field for making a super efficient and fast extraction. We have a team of second-time founders, but we also complement this team with experts in chemistries, engineers, and microbiologists, and we are currently working with 3 special consultants that are experts in the different fields of our innovations. This team already validated our proof of concept at lab scale with high efficiencies in the different stages of the process. We have 2 LOIs signed, and recently we are working with 2 key mining companies of rare earth elements from Brazil that they want to test our technology with their sources. In the next following month, we will be filing our first patent, and we have this vision of creating a portfolio of affinity molecules for each metal that we will be extracting. And as we visualize or have the vision of decentralize the market, we have 2 big pillars in our business model. The first one is building integrated refinery plants in joint venture with different miners or recyclers around the world by collocating our modular technology in situ. And the huge ambition is to license our technology as a product to third-party refiners around the world or miners that want to make this closed-loop model using Alchemio's technology. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jury, you have 2 minutes for questions.
Thank you very much. Esha Lipman from Extantia Capital. So in raw materials, the play is about the cost. What do you think will be the cost per ton, let's say, for lithium or other metals that you can extract? And also, it would be really great to understand what's the energy consumption, if you have any, for the process.
Okay, regarding the cost, we are currently, our OPEX is $7 per kilogram of extract or processed metal. And the energy consumption, it's, I don't have the exact number, but it's super low because magnetism don't use energy and that. So.
what different materials have you demonstrated this system on? Like what different metals have you tried? And what's the kind of the purities that you're able to achieve?
Okay, our proof of concept, we did it with lithium. We have created this affinity molecule that is specific for the lithium extraction, and we reached 95% of the recovery. The next metals we are working on, it's neodymium and dysprosium, and the pipeline continue with cobalt, nickel, and manganese.
Could you please tell us a little bit more about the financing requirements, both in equity and maybe working capital or kind of like infrastructure financing?
Oh, sorry, can you?
The financing requirements, both in equity and then maybe also kind of like working capital or infrastructure financing. Are you planning to raise capital?
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Well, we just got accepted in Berkeley's accelerator program, so this month we'll be focusing on the technology. And we are planning to raise our seed round of 1.5 million by the second or third Q of this year. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you to all.
Next up, we have Rutger van Rauten, co-founder and CEO of CarbonX. Remember, you have 3 minutes. You're right.
Okay, day one took its toll on my voice, so bear with me for that. The demand for electric vehicles is growing, but raw material supply chains are falling behind. And if you take graphite, used as the electrode material for the anode, 95% of graphite is coming from China. And that creates a geopolitical dependency, which leaves the supply chain vulnerable to disruptions. With CarbonX, we actually decouple automotive and battery makers from the geopolitical dependency by creating a localized supply chain. And we do that with a patented emulsion feedstock technology that we combine with a 90-year-old process to make actually carbon black. So out comes a drop-in alternative for graphite, which can be replaced 1-to-1. Currently, we have access to 40,000 tons per annum divided over Europe and US, which we basically do with our production partners owning the assets. The 40,000 tons per annum is representing supply to almost 20 gigawatt hours, basically 20 gigafactories. Not only do we provide security of supply locally, CarbonX is price competitive. And actually, because we're using a lower temperature process, which already produces the material in 3 milliseconds, we have a 5-time lower carbon footprint than synthetic graphite. We're the first team worldwide producing a graphite drop-in at this scale and at such price levels. And up to now, we have supplied 1,000 tons to cell makers and EV OEMs from 3 different sites globally, and the material qualifications are currently ongoing. Over the last 6 months, we've locked in 6 non-binding offtake agreements, representing a total value of almost 500 million euros supplied in 2030. As I said, material qualifications are ongoing to see how the material functions in each of the chemistries of our clients. So my name is Rutger van Raalte. We have raised 14 million euros so far to get to this scale. And I ask you to help us build a more resilient supply chain to make sure that Europe and the United States can actually source anode materials independently. Thank you.
Thank you. Jury, you have 2 minutes for your questions, please.
So you have raised already 40 million? And
14.
Oh, 14? Okay, so how much is going to be your next round, and how much of equity would you need to grow your business?
Yeah, thanks for your question. We've raised 14 million euros so far. We developed the technology for tire industry initially, so that's why we got to scale. Figuring out that sustainable tires is something that's not yet ready for the market. Our next plans are actually on securing a binding offtake agreement, preparing then for a Series A of around 40 million euros to build mixing sites in US and in Europe.
So, as you know, there are other folks that do the do the drop-in for anode materials? Nano One, Sila, others. How do you compare to some of the others in terms of down the line, the costs?
Yeah, thank you. The question is, there are many other drop-in solutions, some involving silicon with higher energy densities. I think our strength is in cost and supply. So we can fully supply the graphite that's being used today. We're also developing a track where we can incorporate silicon with dry mixing. So that's also a next generation type of product. On cost, we are cheaper than synthetic graphite. We're basically offering now on par with natural graphite from China. And these are cost levels most of the drop-ins cannot meet.
You've obviously made a lot of progress. Curious, so kudos. But curious, what sort of challenges do you see in the next sort of leg of the journey?
Okay, so the question is about the challenges for us in the near future. I think it was already mentioned, EV OEMs is usually taking a lot of time to get qualified. We're currently in B sample stage. The challenge, I think, is that with procurement, they're looking for graphite, and we're not substance identified as a graphite, we are a modified carbon black. So our challenge is basically in working with strategy, with tech, and with procurement at the same time.
Thank you.
And that's quite challenging.
I have to stop you there, I'm afraid. Sorry. Thank you very much. Next up, we have Radovan Gallo, co-founder and CEO of Flux Aviation. Remember, you have 3 minutes, sir. Good luck.
Good morning. My name is Radovan Gallo, and I'm the co-founder and CEO of Flux Aviation. And my mission for today is to convince you that the future of flight is electric. As most industries are reducing their emissions on the journey to net zero, aviation is projected to nearly double its output between now and 2050. But as you can see, aviation emissions are not evenly distributed. The big spike on the left represents all short-haul domestic and regional flights. In fact, all journeys below 500-mile distance altogether account for 20% of all aviation emissions, which translates to over 200 million tons of CO2 annually. And that is what we set as our target, to electrify and decarbonize. Because this is part of our vision to build a more connected world where everyone has access to low-cost and zero-emission transportation options, giving them access to better education, better healthcare, and better career opportunities. To achieve this vision, we are developing electric propulsion systems that will revolutionize how we power airplanes. These are complete systems that include electric motors, batteries, and power electronics, all in one package that's designed to be retrofitted into a range of existing aircraft. This will make flying over 40% cheaper, dramatically quieter, while producing no emissions in flight. I'm a chartered aerospace engineer with experience from Formula One. In my previous startup, I was leading development of highly regulated medical devices. My co-founder, Neo, has spent years developing cutting-edge electric motors at Dyson. And we are starting by electrifying the training aircraft market. This category of aviation benefits heavily from very streamlined regulations, making it cheaper and quicker for us to bring new products to market. And it's allowing us to prove the technology, gain customer feedback, and work closely with regulatory agencies before scaling our technology to larger and more heavily regulated aircraft categories. Because like I said, our ultimate goal is to electrify and decarbonize all domestic and regional flights. This is currently the fastest growing segment of aviation, fueled by growing demand globally for direct point-to-point connections between smaller cities. As a company, we are moving incredibly quickly, which is virtually unheard of in traditional aerospace. In just the last 12 months, we have successfully tested our full-scale prototype system, and we have developed and patented our next-generation battery modules. We have also bought our own aircraft in September that we are now converting to electric power to act as our flying demonstrator. It's nearly finished and is scheduled to fly next month in May. But it's not just us that are excited to see it fly, because we are building a world where aircraft manufacturers have a choice to either continue fitting polluting combustion engines or switch to cheaper, quieter, and zero-emission electric power. And to make this a reality, we are now opening our seed round of £1.5 million that will allow us to launch a commercial product in the UK and in the European markets in the next 12 months. So join us to make the next revolution in aviation possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jury, you have 2 minutes for questions.
Hi, Yasha Lipman from Extension Capital. Very impressive and inspiring solution, but there are some other competitors that are slightly more advanced than you, like aviation or other, maybe even eVTOL, which is a bit different than what you're trying to develop. Do you think there is a room for such a solution, and how can you differentiate?
Yeah, absolutely. So we are not trying to compete with eVTOL companies like you mentioned because of the range and utility. eVTOL focuses on urban mobility, while conventional aircraft give you nearly double the range for the same battery capacity. So you can connect cities to cities, you can connect remote communities, and we're really fueled by existing demand because aircraft, they have a very long lifespan. They have typically 60, 70-year life cycle. So aircraft that are flying today will still be flying in 2060, 2070. By replacing the engines for electric zero-emission alternative, you can give them a new lease of life, continue flying. So rather than scrapping them completely and buying a whole new airframe, you can actually get a benefit from keeping existing aircraft flying.
How will you or your customers solve the challenge of charging? Because I guess there needs to be some fast charging, right? Because often, especially if you have the regional flights, the planes are taking off half an hour later.
Yeah, absolutely. So for the training aircraft fleet, the charging problem is not as big because most local airfields and small airfields where flying schools operate, they already have three-phase power, so they're ready to install a proper charging point. In terms of commercial aircraft and having the 30-minute turnaround that all the airlines really want, there is already a megawatt charging standard that's being implemented as a solution both for like HGVs, marine, and even aerospace applications. And recently, last year, we visited Sweden, where they actually installed one of these chargers at their airfield, and it cost 300,000 euros and was a 6-month project. So it's not a huge expense in terms of capital expenditure compared to switching to something like hydrogen, for example.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up, we have James Eaton, the CEO and co-founder of Ionetic. That's right. You have 3 minutes, sir. Good luck.
Hi, everyone. I'm James. I'm the CEO and co-founder at Ionetic, and I'm going to tell you how we deliver a 90% saving in the development of automotive battery packs. First thing you need to know is actually 2 groups of car companies in the world. You can't collect them all in one. There are niche vehicle companies, buses, trucks, supercars, the things that drive around airports. Loads of them in the world, but they don't make very many vehicles. They have very small vehicle development budgets, but quite low sensitivity to unit cost. All of this is opposite for all the car companies you think about most. They have loads of money to develop new vehicles, but high sensitivity to unit cost. The problem, everything's set up for them. If you want to electrify this, it's fine. You spend $50 million, good to go. They don't have $50 million. Leads to quotes like this. We don't see any way to electrify our vehicles with what's available on the market. So we need to make it cheaper. We need to make it 10 times cheaper. And here's how we do that. We're a one-stop shop for battery pack design, test, and manufacture. We take inputs from our customers like energy, power, mass, cost, and we take engineering inputs, materials, geometries, adhesives, and we feed that into our platform where we combine all these things in software and hardware so we can do lots of different battery packs. So in the design phase, now what we're doing is we're taking the hardware and we're scaling it to whatever shape you want it to be. In testing, we can now reduce this by 80%. Just do 80% less testing, it's all still fine. And then in manufacturing, we can do really flexible manufacturing systems, build all these battery packs on the same manufacturing line, reducing the CapEx massively. And when you do this, you can do 10 times cheaper development cost. Now costs 4 million instead of 40, and actually give customers a route to market. So our route to market, we start this year, we're going to deploy our prototype production capability, next year's first full WAC production line, and then we'll scale to over 200 million in revenue and 1 gigawatt hour of production in 2027. We have an incredible team. I have 6 years experience designing battery packs. Andy Palmer, our chairman, former CEO Aston Martin and COO of Nissan. Stephen set up JLR's Gigafactory, $250 million setup there. And we have our first main customer, Alexander Dennis. That's me, stood in front of one of their buses. We're doing a $750,000 development program to unlock their battery order, which I've not put on here, but it's hundreds of millions of pounds. We also have more in the pipeline as well. Total addressable market, $32 billion. So in 2030, we're going to do 800 million in revenue. And we're raising 6 million. We're going to do this, onboard more customers, get 10 Alexander Dennis's, and you're doing $1 billion in revenue a year. deploy our first prototype production facility, and grow our team and capability. We're doing all this to turn Ionetic in the go-to for battery pack design and manufacture. Hopefully that was enough of a teaser for you to come and speak to me after this. You scan that QR code, email me, come and grab me, and 3 seconds left. Thanks.
Thank you. Jury, you have 2 minutes for your questions.
Yeah, Tommaso Derigi from Neuron. What's the sample state advancement of your commercial conversation and all the other 3 customers that you mentioned? And what's your go-to-market? Because that's a quite specific one for
Yeah, so
what you're targeting.
Alexander Dennis, world's largest double-decker bus manufacturer. We're literally designing their next generation battery pack now. Like, we're getting paid for that. We're 4 months into that. That'll take about 10 more months. After that, they place an order, offtake agreement, and kind of off from there. We have 4 other really advanced customers. They've all indicated they want to go ahead. It's just now working out the commercial and technical terms on that.
Sample A, sample B, like...
Well, yeah, so that's an A sample,
Okay.
the Alexander Dennis project.
Okay.
Then we'll do B and C in a further development program, and then hit SOP maybe 2026.
Only competitor, like there's no anybody else. Like in the...
Well, so the others will start in A sample and go through as well. So it's normal automotive development cycle, yeah.
Thank you.
Hi, thanks. Could you talk about, I guess, the progress you've made in terms of product between design and manufacturing side of things?
Yeah, so we have battery packs. You can come and see them, touch them in our labs in London. I know that's probably quite easy for you if you want to come see them. But yeah, you can come and see them. They're real. I mean, I think we're about TRL 5 or 6, depending on how you want to categorize it. In about 9 months' time, we'll be TRL 8. So we're making pretty fast progress on that. But yeah, we've done several iterations of the prototype. We're just running our validation, our automotive DVP, on our own architecture at the moment, so we can validate, there's 10,000 design decisions in a battery pack. The architecture is like 8,000 of them. So we're validating those 8,000, and the remaining few, that's what allows us to tailor the battery solution to every customer, so you can have exactly what you need every time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Alex Kos-Jakov, CEO of Natrion Incorporated. Remember, sir, you have 3 minutes. Good luck.
Hello, everyone. My name is Alex Koskov, and I'm the co-founder and CEO of Natrion, a battery technology company based in the US. And we believe solid-state batteries are the future. In general, of course, these batteries are safer and much better performance than current lithium-ion. And really the problem is that we don't know how to manufacture them right now with current gigafactories. The science has been sound for a while. And so you take, for example, this is Northvolt's gigafactory that they're building out. Once it's done, it's going to be worth about $5 billion. And reconfiguring the processes and equipment towards solid-state battery assembly is going to cost almost as much as that original capital investment. So that's why at Natrion we've developed a material we call LISIC. This is a solid-state electrolyte separator that has complete compatibility with existing battery gigafactory processes. So you can drop this in on today's production lines, it doesn't matter the chemistry or the cell form factor, and start producing solid-state cells at high volumes and low costs. Now, LISIC's been validated in current generation lithium-ion chemistries as well as next generation lithium metal cells. And in particular, these lithium metal cells are exciting because it can enable manufacturers to make significant leaps in energy density as well as safety. So for example, our lithium metal cells have been demonstrated to not enter thermal runaway at temperatures as high as 250 Celsius, and all the while we're maintaining manufacturing cost parity at the cell level and actually enabling cost efficiencies at a battery pack level. We've been shipping out cells and the LISIC material by itself to OEMs for them to test and qualify and evaluate. And now we're at a point where really to do more, we need larger volumes of LISIC material. Hence why we're raising now to build our first full-size production line for the LISIC. It'll give us about 20 tons per annum, enough for 240 megawatt hours. And that'll get us through our factory floor integration pilots and to initial offtake agreements. How we're thinking about monetizing this is we can generate project that we can generate 33 million per gigawatt hour of cell manufacturing capacity that we service. So some of these larger gigafactories that are coming online can be quite significant on a per year basis as far as revenue that we can bring in. We are raising our Series A round for this production line build out where we're targeting 30 million. And I'm happy to provide more details on that to anybody interested. My last slide here is our team. So I started this company right out of college with my co-founder Thomas. We now have 20 total on our staff. The R&D is being led by Duke and Dashang, who have over 40 years of experience in electrochemical device development. And our process scale-up is being led by Krishna, who was at Corning for 11 years, part of the team that developed Gorilla Glass. He was at QuantumScape. He was even chief data scientist for the state of Illinois. So thank you very much for listening, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Jury, you have 2 minutes for questions, please.
Hey, Alex, thank you for this. Can you talk about, you mentioned that the process of integrating into existing manufacturing is relatively straightforward. What is that process? I mean, how does a gigafactory set up in Northvolt or someone else actually integrate your solid state separators?
Yeah, great question. So lithium-ion cells right now that are using liquid electrolyte have a polyolefin or similar type separator. And so it's really, we're substituting the role with our separator, except our separator is a fully dense solid state electrolyte, but we have the same flexibility. We're typically in the same range of thickness and same mechanical strength and so forth. That's why the equipment can stay the same.
Jury, any more questions for this young man?
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Now it's time for Anastasia Kuskova, the CEO and founder of Sirius. Remember, you have 3 minutes. Good luck.
Fossil fuel economy is powered by fossil fuels. Green economy is powered by metals. That is why metal companies today are under immense pressure to become greener. I'm a former chief sustainability officer in a multi-billion-dollar metal and battery producer. And you might think that my day looked like this. But actually, it looked like this. Or this. Or this. In fact, sustainability teams in the metal companies and the metal supply chain spend more than 75% of their time on managing ESG data. And this is not how we achieve green metals for the net zero. That is why we built Sirius. With Sirius, we are creating an AI-powered sustainability data infrastructure for metal and battery value chain. So companies are empowered by data, not drowning in it. Here's how it works. First, our algorithm captures data from various sources and builds a unique sustainability twin for a mining or metal company. Then, using this twin, companies across the supply chain can easily access or share information in any format. Then, our algorithm finds trends, identifies stakeholder priorities, and helps teams focus on what really matters. In just 15 months, we won as clients leading industry giants, together covering more than 11% of battery metal market. But for us, this is just the beginning. Our vision is to become a connective tissue for the entire industry. Something wrong with the graph. Yeah, so there should be a circle. Connective tissue for the entire industry, linking the twins to the metal exchanges, banks, and verifiers. And we have just the right team to make it happen. Together, we have more than 20 years of experience in the metal and battery value chain, and we have known each other for many years. I'm a former sustainability officer, and I built a battery traceability startup together with Tesla. Sergey is a Boston Consulting Group alumnus and a former executive in metal industry. And Seva is our data guru, and he actually built one of the top supercomputers before. And together, we will empower green transition of the battery value chain. So let's get serious.
Thank you. Jury, you have 2 minutes for your questions.
Why would you need a digital twin to get the data? Why can't you just take it from the hardware?
Come again, please?
Why would you need a digital twin to actually extract the data? Why can't you just extract the data from the hardware or from like local operation and then bring it to the cloud?
No, that's exactly what we do. So we just call it sustainability twin, so that when we communicate, it's clear that this is like a sustainability database, a unique digital profile. So it works like a single sign-on on Google that you like you do. We just call it a twin because it captures the data and it has a very good mental image for the clients.
Okay.
So
okay.
yeah,
Thank you.
it's not really a digital twin of the site, etc. Yeah.
Thank you for your pitch. Can you please elaborate about the business model and what you think you can leverage from each customer?
Absolutely. So what's our business model? So we are SaaS, which is strange in this lineup. But so we are SaaS and we charge by the number of queries to the twin. So usually on our typical clients, it's in thousands. For some, it's 1,000, 2,000. For some, it's tens, because they receive a lot of requests from the entire supply chain, from customers, customers of their customers, customers of their customers of their customers, etc. And also now banks and any other stakeholders. So yeah.
And you're not planning to monetize the demand side?
Yes, we're already working with some OEMs so that they can access twins of their metal suppliers. And with metal exchanges, we're building with several key metal exchanges with the same approach. So yeah, both sides. Ideal case, everybody pays.
Thank you. Could you talk about your data acquisition strategy and how you make sure that everything is accurate?
Yeah, so what's our data acquisition strategy and how we make sure that everything is accurate? So we definitely come to the companies that are already quite mature, so they have to measure. We don't measure. We have collaboration with some measurement companies, but we don't measure. So first they have to have some data, and then during onboarding, we create like a decision tree on which data, just finish the answering quickly, so that we identify decision tree, what data we should count as primary, and on which to rely on if there is a conflict in data, which is quite a common case.
Thank you. Next up, Saina Trufat, Chief Commercial Officer at Swoby. Remember, you have 3 minutes. Good luck.
Hi, everybody. It's great to be here. My name is Sina, CCO at Swoby. We are a provider of battery swapping stations that can charge different kinds of batteries all within one station. We work with logistics and mobility companies to help them lower the cost of operations while ensuring that charging does not lead to fires. Founded in 2020 out of Berlin, we now operate in 9 countries. We just launched in the US, which is very exciting, and we have the safest product on the market. We work with more than 50 great customers, charging a total of more than 20,000 batteries. So we have all these stations, but what's the actual problem we're solving? The big problem of micromobility is the cost of operations. You have to imagine vans driving in and out of cities every day, transporting batteries to be charged at warehouses outside of town, and then be redeployed with the vehicles in city centers. We know that this cost eats up a large chunk of the revenue from a delivered parcel or a scooter ride, with the cost of labor being the major cost driver. Our solution to this problem is the Swoby network, a network of battery swapping stations allowing users to swap their batteries on the go while we take care of charging. Our network is accompanied by a software solution providing an open API and valuable insights into the battery pool and operations. Now going one level deeper, how exactly are we solving the problem? I'm highlighting 2 use cases here, starting with Voi, one of the largest micromobility providers in Europe and a user of Swoby's infrastructure. Now Voi is faced with the need of having to drastically cut the cost per battery swap. And one way to do so is to increase the battery swapping capacity per hour while keeping costs constant. With our network, Voice employees can start their shift directly at the Swabi locations in the city center instead of having to drive in from a warehouse outside of town. This not only saves them 20% in costs, it also ensures charging safety 24/7. The second use group I'll highlight are delivery workers in cities like New York. These people drive 160 kilometers a day. They pay $100, $150 a month to charge their batteries in e-bike shops or garages, and they often carry heavy spare batteries with them to fulfill their shift. With our battery subscription service, they get access to all the stations in the city, a free upgrade to our battery, and unlimited swaps for $2 a day. And the city is happy because e-bike charging just got safer. I'd love to tell you more, but if I can leave one thing with you, it's that we've only just begun. And as developing and emerging markets adopt electric two-wheelers at scale, charging is where we really can make a difference to make energy clean, accessible, and affordable. We are raising right now. We're also looking for partners, so please grab me at the coffee shop or get in touch with me on LinkedIn. Thank you.
Thank you. Jury, you have 2 minutes for questions, please.
How do you see like the ban of several e-scooters in Europe, right? Especially like Paris was the first one, but it's following with other.
Yeah, that has definitely affected our customer base, but we see it as a positive thing that now demand is kind of consolidating and you have a couple of winners emerging from this industry. After Bird's bankruptcy and other players leaving the market, we actually see that there is a stable demand for those mobility rides, and there are a couple of winners emerging with whom we're lucky to work, such as Lime, Voi, and the likes.
But the station is the same for e-scooters and e-bikes, or is it a different one?
Yeah, we see that e-bikes are a bit less regulated because cities often favor them over kick scooters because people still move a little bit. It's a sort of sporty still. But that's definitely something that is going to continue to be active in Europe. The good thing is we do not only rely on revenue from, let's say, the transportation of people, but also transportation of goods. So we work with lots of companies in logistics as well who don't see their licenses to operate threatened.
Do most of your customers own the batteries, or do you own the batteries? And if you own some, I guess with the delivery drivers you do, how do you finance this?
Yeah, good question. So indeed, we operate two models. We have a network of private stations, such as the ones Voi is using, and in that case, they come in with their own batteries. We don't interfere there. But indeed, for the delivery drivers, we own the batteries, so we're sitting on those assets. We have a SPV for that, so we use that financing to purchase those assets, working with banks, and that has been working really well.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. And thank you. Next one up, David Outsanji, co-founder and CEO of Wolfgang. You have 3 minutes, sir. Good luck.
Thanks a lot. So now you can relax. I'm the last one, and I'm just telling you how we overcome the climate crisis. And actually, we just need to tackle the biggest polluters in the world. And that's the energy and the industrial sector. And the industrial sector is easy to decarbonize, to be honest. We just put on every company a solar panel, we electrify their cars, and then we just, in order to use the sun energy in the night for the EV cars, we need battery storage systems. But why is not everybody doing it? First of all, batteries are expensive. Then, they are not sustainable, and they are not available right now. So we come with the idea of just reusing electric vehicles after their first life on the street, requalifying them, and putting them into an amazing stationary storage system. But to enable second life, you need to have some secret sauces. So first of all, everybody needs to know that you are the one premium and sustainable battery storage provider. Then you need to have direct contracts with the automotive OEMs to get the supply. Therefore, you have the brand awareness. Then you need to also outperform the automotive testing by having proprietary testing facilities. And built an amazing battery storage system, which you can take for an Aldi store or also for grid scale opportunities. Therefore, you have the technical advantage. And then you need to get into the market and make the batteries as profitable as possible. And that's possible with a smart energy management system. And in a combination with our European partner network, which are selling and deploying local batteries for us, there we also have our sales advantage. But that's actually really theoretically. So we are already doing it. Just in the last, like in Q4 last year, we made roughly 2 million in revenue. And in the production we are currently, we can go up to over 20 million. And that with an amazing margin. So we also hired all the people we need to now scale up really quickly. We secured the battery supply, we scaled up our production and also our tech proven, and just last month we had the best Voltfang sales months in our history. Now we are raising 8 million to become the one player in the energy market. And to be honest, we don't have so much time to overcome the climate crisis. So now we need to invest into the executors. And we are the ones who are executing. We are the ones who are building an energy provider who is there with sustainable batteries. If you want to know more, you can also read our impact report. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jury, you have 2 minutes for your questions.
Actually, we don't actually need so much capex. So in the end, in the current production, we are with 1,200 square meters. We invested roughly 200K and are able to make over 20 million in revenue. If we scale it up a little bit more, we have a gigafactory. So in the end, our capex need is de minimis in order to our revenues, to be honest. People to say that we have 6 production employees right now who are making like this kind of revenues, and we see that also automation will help us to grow really, scale it up really quickly without the labor need, to be honest.
What is the lifespan of each one of those units? Each one of these batteries inside a unit need to be in the same kind of state, or it can be multiple changes?
So they need to be roughly the same. Therefore, we have the proprietary testing in front of it, so we can grade them together. But to be honest, currently the batches are nearly same graded. So therefore, we can use this from the same batches for different kind of storage systems. But yeah, they need to be roughly in the same grading. But that's actually also the same case with new batteries, because they have also some differences. So our proprietary testing system, which we always set as an inbound, helps us also in the production to put them into the batches.
Thank you.
Hi, Masaki Yano from EI. Can you talk a little bit about your feedstock? There's many different countries in your companies in your business.
Yeah.
Are you already using Second Life, or is it like a B grade First Life?
So currently we have most of our batteries come from second use, so overproduction batteries, which can also be supplied over the next 3 years. We already got our Second Life batteries, and we see that in the next 3 to 5 years, a huge batch of batteries will come back, and then we are prepared with the whole data we are generating currently for the Second Life stock as well, and the battery prices will also decrease at that time. So currently we have a lot of Second Life, second use batteries, but the future will be Second Life.
Many thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. A big thanks to presenters and our wonderful jury. A very productive round, I'm sure you'll agree. We'll have our third track at 12 o'clock, so you have a very small break to come back for some more amazing startups. Thank you very much. Welcome back. It's time for our third track, Green Molecules. So we're delighted to have our team of experts back on our jury for this track. As questions arise, can I remind you, please, to introduce yourselves when you take the microphone before you ask your questions. Thank you. Remember the rules. You have 3 minutes for your pitch and 2 minutes for jury questions, okay? So let's get started. Give a warm welcome to the first presenter, Tiago Figueiredo, co-founder and CBO at 1S1 Energy. Remember, so you have 3 minutes. Good luck.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Hi. So yeah, we're working on breakthrough PEM technology for both electrolysis and also developing fuel cell components along the way. So I mean, I think this crowd here knows that electrolyzers are rather unreliable, use way too much electricity, not durable, and also very expensive at the moment. And again, I'm probably not the first startup to tell you, and others will come that will say, essentially, you know, this can be done, and you'll be a bit skeptical. So just bear with me 2 minutes. So what's so special about 1S1 Energy? So when we looked at the problem with PM, by the way, we figured out that everybody's kind of tackling the symptoms of the issues that are associated with PM, but we didn't see much people actually targeting what's one of the root causes of what caused this. And these root causes are actually the proton exchange groups. And essentially, we managed to find new ones, patented, and they actually work quite well, allowing us to completely rethink the electrochemical cell. So we're working on all the components ourselves and developing a vertically integrated electrolyzer based upon the element boron. By the way, we're not a spin-off of anywhere, so all IP is controlled by the company. So, I mean, simply, if you want an electrolyzer, what you want to see is the least amount of electricity used at the highest possible throughput, so you have a smaller system. So today we already meet the goals for Europe in 2030, and our projections suggest we can go much lower than that with generation 1 and generation 2, which is a high temperature. So today when we look at the market, you have either traditional PM uses way too much electricity to get but operates a high throughput, or some other technologies seem cool, but actually in electricity use, but don't tell the whole picture. These are going to be massive systems with this kind of throughput. So in terms of business development, what we're doing is we're piloting. This is our first pilot. It's a large electrochemical area with Enel Green Power and Politecnico Torino, and we're just going to sign a pilot of 2.2 million with a steel and utility company to go from a 6 kilowatt all the way to 100 kilowatts, which is the basis for our modularized solution, which is this 1 megawatt module here in the right that can be put into any size of operation. So because we're vertically integrated, some of the components actually work on fuel cells, and for the past 3 years, we've been working with chemical companies and fuel cell companies to potentially license or sell the components to them. So this is us. Dan and Sukanta, CEO, CTO, have been working together for the past 15 years, finish each other's sentences, build companies, license technologies. I built and sold a business before 1S1 Energy, so we do bring some interesting experience in the entrepreneurial side, but also in the academic side, you know, in developing novel technology. So where we are now, we are closing, actually this week, hopefully we're just signing the first closing of our seed of 1.5 million. And this is the building that actually we are about to rent. And the idea is we would raise up to 1.5 million. We're not too fussed about it because the pilot, you know, is an interesting non-dilutive way to fund our stack development. But obviously we would invite strategic investors, and it's pretty simple. We're going to develop our own infrastructure, you know, go to 100 kilowatts, you know, be able to achieve high temperature PM and also additional revenue. Thank you for your time, and please reach out.
Thank you. Jury, you have 2 minutes for questions, please. No questions for this young man? No? Yes? Thank you, sir.
Thanks for the pitch. Can you tell us a little bit more on the competitive advantage to your competitors out there that work on the same thing?
Sure. So, I mean, I think that the field is very broad, so you have different flavors of electrolysis. We've chosen PM, honestly, because we believe it has the best fundamentals. So it pairs better with renewables. You can operate at very high throughput, so you can have a smaller system, and theoretically, you can increase the efficiency of the cell quite a lot. So, and this is what we're working for. So essentially what we see now is that we managed to show that we can increase the proton conductivity. Is a little bit technical, but essentially improving the cell efficiency. We also are able to improve durability by kicking out the former proton exchange groups of ours, but we have several other innovations that we want to work with, and we're just scratching the surface. So the whole point for us is like we want to build the best electrolyzer that uses the least amount of energy, but also at a highest possible throughput, so you have a smaller system. So that's how we believe we're going to compete. It's not just one or the other, it's actually being able to achieve both. And the second generation of our tech is when we go to high temperatures, and this will even lower the electricity use beyond what people call the 100% barrier, and that's what we're working on. It started to test that in Italy for fuel cells at the moment.
Thanks.
Any more questions? Then thank you very much, sir. Next up, we have Gabrielius Citas, business developer at ETB Global BV. Remember, you have 3 minutes, sir. Good luck.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for the introduction. It's a pleasure to be on the stage. Today, I'm going to introduce you ETB Global, a technology developer for bio-based butadiene. First of all, what is butadiene? Butadiene is a building block for rubber and plastic industry, and it's used in a variety of products, from Lego bricks, latex gloves, tires, and even perfume. However, the problem with the conventional butadiene comes from the roots of its production. It is produced using fossil-based feedstock, which emits more than 30 million tons of CO2 on an annual basis. This is equivalent as annual emissions of more than 6 million gasoline cars. ETB Global offers a solution. We innovated a way of transforming bio-based ethanol into bio-based butadiene through a one-step catalytic conversion. Not only do we offer a drop-in molecule that does not disrupt the value chain, but most importantly, we cut the CO2 emissions by 60%, and we reduce the energy consumption by 2/3 compared to the conventional way. And the market demand is clear. Taking, for example, one of the largest butadiene users in the world, tire manufacturing industry, they have a clear goal to have green tires by 2030. They know, and we know, they cannot do it without bio-based butadiene. And that's why we are accelerating through the steps of our development. We have our pilot plant up and running. We're on the verge of building our demo plant, and these steps will take us to the final technology de-risking and make us build our first commercial plant. Of course, our ambition to bring the technology to the market has not been without recognition. One of the biggest milestones we achieved was last year, where we got €5 million grant from GTF European Fund that will help us build our demo plant. And of course, the development would not be possible without our team. Together, we hold more than 100 years of experience within the catalytic and petrochemical industry. So the question is, who is ready to join our pathway to decarbonization and make bio-based butadiene available together? Thank you.
Jury, 2 minutes for your questions, please.
You mentioned that your process is 60% less GHG intense than conventional processing methods. How much of that is because of your actual process, and how much of that is predicated on the use of green ethanol?
So most of the emissions come from the feedstock, right? So that's where we aim to reduce it, and that's where we reduce the emissions. And the process itself also reduces the emissions just because we cut the energy consumption and we use one step instead of two steps.
Thank you.
Thanks for the pitch. How much, or what else can you do after the first material with the technologies? Do you have the potential to build a platform in that way, to have more materials, or what are the next markets that you tackle?
Good question. Thank you. Indeed, we focus on bio-based butadiene. That's where our effort is going towards. But we also have an opportunity to valorize hydrogen. There's not the biggest amount of hydrogen coming out, but there is a potential in the future.
Do you currently meet industry standard in terms of purity and the grade of the actual material that you produce?
So yes, we do, and currently we're trying to excel or accelerate and big it on a scale version so that it could be tested and any necessary steps would be taken to actually prove the purity and everything that's needed.
Can you give us a sense of the challenges on the qualification of the product and how many potential clients have they qualified the product and validated that they fit on their process?
Sorry, could you repeat?
So your customers, I'm sure they need to qualify the product as you have it and you send samples. Can you tell us a little bit about that traction?
So we're in the process of doing so. The main advantage is as well that we can use the same purification process as are used today. So we lowering the capex investments necessary, and on paper it looks great. So the purification is going on further as well with our strategic partners.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Belén Moreno, Account Executive at HSL Technologies. Remember, you have 3 minutes. Good luck.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the opportunity of explaining what we do. We are the green molecules track. So green molecules is definitely linked to green transition, energy transition. For us, energy transition would not exist without the social transition. That's what we have considered at HSL Technologies. My name is Belén Moreno, and I'm account executive, and I'm going to explain to you how we have conceived this way to transport hydrogen and store it as any liquid. Hydrogen today is actually a key element to reduce the fossil fuels to zero, to use new technologies such as hydrogen, but it remains something complex and expensive because of its transportation and storage. The methods today either need a very high pressure or a low temperature, and most important, we do not have the infrastructure to do this transportation. That's why at HSL Technologies, we have conceived a new way to store and transport hydrogen. This is actually a technology that consists on charging hydrogen into a silicon molecule, which is a non-organic basis. That means that it's zero carbon. And once we have done this, we are going to create a new molecule. This new molecule, which is called hydroxyl, is going to behave very similarly to hydrocarbons. Actually, it's going to reuse all the infrastructure which is linked to them today. That means that we are over with investing in infrastructure. We are going to reuse the infrastructure, and most importantly, we're going to reuse employment linked to this sector today. And this also is going to reduce the trucks on the road for hydrogen transportation. And the most innovative part of it all is going to be the fact that by just combining the solution with water, we are going to get the hydrogen out of it for its usage. That means that we can actually bring hydrogen from places where we are going to produce it at very cheap price to places where energy is not available. This, of course, is going to regroup hydrogen producers and is going to approach their offer to the hydrogen consumers' demands, all by partnering with logistics and producers companies that are willing to communicate with companies willing to transport in overseas, willing to develop mobility, and companies willing to store long-term. All this by using our solutions. And this, of course, is reinforced by an amazing 28 talents and a financial ecosystem that firmly believes on what we do. Today, we are partnering with them not only in terms of investment, but also in terms of co-development and business development. That's why we already have some pilots ongoing and are going to build some new ones in the next year, aiming to do a Series B in 2027 from now on. So if you are willing to join us on the energy transition coupled to the social transition, we are here at HSL Technologies. Thank you.
Thank you. Jury members, you have 2 minutes for your questions.
Can you give us a sense of the energy consumption of going into the liquid and then converting it back?
Yeah, so indeed, unlike any other hydrogen carrier, we are going to have the energy consumption at the point of charging, the fact of combining hydrogen with the common silica and creating the hydrocell. We are going to have a little energy consumption there, which is actually going to be something we are going to recover at the point of arrival, because our reaction is going to be exothermal at the point of arrival. That means that the reaction is going to have 26 kilowatt hours that we are going to recover at the point of the arrival. That means we are spending indeed energy where it's available at the hydrogen production site, and we are going to re-employ it at the other point where potentially we will not have energy not only to use but to valorize.
And apart from the energy consumption there, when you look at the whole process or scaled up, what does it do to the cost of green hydrogen?
So actually the cost of hydrogen is not something we are going to handle. That's up to hydrogen producers. But that's great because we are only going to add a small fee to that when transporting it. That means that if we think about it, we just have the kilowatt hour energy to think at the point of the charge, and then the transportation is going to cost as much as it costs to transport today diesel or gasoline, because the logistics are the same. That means that among all the hydrogen transportation methods is going to be the most optimized ones in terms of delivery.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Next up is Holly Reeve, CEO at Hydrogen. Maybe you have 3 minutes. Good luck.
Thanks. I'm Holly from Hydrogen. I'm delighted to be here today to tell you about the impact that we are delivering across the chemical sector. And that really stems from fast-tracking adoption of bio-based manufacturing techniques for more sustainable chemistry. So before we started the company, we went out and spoke to 100 companies across the chemical sector to really get an understanding of the challenges that they were facing. And we used that information to design our business plan and our routes to market. Fundamentally, a lot of these problems that we were seeing came from the use of precious metals in their manufacturing processes as catalysts, leading to a whole range of regulatory, financial, and efficiency problems. So at our core as a company, we are looking to trick chemists into using enzymes. We package enzymes to make them look like metal and carbon catalysts, and that allows us to then make use of the infrastructure that already exists and is already intensified for more bespoke chemical manufacturing. And for the technical chemistry minded, there are some pictures of our products over here, and we're looking now into the kind of cost and carbon savings that these can make across the sector. We are selling these products. We're also carrying out joint development, and that's all there to be designed to make the most valuable manufacturing process we can, to then license that out for manufacturing by our customers at the end. And we have good traction now working across the whole chemical sector, from the kind of fine chemical, pharmaceuticals, all the way through to the bulk sector. As an example, to kind of bring it to life, paracetamol is one of the chemicals we're working on. In COVID, the EU was kind of 10 days away from running out of their paracetamol supply, and there's a big political drive to now reshore that manufacturing back in the EU, UK, and America. But the current methods are not really lending themselves nicely to Western production. They rely on these precious metals, they run at very high temperature, very high pressure, and they have a whole range of safety concerns. What we're offering is a bio replacement for that step, for this key step, this hydrogenation step, that allows you to run in the same infrastructure, but at lower temperature, lower pressure, making a safer, cleaner, more sustainable, and ultimately cost-effective process. But this is the kind of strategy we're using for a whole range of chemicals across a huge different number of markets. We have a really great team, of course. We're really delighted to have our chair, Will Barton, who has a huge amount of experience across the chemical sector, from big companies, small companies, and especially in licensing out catalyst technologies. Joe joined our board recently. He has a whole range of pharmaceutical experience, which is really relevant to our kind of first and primary market at the moment. And then our team in general has a huge kind of biology, chemistry, scale-up set of knowledge. So we are seeking £8 million at the moment. That's really to build out our R&D teams, and that helps us take on more joint development work, make those more bespoke processes, and therefore fast track getting to those licensing opportunities. We're not a CapEx expensive company. We outsource enzyme production. We then license out manufacturing. So really it's about creating the value for a particular process. And we are looking to get to break even within 2 years. And at that point, we can then choose whether we ramp or continue ourselves. So yeah, if you can help us in fundraising, making partnerships or growth, we'd be delighted to talk to you.
Thank you very much. Jury, you have 2 minutes for your questions for this young lady.
Thanks for the first use case. So is there, can you give us a little bit more insight on what else is possible in terms of materials or areas to cover and replace chemicals? So is that pharma, is it new materials, or where is it going?
Yeah, perfect. So what we're doing is hydrogenation chemistry, which accounts for 14% of all chemical steps across all those different sectors. Obviously, the kind of key drivers for what companies are looking for is really different. So in the pharmaceutical sector, there's a much bigger focus on kind of precision and the kind of more complex chemicals, and all the way through to the bulk, where there's way more pressure on the cost and sustainability arguments. The two products we have on market at the moment, one does nitro to amine chemistry, which is pretty big in the materials sector as well, because it kind of helps with making monomers that kind of click together to make polymers. And our other is in making chiral molecules, which is obviously much more relevant to the pharmaceutical sector. But we do have an ongoing partnership in the bulk chemical sector as well at the moment.
I'm assuming that you're going to have to operate under GMP conditions for pharma and qualify the process. How do you see that complexity?
Yeah, so obviously our kind of key strategy is licensing out for manufacture. So ultimately, what we're doing in-house is developing a bespoke process and then working with the customer to do that. And we outsource our enzyme production. So we kind of outsource that aspect of making the enzyme to the right standard as well. Obviously, the first time we go through that process will be more time consuming, but once we get there, the kind of key components should remain quite straightforward for rolling that out longer term. And I think it's something that customers are interested in, is that once proven for one process they have, it's quite easy to then roll out for others. So it is a platform in that way.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. Next up is David Strittmatter, co-founder and CEO of Icodos GmbH. Remember, you have 3 minutes, and good luck.
Hello, Bilbao. I'm David Strittmatter, co-founder of Icodos. Shipping and chemistry have a massive problem. They emit 10% of global greenhouse gas emissions. And without sustainable fuels for shipping, and without sustainable platform chemicals, this will not change. These industries have realized this, and consensus has emerged that sustainably produced methanol is the solution. However, today's production technologies are insufficient. They are and will never be able to produce sustainable methanol cost effectively and at scale, because they are inflexible, inefficient, and highly capex intensive. The result, sustainable methanol is at least 3 times as costly as conventional one, and there's a massive supply and demand gap. The solution, Icodos' patented breakthrough e-methanol production technology, enables our customers to produce sustainable methanol at the cost of conventional one and ensure availability, because it provides the highest degree of flexibility to harness the scarce, sustainable feedstock sources. I would love explaining this in more detail, but this has to wait for the Q&A or coffee chat later. Our technology was validated 2.5 years ago with a lab plant, and with our last year's commissioned, fully integrated e-methanol plant in Karlsruhe, Icodos is ready for scale-up. Our clear growth path is supported by a massive opportunity pipeline, more than 25 LOIs signed, first paying partnerships with large-scale industrial companies for our first industrial-scale plant, and more than 14 million euro in public financing acquired for our technology. And the opportunity, it's enormous. A total addressable market worth hundreds of billions of euro, and a greenhouse gas abatement potential of more than 1 gigaton per year by 2050. In this market, we differentiate ourselves in 2 ways. First, our technology provides our customers with a substantial cost reduction potential due to our protected technology, and B, provides the highest degree of flexibility, not only with regard to the scarce distributed feedstock sources, but also with regard to the plant scale. A clear proof to this is we're the first and only company that has acquired Horizon Europe money, which requires that the technology goes far beyond the state of the art and brings the whole value chain of the industry forward. And the team behind Icodos is the very right team to bring this forward. I'm a former management consultant, used to work for McKinsey, where I helped climate technology companies to grow. Francisco, our CTO, has more than a decade of experience in R&D, chemical engineering, at the very right spot. And Jens brings more than 2 decades of industry experience to our team, has done multiple times building large-scale chemical plants from concept to fully optimized operation, for example, in China or in Abu Dhabi. And that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Jury, you have 2 minutes for your questions.
Can you tell us something about the technology?
Yeah, the technology, 2 key innovations. First, a patented protected process that is a new way to approach e-methanol production. So it's really a process starting with point source off gas through the end product, so methanol. And secondly, we enable the whole plant to produce dynamically and fully automated. Point source off gases like biogas, biomass, fermentation off gases, pulp and paper, but also cement, steel, and so on. It's very flexible. In our case, it's a thermocatalytic process. Yeah. It's one reactor system, but it's multi-step. We are working with this BASF together. It's our technology partner.
Where are you in terms of the technological readiness level?
Pilot is TRL 5 to 6. Our demo in France, which we built with EDF, is 7, and with our industrial partners from the oil and gas and energy industry, we're working on the commercial scale, which is 8 to 9.
And then timeline on that?
FID is beginning of next year, mid next year, and construction will be by end of 2025, beginning of 2026.
And then other topic of securing the feedstock that you need.
We see ourselves mainly as a technology provider, but our customers, the producers, oil and gas energy, they have their own assets or close to partnerships. For example, the oil and gas industry works intensely with biogas producers, biomass vendors to secure their green molecules for the supply chain.
Do you have some commercial traction in terms of secured?
Yeah.
Can you share more?
For example, we have a board-approved implementation study with a major oil and gas company. That's confidential for this conversation, but I can tell you the name if we have a coffee chat.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next up is Leon Rizzi, CEO of Jolt Activated Electrodes. Remember, sir, you have 3 minutes. Good luck.
Hi. Jolt, we make electrodes, or I should say we do the coating for the electrodes for electrolysis, which means all forms of electrolysis. Traditional, the production of chlorine, purification of water, swimming pools, but also the emerging electrolysis sectors. So we're making electrodes for redox flow batteries, for e-fuels, carbon reduction, and since this is green molecules, also for hydrogen. Now, we can make electrodes, or I should say activated electrodes, for all 4 sectors. Because we are electrochemists, we focused on alkaline and AEM first, because it's a combination of the biggest sector and the biggest growing sector. Now, hydrogen seems to have gone off the boil with the VCs recently. And I'm saying, don't look at the electrolyzers, look at the growth of the market leader, De Nora, in alkaline, and they only make alkaline. Only we can make AEM, by the way. Their market share has gone from 42 million revenues in 2022 to 104 million in 2023. That's a growth of 308% in a year. And if you read their report issued in March, they expect that same growth to continue well beyond 2030. So what problem is there in hydrogen if you make the electrodes? None at all. And by the way, 95% of their orders come from one company, NEOM. And NEOM need to grow another 10 gigawatts in the next couple of years. So if you make the electrodes, there is no issue. Now we have two real competitors in the hydrogen sector. In terms of both scalability, volume, speed of delivery, we beat them. Durability, we start at 95% efficiency versus 74.5%. We are the only company that can warrant 10 years with 1 to 2% degradation, and that includes when you use them with renewable energy, which would normally strip the catalyst off an alkaline or an AEM electrode. And we're able to do this with a margin that's 4 to 5 times higher than De Noora or Permascand. You can ask me later how. I only have 3 minutes. We're opening our first 4 gigawatt plant. In fact, it's already running. And we've done this in 2 years. April is our second anniversary. We set up the company 2 years ago. We were TLR 3. We're now TLR 9, invoicing customers. A combination of old people like me and very young, smart chemists. And we have excellent commercial traction. We're already about to sign major offtake agreements leading to gigawatt volumes in 2 years' time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Jury, you have 2 minutes for questions.
I think you mentioned you had applications beyond hydrogen and other electrolysis cases. Can you speak a little bit about it and the readiness of other?
Anything that needs an activated electrode, which is putting a catalyst onto a substrate. It could be titanium, carbon, ceramic, polymer. In a one-stage process, we can do it. So vanadium metal air redox flow batteries use activated nickel. We're making those, for example.
Conventionally, these activated catalysts require some kind of binder, which typically is PFAS. How do you see up-and-coming regulation around PFAS representing a risk, if any?
Now, you're talking about the original way electrodes were made like 100 plus years ago, the three-stage process. You make the powder, you make the solution, you add the binder to stick it to the substrate. You then get some very expensive equipment to roll it onto the, normally in this case nowadays, it's PEM membrane. Anything with a binder introduces a weakness. When you put that in a stack, that's what leads to your flaking and cracking off of the catalyst, the breaking away of the catalyst from the substrate, which leads to your degradation, and then the electrode dies in 4 or 5 years. Or in the case of a PEM, 20, 25,000 hours, no matter what anyone says. You put a catalyst on a membrane, you stress it. We don't have that problem. With our solution, we're actually fusing, as the catalyst is formed, it's a coating process. It's fused into the top layer of the substrate. It's an exothermal process. It takes about a millisecond. So there's no binders, no cracking, nowhere for the solution to penetrate and begin the process of delamination of the catalysts. Only one catalyst layer. And we have a combination of both PGM-free and PGM-light with 5 times less loading.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Todd Bricks, co-founder and CEO at OCO Chem. Remember, sir, you have 3 minutes. Good luck.
Thank you and hello. My name is Todd Bricks, and I'm going to talk to you today about our Formate future and answering the question of basically what do we do with all the CO2 that we're going to be capturing. The fundamental problem that our technology addresses is what to do with all the CO2 that's being captured. Conventional thinking posits that we should capture it, spend a lot of money to bury it, and then get rid of 1 ton of CO2 for every 1 ton of CO2 we capture. We propose instead to not only to take that captured CO2, add value and hydrogen to it, sell it for a profit, and by doing so, generate 7.2 tons more of CO2 abatement benefit for every 1 ton of product that we make and every 1 ton of CO2 that we capture. Our solution is CO2 electrolysis, and we regenerate CO2 into a platform molecule by converting water, CO2, and electricity in a single step in a single electrolyzer device into hydrogen formate, which then can be used and transported as a conventional liquid to either generate on-demand hydrogen, on-demand carbon monoxide, or to synthesize a wide variety of other types of green chemicals and derivatives. Sustainability-wise, relative to the incumbent BASF process, we are carbon negative as opposed to carbon positive in our production of hydrogen formate. Sustainability-wise, hydrogen formate is the only molecule that you can make from CO2 at a lower cost today than any other kind of conventional alternative product that can be made or synthesized from CO2. And this is primarily due to the fact that formate has the highest molecular weight per molecule to the number of electrons per molecule. Any other kind of chemical that one would seek to make from CO2 will inevitably be more expensive relative to the fossil-based version of it today. The market for formates and derivatives represent approximately a $700 billion slice of the $3.5 trillion global chemical market, including existing formate markets and emerging formate derivative markets. Once you have an energized CO2 molecule, it's very downhill and process economic to synthesize a wide variety of other types of molecules. Our go-to-market is straightforward. We just make and sell chemicals and partner with industrial companies with tax equity and CO2 abatement concerns to generate a highly profitable product that we then return profit share to the industrial CO2 emitter and sell the product to commercial customers who want clean, distributed, low-cost hydrogen, carbon monoxide, or green chemicals. Traction-wise, we've scaled the electrolyzer by 1,500x in just 3 years. We're now at 1.5 square meters. We've secured 18 patents and won multiple contracts and grants, raising over $12.5 million to date. We've also recruited the world's foremost CO2 electrolysis engineers, brought them all to Richland, Washington to focus on formate production.
I'm afraid I have to stop you there.
All right.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jury, you have 2 minutes for your questions.
Can you share more about the cost and cost reduction potential as you scale?
Yeah, well, today we're 30% cheaper than the incumbent CO2 carbon monoxide-based process for making hydrogen formate. And that's with a relatively low current density of 125 milliamps per centimeter squared. We can approximately improve that by 4x theoretically over the next several years. And so, and with subsidies, we expect our long-term costs to be on the order of $100 a ton, which is about 1/5 the current cost of production using fossil-based methods.
And have you found a way to monetize the negative emission element?
There was multiple ways to monetize all of our process, because we not only make green hydrogen in the process of valorizing and reducing CO2 reduction, but we also generate substantial carbon credits through the abatement process.
Can you help us understand the CO2 purity that you need as a feedstock and then the overall energy consumption of the process?
Yeah, so we obviously we prefer a high of purity source of CO2 as possible. That tends to come from fermentation-based processes today that generate high purity CO2. That's where we're based in the United States. We have 220 bioethanol plants that just emit high purity CO2 directly into the air today there, and it's available at very low cost. But we can also take CO2 from any kind of carbon capture type of system, and we're partnering right now with direct air capture and flue gas capture CO2-based technologies.
Can you tell us a little bit more on the commercial traction that you generated?
Yes, that traction slide appeared very, very slowly. Yes, we have 3 customer contracts right now to deliver formic acid, both one as a carbon monoxide carrier, one as a hydrogen carrier, and one as a CO2 carrier. Our investors include oil and gas companies and climate companies. We provide the way basically to make liquid form syngas at any location with low-cost electricity sources, transported as a conventional liquid across the world, and deliver sustainable carbon and hydrogen precursors for making e-fuels, syn fuels, and almost any kind of organic chemical that you can imagine.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
1 second. 1 second.
Sorry.
1 second. And next up, Matthias Borsel, CEO and co-founder of Spark eFuels. Remember, you have 3 minutes, and good luck.
Thank you. So 2 days ago, actually, when I started my trip to Bilbao, I had a look at the CO2 emissions of my flight, and believe it or not, I already consumed more than 10% of my yearly CO2 budget. And if you had to take a intercontinental flight, unfortunately, it's already your full CO2 budget. And all of this adds up to about 4 to 5% of CO2 emissions or global warming coming from aviation. And even worse, aviation is very hard to abate. Like you have the existing infrastructure, you have the existing fleet, and unfortunately there's no alternative to combustion. But we are in a green molecules session, so there's a good solution to it called sustainable aviation fuel. And these sustainable aviation fuels, they are drop-in, so you can use them in the existing infrastructure, don't have to exchange anything. And they are sustainable because they are produced sustainably. You first store CO2, convert it into a fuel, then release it again. Problem with these fuels is just they are still way too expensive, especially because the electricity and the input factors are too expensive. And unfortunately, there's also expected to be a pretty big gap because of the scalability of the technologies. So that's exactly where we are working on with our load flexible e-fuels SAF production technologies. So what we need as an input is captured CO2, that's one thing, and the other thing is hydrogen, optimally produced from electricity, green electricity directly from solar and wind. And then we developed 2 specific conversion steps. One is a reverse water gas shift conversion step, which takes CO2 and H2 and converts it into a syngas. And the second one is a Fischer-Tropsch conversion step. So both reverse water gas shift and Fischer-Tropsch are known processes, but what we specifically do is flexibilizing these to really be able to cope with this fluctuating production of hydrogen and also this fluctuating production of green electricity. And especially with the reverse water gas shift, that's a very disruptive technology that we are developing there because it has a very high conversion from CO2 and is completely load flexible. So with all of this, what you gain is a lot of cost reduction. You also gain fast scalability, and it's extremely sustainable when the input factors are sustainable. So to get to a commercial plant as fast as possible, we are parallelizing our development. For the reverse water gas shift, we are doing this completely on our own. Already have done a lot of lab development, secured the IP on it, also licensed in an IP from a university, and currently are starting with the pilot plant. And the second thing what we are doing is we are developing and flexibilizing the Fischer-Tropsch reactor together with a corporate partner. And there we are already preparing a proof of concept and then also a demo plant together with them. So that means the team behind all of that, that's the 3 of us. We have extensive experience already in company building, in these green molecules from BASF, from BCG, and also in startup building. So if you want to relax on your next flight, not enjoy your chicken and pasta and not think about CO2 emissions, join our vision of sustainable aviation. Thank you.
Thank you. Remember, jury, you have 2 minutes for questions.
There are other companies who are working on the same thing. For example, Lydian. Can you talk through your kind of innovation? Lydian Labs?
Really depends on, like, reverse water gas shift is a name for a reaction, or the Fischer-Tropsch is a name for a reaction.
I understand. Yeah. So there are other companies who are working on reverse water gas shift reactors that are able to do like high conversion of CO2 to CO and H2 and able to run also flexibly that can ramp. Can you talk through, I guess, what your, the particular features of your reactor are? What is really like enabling there?
Yeah, I will not tell you the particular features of the reactor, but the thing I can tell you is the one thing is our process is completely load flexible, so it separates CO2 and H2, so there cannot be any reaction between the two. That's one thing. The other thing is it's at a very high conversion rate, so it's over 90%, it's almost full conversion. So the nice thing about this is that you actually don't have to feed in any CO2 into the Fischer-Tropsch reactor anymore. So it's completely load flexible. The other thing is it's at lower temperatures. So, and then really depends on what exact technology you're looking at. There's specific differences between the different of them or not.
Yeah. Then can you tell us a little bit more on the price point with scaling up that you project to reach? Probably not yet, but like what's in it?
Like, yeah, that's always a good question. With e-fuels, obviously, it's supported by the government. A regulation is around it because it's expected to be much cheaper than biofuels in the future and almost in par with fossil. Will never reach fossil. So what we calculated is that our fuel will be around 1.5 to 2 times fossil fuel. If you add emission cost on the fossil fuel, then you're actually on par almost with it. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for a captivating round. Now you'll be happy to hear we head into our lunch break. During this time, don't miss the opportunity to interact with peers, make new connections, and get ready for the upcoming pitches we have after lunch. One last thing. For your information, for those interested in participating in next year's EdTech Summit, swing by our booth in the Expo Zone if you want to secure your sponsorship packages, okay? With a nice discount, of course. Thank you. Enjoy your lunch. See you. Please be back here by 2 o'clock, okay? Thank you very much. Enjoy your lunch.
now table stakes to become a responsible and sustainable business. Sustainable computing is a key factor in helping you make that transformation, from capturing information more smartly, gaining insights from that, optimizing across their value chain, creating new products and services, and more.
You have government regulations coming into play at rapid speed that will require businesses to be able to monitor, track, and take action on the impact that their products and services have.
Wipro believes that impact tracking and sustainable data transparency is an enabler of trust. It is a critical cornerstone in making the transformation to becoming a responsible business.
When you hear the word sustainability, you think, too big. When you feel you have to do something, you think, too complicated. Hold on. Think about your decisions. Get closer. Those that are big or small for you. Your decisions and other people's decisions. Those that have to be made every day. Step back a little. Think of the decisions that add up to many more. There are millions of decisions that change everything, little by little, for the better. Now think about who can help you make better decisions. And there we are. So that what you save, the planet saves too. To keep moving forward without leaving anyone behind. And now, when you hear the word sustainability, you think opportunities. At BBVA, we're putting new solutions at your fingertips in order to build a greener and more inclusive future. BBVA, creating opportunities. When you hear the word sustainability, you think, too big. When you feel you have to do something, you think, too complicated. Hold on. Think about your decisions. Get closer. Those that are big or small for you. Your decisions and other people's decisions. Those that have to be made every day. Step back a little. Think of the decisions that add up to many more. There are millions of decisions that change everything, little by little, for the better. Now think about who can help you make better decisions. And there we are. So that what you save, the planet saves too. To keep moving forward without leaving anyone behind. And now, when you hear the word sustainability, you think opportunities. At BBVA, we're putting new solutions at your fingertips in order to build a greener and more inclusive future. BBVA, creating opportunities.
What is power? To envision a sustainable future and work towards it? That's the power of purpose. To break the status quo and build the way forward. That's the power of innovation. To share knowledge and wisdom from generation to generation. That's the power of experience. To spark new discussions, find new answers, and explore new directions. That's the power of partnership. To go from you and me to us and we. That's the power of collaboration. To create space for problem solvers, pioneers, and change makers to shine. That's the power of people. To be reliable, renewable, and irreplaceable. That's the power of progress. And to make all this power flow together, that's the power of Axpo.
Boom. Wow. Stop. What? What?
Every single day, we face choices about what we buy, what we eat, how we travel. Every single day, we can make a difference, taking little steps towards making our world a better place to live. Not acting now will have huge consequences on the quality of life on the planet. Change starts with every single one of us. It's time to step up. My mom wants to save the planet.
Daddy makes our garden green. They use a computer to save the world.
At Invent, we have one mission. We help startups.
As a venture capital fund, we invest money from institutional investors and global corporates. We partner with the most innovative startups with one purpose: to hand over a blue and green planet to our kids.
We nurture new leadership to make an impact, influence others, and enable thousands of job opportunities where diversity of gender, culture, and religion matters.
Although we are analytical, fact-based investors, more importantly for us, it is empathy that helps us ask the right questions and provide sound guidance and support for our startups. Simply, we believe in the soul of a winner.
The founders of the startups that we invest in are visionaries with integrity and a view to the bigger picture. They are driven less by profit than by the impact they can make. They have the strong inner motivation to help them get through difficult times.
Invent is a team of women and men from different backgrounds and nationalities, professional investors and parents. We use our talents, knowledge and passion to find and support the most impactful startups in the clean tech industry.
The world of energy is changing for the better, and utilities are undergoing a seismic shift. Coronex IoT Broadband BPL platform addresses this shift. Electric vehicles and renewable energy will become less expensive than fossil fuel power, and by 2030, the share of renewable energy will increase to 65% and then to 80% by 2050. As millions of new wind and solar power generation elements, as well as millions of EVs are integrated, new, potentially destabilizing problems with the grid will arise, which is why we need a solution that smoothly integrates the fluctuating power demand, one that prevents blackouts and supports new business models. We need a broadband metering system with the ability to ensure online connectivity of millions of IoT devices, providing the energy industry a reliable communications network. We need a solution that records energy flows and manages and regulates all these elements securely in virtual real time with instant communication. This is where Coronex IoT Broadband comes in. Coronex provides unique solutions that will change the world. Coronex revolutionary proven IoT BPL technology addresses disruptive changes in the smart metering and communication infrastructure space. Coronex IoT BPL is a future-proof technology which would cater to the growing and ever-evolving needs of utilities. Visit coronex.com for more.
is now table stakes to become a responsible and sustainable business. Sustainable computing is a key factor in helping you make that transformation, from capturing information more smartly, gaining insights from that, optimizing across their value chain, creating new products and services, and more.
You have government regulations coming into play at rapid speed that will require businesses to be able to monitor, track, and take action on the impact that their products and services have.
Wipro believes that impact tracking and sustainable data transparency is an enabler of trust. It is a critical cornerstone in making the transformation to becoming a responsible business.
When you hear the word sustainability, you think, too big. When you feel you have to do something, you think, too complicated. Hold on. Think about your decisions. Get closer. Those that are big or small for you. Your decisions and other people's decisions. Those that have to be made every day. Step back a little. Think of the decisions that add up to many more. There are millions of decisions that change everything, little by little, for the better. Now think about who can help you make better decisions. And there we are. So that what you save, the planet saves too. To keep moving forward without leaving anyone behind. And now, when you hear the word sustainability, you think opportunities. At BBVA, we're putting new solutions at your fingertips in order to build a greener and more inclusive future. BBVA, creating opportunities. When you hear the word sustainability, you think, too big. When you feel you have to do something, you think, too complicated. Hold on. Think about your decisions. Get closer. Those that are big or small for you. Your decisions and other people's decisions. Those that have to be made every day. Step back a little. Think of the decisions that add up to many more. There are millions of decisions that change everything, little by little, for the better. Now think about who can help you make better decisions. And there we are. So that what you save, the planet saves too. To keep moving forward without leaving anyone behind. And now, when you hear the word sustainability, you think opportunities. At BBVA, we're putting new solutions at your fingertips in order to build a greener and more inclusive future. BBVA, creating opportunities.
What is power? To envision a sustainable future and work towards it? That's the power of purpose. To break the status quo and build the way forward. That's the power of innovation. To share knowledge and wisdom from generation to generation. That's the power of experience. To spark new discussions, find new answers, and explore new directions. That's the power of partnership. To go from you and me to us and we. That's the power of collaboration. To create space for problem solvers, pioneers, and change makers to shine. That's the power of people. To be reliable, renewable, and irreplaceable. That's the power of progress. And to make all this power flow together, That's the power of Axpo.
Boom. Wow. Stop. What? What? Boom. Stop.
Every single day, we face choices about what we buy, what we eat, how we travel. Every single day, we can make a difference, taking little steps towards making our world a better place to live. Not acting now will have huge consequences on the quality of life on the planet. Change starts with every single one of us. It's time to step up. My mom wants to save the planet.
Daddy makes our garden green. They use a computer to save the world.
At Inven, we have one mission. We help startups.
As a venture capital fund, we invest money from institutional investors and global corporates. We partner with the most innovative startups with one purpose: to hand over a blue and green planet to our kids.
We nurture new leadership to make an impact, influence others, and enable thousands of job opportunities where diversity of gender, culture, and religion matters.
Although we are analytical, fact-based investors, more importantly for us, it is empathy that helps us ask the right questions and provide sound guidance and support for our startups. Simply, we believe in the soul of a winner.
The founders of the startups that we invest in are visionaries with integrity and a view to the bigger picture. They are driven less by profit than by the impact they can make. They have the strong inner motivation to help them get through difficult times.
Inven is a team of women and men from different backgrounds and nationalities, professional investors and parents. We use our talents, knowledge and passion to find and support the most impactful startups in the clean tech industry.
The world of energy is changing for the better, and utilities are undergoing a seismic shift. Coronex IoT Broadband BPL platform addresses this shift. Electric vehicles and renewable energy will become less expensive than fossil fuel power, and by 2030, the share of renewable energy will increase to 65% and then to 80% by 2050. As millions of new wind and solar power generation elements, as well as millions of EVs are integrated, new, potentially destabilizing problems with the grid will arise, which is why we need a solution that smoothly integrates the fluctuating power demand, one that prevents blackouts and supports new business models. We need a broadband metering system with the ability to ensure online connectivity of millions of IoT devices, providing the energy industry a reliable communications network. We need a solution that records energy flows and manages and regulates all these elements securely in virtual real time with instant communication. This is where Corinex IoT Broadband comes in. Corinex provides unique solutions that will change the world. Corinex revolutionary proven IoT BPL technology addresses disruptive changes in the smart metering and communication infrastructure space. Corinex IoT BPL is a future-proof technology which would cater to the growing and ever-evolving needs of utilities. Visit Corinex.com for more.
now table stakes to become a responsible and sustainable business. Sustainable computing is a key factor in helping you make that transformation, from capturing information more smartly, gaining insights from that, optimizing across their value chain, creating new products and services, and more.
You have government regulations coming into play at rapid speed that will require businesses to be able to monitor, track, and take action on the impact that their products and services have.
Wipro believes that impact tracking and sustainable data transparency is an enabler of trust. It is a critical cornerstone in making the transformation to becoming a responsible business.
When you hear the word sustainability, you think, too big. When you feel you have to do something, you think, too complicated. Hold on. Think about your decisions. Get closer. Those that are big or small for you. Your decisions and other people's decisions. Those that have to be made every day. Step back a little. think of the decisions that add up to many more. There are millions of decisions that change everything, little by little, for the better. Now think about who can help you make better decisions. And there we are. So that what you save, the planet saves too. To keep moving forward without leaving anyone behind. And now, when you hear the word sustainability, you think opportunities. At BBVA, we're putting new solutions at your fingertips in order to build a greener and more inclusive future. BBVA, creating opportunities. When you hear the word sustainability, you think too big. When you feel you have to do something, you think too complicated. Hold on. Think about your decisions. Get closer. Those that are big or small for you. Your decisions and other people's decisions. Those that have to be made every day. Step back a little. Think of the decisions that add up to many more. There are millions of decisions that change everything, little by little, for the better. Now think about who can help you make better decisions. And there we are. So that what you save, the planet saves too. To keep moving forward without leaving anyone behind. And now, when you hear the word sustainability, you think opportunities. At BBVA, we're putting new solutions at your fingertips in order to build a greener and more inclusive future. BBVA, creating opportunities.
What is power? To envision a sustainable future and work towards it? That's the power of purpose. To break the status quo and build the way forward. That's the power of innovation. To share knowledge and wisdom from generation to generation. That's the power of experience. To spark new discussions, find new answers, and explore new directions. That's the power of partnership. To go from you and me to us and we. That's the power of collaboration. To create space for problem solvers, pioneers, and change makers to shine. That's the power of people. To be reliable, renewable, and irreplaceable. That's the power of progress. And to make all this power flow together, that's the power of Axpo.
Boom. Wow. Stop. What? What? Boom. Stop.
Every single day, we face choices about what we buy, what we eat, how we travel. Every single day, we can make a difference, taking little steps towards making our world a better place to live. Not acting now will have huge consequences on the quality of life on the planet. Change starts with every single one of us. It's time to step up. My mom wants to save the planet.
Daddy makes our garden green. They use a computer to save the world.
At InVen, we have one mission. We help startups.
As a venture capital fund, we invest money from institutional investors and global corporates. We partner with the most innovative startups with one purpose: to hand over a blue and green planet to our kids.
We nurture new leadership to make an impact, influence others, and enable thousands of job opportunities where diversity of gender, culture, and religion matters.
Although we are analytical, fact-based investors, more importantly for us, it is empathy that helps us ask the right questions and provide sound guidance and support for our startups. Simply, we believe in the soul of a winner.
The founders of the startups that we invest in are visionaries with integrity and a view to the bigger picture. They are driven less by profit than by the impact they can make. They have this strong inner motivation to help them get through difficult times.
InVen is a team of women and men from different backgrounds and nationalities, professional investors and parents. We use our talents, knowledge and passion to find and support the most impactful startups in the clean tech industry.
The world of energy is changing for the better, and utilities are undergoing a seismic shift. Coronex IoT Broadband BPL platform addresses this shift. Electric vehicles and renewable energy will become less expensive than fossil fuel power, and by 2030, the share of renewable energy will increase to 65% and then to 80% by 2050. As millions of new wind and solar power generation elements, as well as millions of EVs are integrated, new, potentially destabilizing problems with the grid will arise, which is why we need a solution that smoothly integrates the fluctuating power demand, one that prevents blackouts and supports new business models. We need a broadband metering system with the ability to ensure online connectivity of millions of IoT devices, providing the energy industry a reliable communications network. We need a solution that records energy flows and manages and regulates all these elements securely in virtual real time with instant communication. This is where Coronex IoT Broadband comes in. Coronex provides unique solutions that will change the world. Coronex revolutionary proven IoT BPL technology addresses disruptive changes in the smart metering and communication infrastructure space. Coronex IoT BPL is a future-proof technology which would cater to the growing and ever-evolving needs of utilities. Visit coronex.com for more.
now table stakes to become a responsible and sustainable business. Sustainable computing is a key factor in helping you make that transformation, from capturing information more smartly, gaining insights from that, optimizing across their value chain, creating new products and services, and more.
You have government regulations coming into play at rapid speed that will require businesses to be able to monitor, track, and take action on the impact that their products and services have.
Wipro believes that impact tracking and sustainable data transparency is an enabler of trust. It is a critical cornerstone in making the transformation to becoming a responsible business.
When you hear the word sustainability, you think, too big. When you feel you have to do something, you think, too complicated. Hold on. Think about your decisions. Get closer. Those that are big or small for you. Your decisions and other people's decisions. Those that have to be made every day. Step back a little. Think of the decisions that add up to many more. There are millions of decisions that change everything, little by little, for the better. Now think about who can help you make better decisions. And there we are. So that what you save, the planet saves too. To keep moving forward without leaving anyone behind. And now, when you hear the word sustainability, you think opportunities. At BBVA, we're putting new solutions at your fingertips in order to build a greener and more inclusive future. BBVA, creating opportunities. When you hear the word sustainability, you think, too big. When you feel you have to do something, you think, too complicated. Hold on. Think about your decisions. Get closer. Those that are big or small for you. Your decisions and other people's decisions. Those that have to be made every day. Step back a little. Think of the decisions that add up to many more. There are millions of decisions that change everything, little by little, for the better. Now think about who can help you make better decisions. And there we are. So that what you save, the planet saves too. To keep moving forward without leaving anyone behind. And now, when you hear the word sustainability, you think opportunities. At BBVA, we're putting new solutions at your fingertips in order to build a greener and more inclusive future. BBVA, creating opportunities.
What is power? To envision a sustainable future and work towards it? That's the power of purpose. To break the status quo and build the way forward. That's the power of innovation. To share knowledge and wisdom from generation to generation. That's the power of experience. To spark new discussions, find new answers, and explore new directions. That's the power of partnership. To go from you and me to us and we. That's the power of collaboration. To create space for problem solvers, pioneers, and change makers to shine. That's the power of people. To be reliable, renewable, and irreplaceable. That's the power of progress. And to make all this power flow together, That's the power of Axpo.
Boom. Wow. Stop. What? What? Boom. Stop.
Every single day, we face choices about what we buy, what we eat, how we travel. Every single day, we can make a difference, taking little steps towards making our world a better place to live. Not acting now will have huge consequences on the quality of life on the planet. Change starts with every single one of us. It's time to step up.
My mom wants to save the planet.
Daddy makes our garden green. They use a computer to save the world.
At Inven, we have one mission. We help startups.
As a venture capital fund, we invest money from institutional investors and global corporates. We partner with the most innovative startups with one purpose: to hand over a blue and green planet to our kids.
We nurture new leadership to make an impact, influence others, and enable thousands of job opportunities where diversity of gender, culture, and religion matters.
Although we are analytical, fact-based investors, more importantly for us, it is empathy that helps us ask the right questions and provide sound guidance and support for our startups. Simply, we believe in the soul of a winner.
The founders of the startups that we invest in are visionaries with integrity and a view to the bigger picture. They are driven less by profit than by the impact they can make. They have the strong inner motivation to help them get through difficult times.
Inven is a team of women and men from different backgrounds and nationalities, professional investors and parents. We use our talents, knowledge and passion to find and support the most impactful startups in the clean tech industry.
The world of energy is changing for the better, and utilities are undergoing a seismic shift. Coronex IoT Broadband BPL platform addresses this shift. Electric vehicles and renewable energy will become less expensive than fossil fuel power, and by 2030, the share of renewable energy will increase to 65% and then to 80% by 2050. As millions of new wind and solar power generation elements, as well as millions of EVs are integrated, new, potentially destabilizing problems with the grid will arise, which is why we need a solution that smoothly integrates the fluctuating power demand, one that prevents blackouts and supports new business models. We need a broadband metering system with the ability to ensure online connectivity of millions of IoT devices, providing the energy industry a reliable communications network. We need a solution that records energy flows and manages and regulates all these elements securely in virtual real time with instant communication. This is where Coronex IoT Broadband comes in. Coronex provides unique solutions that will change the world. Coronex revolutionary proven IoT BPL technology addresses disruptive changes in the smart metering and communication infrastructure space. Coronex IoT BPL is a future-proof technology which would cater to the growing and ever-evolving needs of utilities. Visit Coronex.com for more.
It is now table stakes to become a responsible and sustainable business. Sustainable computing is a key factor in helping you make that transformation, from capturing information more smartly, gaining insights from that, optimizing across their value chain, creating new products and services, and more.
You have government regulations coming into play at rapid speed that will require businesses to be able to monitor, track, and take action on the impact that their products and services have.
Wipro believes that impact tracking and sustainable data transparency is an enabler of trust. It is a critical cornerstone in making the transformation to becoming a responsible business.
When you hear the word sustainability, you think, too big. When you feel you have to do something, you think, too complicated. Hold on. Think about your decisions. Get closer. Those that are big or small for you. Your decisions and other people's decisions. Those that have to be made every day. Step back a little. Think of the decisions that add up to many more. There are millions of decisions that change everything, little by little, for the better. Now think about who can help you make better decisions. And there we are. So that what you save, the planet saves too. To keep moving forward without leaving anyone behind. And now, when you hear the word sustainability, you think opportunities. At BBVA, we're putting new solutions at your fingertips in order to build a greener and more inclusive future. BBVA, creating opportunities. When you hear the word sustainability, you think too big. When you feel you have to do something, you think too complicated. Hold on. Think about your decisions. Get closer. Those that are big or small for you. Your decisions and other people's decisions. Those that have to be made every day. Step back a little. Think of the decisions that add up to many more. There are millions of decisions that change everything, little by little, for the better. Now think about who can help you make better decisions. And there we are. So that what you save, the planet saves too. To keep moving forward without leaving anyone behind. And now, when you hear the word sustainability, you think opportunities. At BBVA, we're putting new solutions at your fingertips in order to build a greener and more inclusive future. BBVA, creating opportunities.
What is power? To envision a sustainable future and work towards it? That's the power of purpose. To break the status quo and build the way forward. That's the power of innovation. To share knowledge and wisdom from generation to generation. That's the power of experience. To spark new discussions, find new answers, and explore new directions. That's the power of partnership. To go from you and me to us and we. That's the power of collaboration. To create space for problem solvers, pioneers, and change makers to shine. That's the power of people. To be reliable, renewable, and irreplaceable. That's the power of progress. And to make all this power flow together, that's the power of Axpo.
Wow. Stop. What? What? Boom. Stop.
Every single day, we face choices about what we buy, what we eat, how we travel. Every single day, we can make a difference, taking little steps towards making our world a better place to live. Not acting now will have huge consequences on the quality of life on the planet. Change starts with every single one of us. It's time to step up.
My mom wants to save the planet.
Daddy makes our garden green. They use a computer to save the world.
At InVen, we have one mission. We help startups.
As a venture capital fund, we invest money from institutional investors and global corporates. We partner with the most innovative startups with one purpose: to hand over a blue and green planet to our kids.
We nurture new leadership to make an impact, influence others, and enable thousands of job opportunities where diversity of gender, culture, and religion matters.
Although we are analytical, fact-based investors, more importantly for us, it is empathy that helps us ask the right questions and provide sound guidance and support for our startups. Simply, we believe in the soul of a winner.
The founders of the startups that we invest in are visionaries with integrity and a view to the bigger picture. They are driven less by profit than by the impact they can make. They have this strong inner motivation to help them get through difficult times.
InVen is a team of women and men from different backgrounds and nationalities, professional investors and parents. We use our talents, knowledge and passion to find and support the most impactful startups in the clean tech industry.
The world of energy is changing for the better, and utilities are undergoing a seismic shift. Corinex IoT Broadband BPL platform addresses this shift. Electric vehicles and renewable energy will become less expensive than fossil fuel power, and by 2030, the share of renewable energy will increase to 65% and then to 80% by 2050. As millions of new wind and solar power generation elements, as well as millions of EVs are integrated, new, potentially destabilizing problems with the grid will arise, which is why we need a solution that smoothly integrates the fluctuating power demand, one that prevents blackouts and supports new business models. We need a broadband metering system with the ability to ensure online connectivity of millions of IoT devices, providing the energy industry a reliable communications network. We need a solution that records energy flows and manages and regulates all these elements securely in virtual real time with instant communication. This is where Corinex IoT Broadband comes in. Corinex provides unique solutions that will change the world. Corinex revolutionary proven IoT BPL technology addresses disruptive changes in the smart metering and communication infrastructure space. Corinex IoT BPL is a future-proof technology which would cater to the growing and ever-evolving needs of utilities. Visit corinex.com for more.
now table stakes to become a responsible and sustainable business. Sustainable computing is a key factor in helping you make that transformation, from capturing information more smartly, gaining insights from that, optimizing across their value chain, creating new products and services, and more.
You have government regulations coming into play at rapid speed that will require businesses to be able to monitor, track, and take action on the impact that their products and services have.
Wipro believes that impact tracking and sustainable data transparency is an enabler of trust. It is a critical cornerstone in making the transformation to becoming a responsible business.
When you hear the word sustainability, you think, too big. When you feel you have to do something, you think, too complicated. Hold on. Think about your decisions. Get closer. Those that are big or small for you. Your decisions and other people's decisions. Those that have to be made every day. Step back a little. Think of the decisions that add up to many more. There are millions of decisions that change everything, little by little, for the better. Now think about who can help you make better decisions. And there we are. So that what you save, the planet saves too. To keep moving forward without leaving anyone behind. And now, when you hear the word sustainability, you think opportunities. At BBVA, we're putting new solutions at your fingertips in order to build a greener and more inclusive future. BBVA, creating opportunities. When you hear the word sustainability, you think, too big. When you feel you have to do something, you think, too complicated. Hold on. Think about your decisions. Get closer. Those that are big or small for you. Your decisions and other people's decisions. Those that have to be made every day. Step back a little. Think of the decisions that add up to many more. There are millions of decisions that change everything, little by little, for the better. Now think about who can help you make better decisions. And there we are. So that what you save, the planet saves too. To keep moving forward without leaving anyone behind. And now, when you hear the word sustainability, you think opportunities. At BBVA, we're putting new solutions at your fingertips in order to build a greener and more inclusive future. BBVA, creating opportunities.
What is power? To envision a sustainable future and work towards it? That's the power of purpose. To break the status quo and build the way forward. That's the power of innovation. To share knowledge and wisdom from generation to generation. That's the power of experience. To spark new discussions, find new answers, and explore new.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back after your lunch. Hope you enjoyed it and managed to get something to eat. Welcome back to Energy Tech Challenges Finals. Excited? Yeah, okay. Before we continue, I'm going to repeat the rules of the competition. Each company has 3 minutes to present. Then the jury has 2 minutes to ask questions. I'll let every contestant know when time is running out. Okay? So on that note, let's open our next track, Climate FinTech Pitches. As I mentioned earlier, we're lucky to have many, many experts on our panel of jury today, on our judges. So, as I asked earlier, when you ask questions, can you please introduce yourselves to the speakers? Appreciate your cooperation. So, round of applause for our first presenter, Mr. Salvador Carrillo, co-founder at Alta 5. Remember, you have 3 minutes. The stage is yours. Good luck.
Okay, thank you very much. As I have 3 minutes, don't clap yet. So basically, we are all aware that a lot of capital needs to be deployed for achieving the energy transition. And fortunately, you have a lot of institutional investors willing to invest in this hot topic. And proof of that is we have a lot of venture capitals, but also this deployment of capital had to face several challenges. The main one is that banks will be able to absorb just up to 60% of their financing needs. There is no standardized solutions, and there is also a very fragmented market in the energy transition because you have different technologies, wind, solar, storage now, with different sponsors, mid-market, large sponsors. So basically, Alta 5, what we founded in 2020 was an institutional platform to invest in green energy assets. What we did is basically to digitize all the processes so the sponsors can upload their projects. We also can originate digitally through AI. Basically, we map every single solar or wind project in Spain, and we can make automatically which is the best financial structure if you are looking for financing or for acquisition. We have more than 100 investors, and basically we look for the best investors that fits with the investment, if it's a financing or it's a capital investment. And the investor also, they can access not only to the opportunities, they can monitor the financial ratios of each investment, and furthermore, every single ESG ratios. From a standpoint, so the value proposition is very simple in that from a single point, the sponsors can access to a multiple capital sources that basically fit their capital needs. And from investor side, the institutional investor can access to a free curated deal flow with a standardized process of documentation. We have 5 verticals. We have deployed in the last 2 years more than 100 million euros in utility scale. We have just launched Bold, a program for financing storage across Europe. We closed our first transaction in Italy. Also, we have just raised 25 million euros backed by the European Investment Fund to provide self-consumption financing lines for installers. And also, we are launching an e-mobility. So this is basically our business model is very simple. So we take a commission for each closing. Also in the debt, we take a commission for every year of financing. Currently, we have more than 600 million euros in the platform in opportunities and in distribution, and we have invested more than 130 million euros. We are expanding operations and technology in across Europe. We are right now in Spain and Italy, but we are expanding to other geographies. And our ambition basically is to become the largest investment platform for green energy assets. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Jury, you have 2 minutes for your questions.
Yes.
Hi, Dominic from Forward Ventures. Thanks for the pitch. Since you've issued so much volume already, could you spare a few words what sort of the net yield for your investors is after loss experience, and what the fully loaded cost of capital for your project is, including your fee structure?
Yes, we have, at the end of the day, we have several kind of investors. We have banks, which cost us capital. For example, we have several banks across the world, but they cannot access to opportunities in Spain, but they want to invest in Spain and finance in Spain. So for them, it's a way to access the market and to compete, for example, with a Spanish bank. Same in Italy. We have, Japanese banks or German banks willing to invest in Italy, and we provide them with origination. At the end of the day, they are able to remove part of their fees, of the cost of capital, to give to the platform, because at the end of the day, we are providing the value by originating a curated deal flow. So we are also saving a lot of resources for the origination teams.
What would be the average cost of capital for your projects?
It depends, because you have one of the things is it's a very complex market, and we are trying to do this because you have, for example, if you are a bank, you can finance, for example, at with a credit margin between 1.5 and 3%. Is very variable. If you are a renewable energy fund, you need more spread, so maybe you will have 4%, 5%. But on the opposite, you will have more flexibility with the sponsor.
How do you assess the quality of the projects in the platform? For instance, if they have the authorization or not?
We don't take investment decisions, but basically what we do is a pre-screening of the projects. And basically in the platform, we see that the project is real, there's a sponsor before to upload the opportunity and to distribute among the investors, has experience, has track record, and we check that the permitting is okay. But finally, before any investment, there is a due diligence, technical due diligence, insurance due diligence, and financial due diligence, and legal due diligence.
Many thanks. Many thank you. No more time, sorry. Thank you. Next up is Nicolás Podek Rivera Torres, co-founder and CEO at Bono. Remember, you have 3 minutes. The stage is yours. Good luck.
Thank you very much. Hello, I'm Nico, co-founder and CEO of Bono, the platform that analyzes, connects, and finances industrial decarbonization. We're seeking to accelerate decarbonization in industry because it represents 70% of the global carbon footprint. And according to the World Resources Institute, between 75 and 90% of the emissions come from the supply chain. But there are no reliable data, and at the same time, the success of the decarbonization goals of large companies like you guys depend on your suppliers measuring and reducing their emissions as well. That's why we want to take them to net zero, which by definition means a 90% reduction of their emissions and a maximum 10% compensation through offsets. But net zero does not only depend on industry. We have identified that there are 3 key players in the decarbonization ecosystem: industry, sustainable technologies, and financial institutions. The main challenge industry faces today is the pressure to decarbonize their emissions, coupled with lack of knowledge and lack of budget for decarbonization, while sustainable technology companies have low closing rates because their customers' main purchase incentive is savings. And finally, financial institutions have pressure to decarbonize their portfolios, but face huge greenwashing risks due to lack of traceability and transparency of the use of the resources. That's why we built Bono, the platform that analyzes, connects, and finances industrial decarbonization. With our enterprise license, companies are able to send service to their suppliers, understanding the level of maturity and categorizing them by that level of maturity, collecting first-hand data, while aligning your goals and tracking their progress through our admin panel. This way, industry leaders are able to ignite the decarbonization chain and promote sustainability within their suppliers. But what information are the suppliers going to give us if they haven't even measured their footprint yet? That's why we created the starters and the pro licenses for companies that are just starting out or are ready to take it to the next level. With these licenses, our customers will be able to measure their emissions in an easy, fast, and accessible way, find areas of opportunity, and create both goals and a decarbonization roadmap. Here, we attack their main areas of opportunity, being the knowledge barrier and the accessibility. Later on, in our marketplace, they can quote and hire the solutions they actually need to meet those goals, like electrification, energy efficiency, or renewable energy, for example. Here, we help the sustainable technology companies increase their closing rates because our customers have an additional purchase incentive. They want to also reduce emissions apart from the savings. Finally, once we have a baseline of the emissions and a technical quotation for each of the projects in the market, in the roadmap, we connect them to the financing they need to make it happen. And here we help financial institutions reduce their greenwashing risks because we give them transparency and traceability of the use of the resources and the impact. We're a passionate, committed, and experienced team, not only in sustainability, but also in the technology that pushes us forward. We have 92 users in 7 countries in Latin America. We have measured over 500,000 tons of CO2 and generated a bootstrapped revenue of over $150,000 with only an initial investment of $3,000. I'd like to close with this quote by Larry Fink saying that every company and every industry will be transformed by the transition to a net zero world. The question is, will you lead or will you be led? Thank you so much.
Thank you for your presentation. Jury, you have 2 minutes for questions.
Great pitch, thank you, and a really important topic. I'm Melanie from EMBW New Ventures. You're talking about the calculation of the carbon footprint. How does that work, and where do you get, or the customers get the data from? Is it rather a spend-based approach or activity-based, and how granular is the data set?
Yeah, that's a great question. Actually, we use the GHG protocol, which is the largest methodology for carbon accounting in the world. The customers can use both, either consumption data, energy bills, consumption fuels receipts or invoices, or we can also use spend-based emission factors to calculate those consumptions they don't really track right now. But of course, every year they robust their inventories and make it better.
Thank you.
Could you talk about the actions that have been taken by your customers and what sort of outcomes have been achieved?
Yeah, sure. So right now we've been 2 years in the market. We have some big customers, the ones we are piloting. Of course, it takes time for a company to start measuring their emissions and actually start executing the projects in their roadmap. Right now, we have a first batch of 20 providers from the AB InBev supply chain in 7 countries of Latin America. And with them, we are already starting to do some RFPs for PPAs in renewable energy in the Mexican energy market. Also some solars on site for Peru and Ecuador. So we're starting with those easy to tackle projects, renewable energy and efficiency, but we also have some other types of solutions. For example, nature-based solutions, softwares for agriculture, for logistics. So we have a lot of easy-to-do solutions, as well as some more complicated ones like electrifications of boilers or furnaces.
Thank you for the pitch, first of all. My name is Maciej Lehmann from Future Energy Ventures. I wanted to ask about the business model and how you price the service to your customers.
Sure, so we have 3 revenue streams. We have the SaaS for the license, for you to measure your emissions. Then we have a success fee for every project in the marketplace and a broker fee for the financing. Right now we have bootstrapped so far. We will probably raise a round later this year once we prove some hypotheses, but that's basically it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Next up is Christopher Thorsell, Chief Strategy Officer at Ivy. Remember, you have 3 minutes, sir.
Great.
Good
Thanks
luck.
a lot. Hi everyone, my name is Christopher. I'm the Chief Strategy Officer at Ivy. At Ivy, we help companies unlock accurate carbon accounting through supply chain transparency. So climate change is a supply chain challenge. More than 90% of emissions come from the supply chain. But when companies turn to the suppliers to get emission data, less than 2% of them can actually deliver data. The good thing is that data is actually available. However, only 10% of companies know where to find it across the very complicated data landscape to treat it and to use it for carbon accounting. That's what we do at Ivy. We help companies to unlock accurate carbon accounting through supply chain transparency. And actually, supply chain transparency is 90% of doing carbon accounting. To map the different data sources, to treat it in a way they actually use it for the last 10% of actually calculating the emissions. But 10% is, or the current players in the market is actually only focusing on the 10% of the problem, actually calculating emissions. But then the burden is on the companies where they ask, what data should I upload from what data sources in what format? So that's what we do. We help companies create that supply chain transparency. So we look at the different data sources that we have, everything from financial data to production data to waste management. Then we connect it into our platform, which then cleans the data, aggregate it, enrich it, and categorize all the data and the suppliers. But also that we recognize that all companies are different. So we have experts sitting and validating our platform's output to get to the highest possible accuracy. And when this is all set up in an implementation phase, then is highly automated when doing recurring updates. When we have mapped the supply chain, then it's quite easy for us to do the last 10%, which is others are doing. So we take the very granular transaction data and link it to the most precise emission factor. And that creates some of the most accurate calculations in the market. This also enables us to go all the way down to a product level, which means that we can actually give customers an overview of the emissions per product, but also per raw material. And this they can use to develop more sustainable products. They can reduce emission where it matters, and they can actually share this data with their customers. We have a twofold go-to-market strategy. So we have our direct sales, which is focusing on manufacturing companies because that's where or they are sitting on very granular data on a raw material level, which means we can do product emissions for them. On the other side, we're doing partnerships. We just announced a partnership with a leading Nordic bank called Danske Bank, where they're referring their business customers to us to help them on their sustainability journey. We have a quite experienced team in place, which is very deep in supply chain and sustainability, which we believe can take Ivy to the next level. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jury, you have 2 minutes for your questions.
Thank you for the pitch. The carbon accounting space, it's quite competitive because you showed also a couple of the logos. So how I understood how you differentiate is by helping companies to actually provide the baseline once which data to use. And I'm wondering, is that more of a one-time consulting effort, or is that a recurring business that allows you for a recurring defensibility against the other competitors?
Yeah, good question. So we have an implementation phase of 6 to 8 weeks where we map the entire data landscape of the customer. So you can say part of that is partly expert-driven, so consultancy-driven, and our platform. And then once that is set up and we have the data structure in place, then it's highly automated. It can be done in a few hours.
What about the IT landscape of your customers? Does your system integrate with them, or is it a standalone solution?
Yeah, so we're in the implementation phase where we map the entire data landscape. After mapping and deciding on what specific data points we need, then we integrate into those systems so the updates will be automatic.
Last question? Anybody? Okay. Oh, last one.
Thanks for the pitch. Could you talk a bit about your monetization model?
Sorry, what?
How you monetize your product?
Oh, yeah, of course. So everything is monetized through a subscription model, so a yearly subscription fee, also the entire implementation process.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is Dr. Christopher Cormack, Managing Director at Quant Foundry Limited.
Thank you very
Remember,
much.
you have 3 minutes.
Cheers. Thank you, everybody. Hopefully you can hear me quite well. So we're Quant Foundry. We are based in London, and we're in the RegTech space in terms of assessing climate risk. So there's a demand from the banks, the asset managers, to really delve into companies to understand the risks to transition from projections of supply and demand across the various technologies and services, but also the deep understanding of physical risks. And one of our innovations back in 2019 was to build a model that integrated these risks. So we were formed in 2018. 2019, we actually seized upon a problem and we came up with an innovation. And through that innovation, we actually published that when I was a research fellow at Imperial, to actually get an idea out there to help formulate ideas. There was an ideas vacuum at this point of how to embed these externalities of physical risk as well as transition risks. And through that process, from the very early prototype, we engaged LGIM as part of their TCFD process, where we saw off what is now McKinsey's solution. And through that process, we accelerated in terms of our capability and our knowledge through into 2020 to look at building AI. And in 22, we developed the capability to actually scale up with a partner. So Bloomberg, the BNEF team, recognized our model and provided us with their data that's not even available in the terminal, to actually scale up our capability where we can handle 50,000 companies with good data quality. And now we're in the process of ramping up and accelerating with our business partners to actually integrate physical risks. So we've worked with a downscaled weather modeling team to actually integrate with our deep financial model, our capability. So in summary, our model typically looks at corporations where we embed the complexities of these downscaled physical risks, policy risks that are going to influence supply and demand, as well as changes in technologies, and we look at a detailed model of that corporation in terms of its balance sheet, but we take it further and look at market impacts. And this is the critical step, whereby you're able to assess probabilities of default, loss given default, impacts to equity growth, potential returns. So we look not just at the fundamentals, but also directly at the financials. So the business model going forward is to deliver data-rich analytics from our unique capability, direct software licensing, as well as the consultative services. So we anticipate a reasonably large segment. We're targeting 300 clients by the end of 2007. We're already revenue positive. We hit $1 million revenue over the past couple of years and profit. So we bootstrapped, but we want to accelerate with our partner. Our business model and our ask is essentially to drive investment of 3 million going forward to accelerate our software
I have to
provision.
stop you there, I'm afraid. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Jury, it's your time for questions. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, can I just ask, as sort of related to your last slide, as you moved beyond the banks into selling physical climate risk, where do you see that market at the moment, and what's the predominant use case? Is it still around reporting, or are corporates really?
So initially things like TCFD process, for example, was about reporting and sort of high-level sort of scorecarding almost of risks. We're now getting to the stage where people really do care about the depth of these risks and trying to understand the economic value of mitigating those risks and strategies around mitigation, whether that's insurance technologies or specific project finance, where they delve into the depths of saying, well, we forecast over the next 25 years that there's a probability that your physical infrastructure will be destroyed, and maybe that probability, that frequency is twice as high. And so your CapEx expenditure, suddenly makes that project unviable. And so you're looking at different solutions. So there's that deep desire to look at very asset specific, but also more generic risks. So for example, the housing sector, to what extent do you provide lending? To what extent do you encourage reinsurance markets, for example? Do you adapt? Do you encourage government policy, for example, to change to force these things? So the physical risk space is evolving, going from scoring to deep risk quantitative analytics.
Can you share some insights or the results you got from the POC that you mentioned with Bloomberg?
Yeah, so the POC was largely about scale, and the challenge there was how much data can we assimilate into our model framework. Our model framework is designed to be extremely granular, to capture details of cost down to the asset level and to aggregate. Now the challenge is always data availability when you have that framework, but our principle of our model was to provide that depth of analytics, but our architecture design has this concept of scale or resolution, if you like, of data. So you can have granular data, but that can sit alongside less granular data. And the challenge is to fuse that, to come up with a meaningful response. And that's a combination of not just the software, but also the interpretation of the analytics to identify those gaps that are partly driven by the data, but also the richness of information where you can get hold of it. And it drives the agenda of driving greater data and really quantifying that. So the POC was a big challenge because we were given the challenge of doing everything with data that even Bloomberg's not even selling on its terminal. It's like on a spreadsheet, literally, it's like that. And we got to the point where we got something out, and we're still in conversation with Bloomberg. I know the head of their climate risk methodology to be determined. However, we are striking deals with Tier 1 banks. So.
Sorry, thank you very much.
Okay. So.
Thank you for your presentation. Next up is Gabriel Umana, Head of Commercial at Renewable Limited. Remember, you have 3 minutes. Absolutely. Good luck.
Thank you so much. Okay, I'm here to present you Renewable. We are revolutionizing the way companies are compensating their carbon emissions with renewable energy certificates. Now, let me tell you something that probably is going to impress you, and it's like nearly all companies will miss their net zero goals without at least doubling the rate of carbon emissions reductions by 2030. Not only this is a problem, but also according to RepRisk, more than 40% of the companies are greenwashing on the way and the amount of renewable energy they are consuming. So this is quite big numbers. And today's challenges are pretty clear. What are the ways that companies, corporates can consume renewable energy or can say that they are consuming renewable energy? First, a PPA. Second, they choose a green tariff by the utility they have. Or third, they buy unbundled RECs, GEOs, or REGOs. What are the problems with these three solutions? First, they are complex. Second, most of them are not compliant. They could be not transparent. Also, they could be not accessible. And they are time-consuming for corporates. So what do we have here? We bring to the market a marketplace for companies to meet their decarbonization targets. How do we do it? We focus on four things. First, we allow companies to buy now 24/7 hourly certificates. Second, we allow corporates and sellers to put certificates in the market and to buy certificates from the market with the geolocation and technology preference. Third, we give the corporates the trade and trace they want to have in the market and that they do not have right now. And fourth, we produce reports for CDP and SBTi. So, how do we do it? We focus on three activities. First, we measure. So many companies out there in the market are only focusing on measuring. Corporates that come into our marketplace can do the measure. How do they do it? They can measure their currently hourly score by integrating their PPAs, their green tariffs they have with their utilities, and the unbundled EACs they have right now, and we can tell them, okay, you are 60, 70, 25% carbon-free energy score. And at the end, they are the ones that are choosing the route to market to achieve 100% renewable. Second, they are allowed to transact in our marketplace. So now they can choose certificates, guarantees of origin, nowadays that are hourly. And they can choose the location and they can choose the technology. Also, it's a very useful tool to do local swaps. Third, they also verify and report. No more greenwashing. We give a ledger traceability so that they know where the energy is coming from and compliant reporting. We're talking about a market size that is growing at 24.7% every year. We're talking about 186 billion, and where we are, it's already onboarding sellers. The future focus is compute industry, PPA management, and hydrogen certification. And the current opportunity that I'm bringing into the market right now is we're raising our seed round of 3 million, which is currently oversubscribed, but happy to discuss with anyone the opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Members of jury, you have 2 minutes for your questions.
Just to clarify on the business model, the marketplace, are you also selling the platform to the utilities so that they can issue these real-time RECs? Is that the other side of the marketplace effect?
Exactly. So I focus first on, or probably you saw more on the buyer side, but this is also very useful for the sellers because this marketplace will allow them to price a certificate at each hour of the day differently. Nowadays, how it works is that utilities, they price their guarantees of origin the same, and this is not kind of fostering more battery storage. It's not fostering many like wind farms that they could get a higher revenue for having a guarantee of origin at 2 a.m. in the morning. So our marketplace will allow also utilities and also sellers and developers and IPPs to price the guarantees of origin at different price every hour. So by the end, what happens is, for example, a data center could come into the marketplace and it's not going to pay the same for a guarantee of origin at 2 a.m. than what it's paying at noon. And according to Aurora report released a couple of weeks ago, a utility can get 30% more value if they do it on an hourly basis rather than on a monthly basis, or on a monthly basis.
Hi, thanks for the pitch. Could you talk about what sort of solutions are you replacing and how the competitive landscape looks like?
Absolutely. So nowadays, how the corporates can do it is they go through a broker or through a trader to buy guarantees of origin, right? So what they do it is like usually how companies are working, and now it's changing because now they have a lot of kind of backlash for greenwash, but what they do it before was like, okay, I have 100 gigawatt hours that I consume every month or every year. I go and buy guarantees of origin. I don't care where they come from. So what do? I buy hydro, for example, for Norway, that is very, very cheap. And at the end, they go out and say, okay, my beer runs 100% renewable energy. When you do the match, it's actually not true. So what we are replacing is the brokers and traders in the market that are charging 20, 30%. Actually, renewable is only charging per transaction. So all the other things that you see, we don't charge, and we charge 7.5%. So we are seeing also a very competitive against what the market offers right now, because the market is not transparent, it's not traceable, and it's not fostering new technologies as we are doing right now. Thank you.
Time's over, sorry. Thank you very much for the presentation. Unfortunately, we have no more speakers for this particular round, but we have a very last round of pitches at 3 o'clock, so we have a small break for you. Remember to come back to see the last of these fantastic ideas. Do remember you have some extra time to think, and we'll have more speakers later for you to vote on. Okay? Thank you very much. See you shortly.
is now table stakes to become a responsible and sustainable business. Sustainable computing is a key factor in helping you make that transformation, from capturing information more smartly, gaining insights from that, optimizing across their value chain, creating new products and services, and more.
You have government regulations coming into play at rapid speed that will require businesses to be able to monitor, track, and take action on the impact that their products and services have.
Wipro believes that impact tracking and sustainable data transparency is an enabler of trust. It is a critical cornerstone in making the transformation to becoming a responsible business.
When you hear the word sustainability, you think, too big. When you feel you have to do something, you think, too complicated. Hold on. Think about your decisions. Get closer. Those that are big or small for you. Your decisions and other people's decisions. Those that have to be made every day. Step back a little. Think of the decisions that add up to many more. There are millions of decisions that change everything, little by little, for the better. Now think about who can help you make better decisions. And there we are. So that what you save, the planet saves too. To keep moving forward without leaving anyone behind. And now, when you hear the word sustainability, you think opportunities. At BBVA, we're putting new solutions at your fingertips in order to build a greener and more inclusive future. BBVA, creating opportunities. When you hear the word sustainability, you think, too big. When you feel you have to do something, you think, too complicated. Hold on. Think about your decisions. Get closer. Those that are big or small for you. Your decisions and other people's decisions. Those that have to be made every day. Step back a little. Think of the decisions that add up to many more. There are millions of decisions that change everything, little by little, for the better. Now think about who can help you make better decisions. And there we are. So that what you save, the planet saves too. To keep moving forward without leaving anyone behind. And now, when you hear the word sustainability, you think opportunities. At BBVA, we're putting new solutions at your fingertips in order to build a greener and more inclusive future. BBVA, creating opportunities.
What is power? To envision a sustainable future and work towards it? That's the power of purpose. To break the status quo and build the way forward. That's the power of innovation. To share knowledge and wisdom from generation to generation. That's the power of experience. To spark new discussions, find new answers, and explore new directions. That's the power of partnership. To go from you and me to us and we. That's the power of collaboration. To create space for problem solvers, pioneers, and change makers to shine. That's the power of people. To be reliable, renewable, and irreplaceable. That's the power of progress. And to make all this power flow together, That's the power of Axpo.
Boom. Wow. Stop. What? What? Boom. Stop.
Every single day, we face choices about what we buy, what we eat, how we travel. Every single day, we can make a difference, taking little steps towards making our world a better place to live. Not acting now will have huge consequences on the quality of life on the planet. Change starts with every single one of us. It's time to step up. My mom wants to save the planet.
Daddy makes our garden green. They use a computer to save the world.
At Inven, we have one mission. We help startups.
As a venture capital fund, we invest money from institutional investors and global corporates. We partner with the most innovative startups with one purpose: to hand over a blue and green planet to our kids.
We nurture new leadership to make an impact, influence others, and enable thousands of job opportunities where diversity of gender, culture, and religion matters.
Although we are analytical, fact-based investors, more importantly for us, it is empathy that helps us ask the right questions and provide sound guidance and support for our startups.
Get her hand up!
Simply, we believe in the soul of a winner.
The founders of the startups that we invest in are visionaries with integrity and a view to the bigger picture. They are driven less by profit than by the impact they can make. They have this strong inner motivation to help them get through difficult times.
Inven is a team of women and men from different backgrounds and nationalities, professional investors and parents. We use our talents, knowledge and passion to find and support the most impactful startups in the clean tech industry.
The world of energy is changing for the better, and utilities are undergoing a seismic shift. CoreNX IoT Broadband BPL platform addresses this shift. Electric vehicles and renewable energy will become less expensive than fossil fuel power, and by 2030, the share of renewable energy will increase to 65% and then to 80% by 2050. As millions of new wind and solar power generation elements, as well as millions of EVs are integrated, new, potentially destabilizing problems with the grid will arise, which is why we need a solution that smoothly integrates the fluctuating power demand, one that prevents blackouts, and supports new business models. We need a broadband metering system with the ability to ensure online connectivity of millions of IoT devices, providing the energy industry a reliable communications network. We need a solution that records energy flows and manages and regulates all these elements securely in virtual real time with instant communication. This is where Coronex IoT Broadband comes in. Coronex provides unique solutions that will change the world. Coronex revolutionary proven IoT BPL technology addresses disruptive changes in the smart metering and communication infrastructure space. Coronex IoT BPL is a future-proof technology which would cater to the growing and ever-evolving needs of utilities. Visit Coronex.com for more.
It is now table stakes to become a responsible and sustainable business. Sustainable computing is a key factor in helping you make that transformation, from capturing information more smartly, gaining insights from that, optimizing across their value chain, creating new products and services, and more.
You have government regulations coming into play at rapid speed that will require businesses to be able to monitor, track, and take action on the impact that their products and services have.
Wipro believes that impact tracking and sustainable data transparency is an enabler of trust. It is a critical cornerstone in making the transformation to becoming a responsible business.
When you hear the word sustainability, you think, too big. When you feel you have to do something, you think, too complicated. Hold on. Think about your decisions. Get closer. Those that are big or small for you. Your decisions and other people's decisions. Those that have to be made every day. Step back a little. Think of the decisions that add up to many more. There are millions of decisions that change everything, little by little, for the better. Now think about who can help you make better decisions. And there we are. So that what you save, the planet saves too. To keep moving forward without leaving anyone behind. And now, when you hear the word sustainability, you think opportunities. At BBVA, we're putting new solutions at your fingertips in order to build a greener and more inclusive future. BBVA, creating opportunities. When you hear the word sustainability, you think too big. When you feel you have to do something, you think too complicated. Hold on. Think about your decisions. Get closer. Those that are big or small for you. Your decisions and other people's decisions. Those that have to be made every day. Step back a little. Think of the decisions that add up to many more. There are millions of decisions that change everything, little by little, for the better. Now think about who can help you make better decisions. And there we are. So that what you save, the planet saves too. To keep moving forward without leaving anyone behind. And now, when you hear the word sustainability, you think opportunities. At BBVA, we're putting new solutions at your fingertips in order to build a greener and more inclusive future. BBVA, creating opportunities.
What is power? To envision a sustainable future and work towards it? That's the power of purpose. To break the status quo and build the way forward. That's the power of innovation. To share knowledge and wisdom from generation to generation. That's the power of experience. To spark new discussions, find new answers, and explore new directions. That's the power of partnership. To go from you and me to us and we. That's the power of collaboration. To create space for problem solvers, pioneers, and change makers to shine. That's the power of people. To be reliable, renewable, and irreplaceable. That's the power of progress. And to make all this power flow together, that's the power of Axpo.
Boom. Wow. Stop. What? What? Boom. Stop.
Every single day, we face choices about what we buy, what we eat.
Can you hear me now? Yeah. Welcome back to our final round of the challenge. Before I start, I have to tell you all, for security reasons, the door we have out here, which goes to the outside terrace where you went out yesterday, you were sitting in the sun, has been closed for safety reasons because there's a very, very big celebration going on in the city. So no one comes in with a glass of beer and football shirts, and so you don't get lost with people with glass of beer and football shirts. We have to close the door for security reasons, okay? If you want to go outside, go upstairs to the entrance where the cafeteria is, okay? For some fresh air. So please don't try and open the door because it's alarmed, and please just don't, all right? Thank you very much. So, you've had 4 rounds, we have 1 more. It's time for our very last round of decarbonization of X. Again, many, many thanks to our illustrious jury and these wonderful experts you have down here. Thanks for your time, cooperation, everything, and all your expertise. Please, when you ask questions, can you introduce yourself briefly so the speakers know who you are? And thank you again for all your help. Let's get on. Let's welcome our first pitcher in this category, Daria Stepanova, founder and CEO at Ermo. Remember, you have 3 minutes. And good luck.
Hi everyone, this is Daria, CEO and co-founder at Ermo, and at Ermo we're building one source of truth for greenhouse gas emissions monitoring using space technology. And I'll start with several facts about methane. Methane is a major greenhouse gas behind global warming. It's responsible for 0.5 degrees of warming up our planet, and mitigating methane emissions today will give us some time, will buy some time for transforming our economies to green ones. However, 70% of methane emissions today are counted wrong. Why does it happen? Because today climate data is self-reported, intransparent, or most of the time not existent. At Ermo, we're building reliable infrastructure to support climate transition. Our unfair advantage is the satellite constellation with a novel instrument on board that can detect, quantify, and pinpoint the facility responsible for emission independently where it's located. So with the same instrument, we can monitor cement factories in China, in industrial, heavy areas, pipelines in Canada, and refineries in the Middle East. We're building our first satellite under contract with the European Space Agency. We've successfully tested our instrument on ground and on the airplane. We're approaching the emissions monitoring market, multi-million market, almost 18 billion euros worldwide. It consists of 3 key segments with direct emitters, with more than 6 million assets that require monitoring today. And here we support direct emitters, all the bad guys responsible for emissions, with mitigating emissions, understanding their leakages in pipelines, and pathing the way towards net zero. We support regulators with verifying reports, as well as sustainability platform providers with Scope 1 emissions data. Our business model is usage-based subscription. It's very similar to the Gym Pass. We're selling yearly pools of credits that our customers can flexibly allocate in space in time. And for example, monitoring the refinery of 3 kilometers square would cost the same amount for monitoring German cities once per year. We verified this business model with our key clients. We have 2 multi-million contracts signed, contractually binding with the agencies. We co-developed the technology with our early adopters coming from direct emitter sectors, and we built a sustainability platform together with the key providers of sustainability solutions. We're now raising 10 million euros with the last ticket available. We are 18 people in the team, passionate scientists, aerospace engineers, brilliant entrepreneurs, and we believe that climate change is the coordination problem, and we cannot manage what we cannot monitor. Thank you.
Thanks for your presentation. Jury, you have 2 minutes for questions.
Yeah, okay, great. Hi, thanks for the pitch. I'd love you to go into a little bit more detail about your technology and how it's differentiated.
Yeah, thank you. Our standard way of monitoring emissions from space is shortwave infrared spectrometry. That's a passive instrument, passive way of monitoring emissions. We're using LiDAR technology as an active sensing instrument. It allows us to eliminate all the noises from measurements and allow much more precise data, meaning that we can monitor much smaller leakages, we can enable much more precise emissions information. And that's the path towards being a part of regulations, being accepted by all the industry players as the key tool for monitoring and mitigating emissions. Thank you.
Sorry, so just back to the point, is the data set then proprietary to you? And then if so, then what are the operating costs? Do you have your own satellite and your own LiDAR equipment that's flying all over?
Yeah, the data set is proprietary, so we have all the ownership, and we basically can monitor anyone without any permission in the world. No one can hide from us. Our operating costs are in the order of magnitude hundreds of thousands per year.
Tell us a bit about your revenues to date and what capital you raised so far.
We raised so far 1.5 million pre-seed round. We have 2 major contracts secured with the agencies to build tech and to deliver the data. It's a contract with European Space Agency and Luxembourg Space Agency. This brings us revenue.
And what was the revenue you said?
Last year was 150K, this year more than 2 million.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Javier Atiaga Alvarez, CEO and founder at Cooling Photonics. You have 3 minutes, sir. Thanks. Good luck.
Good afternoon. I'm Javier Atiaga from Cooling Photonics. I would start. How many of you have an air conditioning unit at home or at work? Do you know how many air conditioning units there are in the world? More than 3.5 billion you should have invested. In 2050, there will be more than 14 billion, 2 for every inhabitant of the planet. Maybe not too late to invest. But what will the facades of our buildings look like in 2050? We are in a vicious cycle, because to refrigerate, we need to warm up the surroundings. And the warmer the surroundings are, the more we need to refrigerate, and so on. Endlessly. It is not sustainable, and our infrastructures are not prepared for it. We spend 17% of the electricity we generate in cooling, and is responsible for 8% of the CO2 emissions that causes global warming. And by 2050, it will triple. The problem is that we abuse of active technologies that are expensive, consume a lot of energy, and pollute, with the consequences that we are already suffering. The good news is that there are other ways, smarter ways to cool down. And they are not new. 25 centuries ago, Persians managed to produce ice in the desert because outer space is at minus 270 Celsius degrees. It is not a refrigerator. It's the biggest and most efficient freezer we know of, and it's free. The technology is called radiative cooling. It's natural, it's highly efficient, it's harmless, it's unlimited, and it's free. And believe me, it will play an essential role to solve our global warming problem. At Cooling Photonics, we take advantage of our knowledge to build simple solutions that take advantage of the coldness of outer space. On an average sunny day at 30 Celsius degrees, while any surface under the direct sunlight is above 45 Celsius degrees, even above 100 Celsius degrees, any surface of any material with our DC tape applied on top will be at 28 Celsius degrees, 2 Celsius degrees below the ambient temperature, thanks to the coldness of outer space. Passively, with no energy consumption, with no pollution, not taking up space, without noise, unlimited, and free. It can be applied in a wide variety of industries and use cases, and your facilities will be more sustainable, resilient, durable, and will reduce the operational and maintenance costs. Thank you so much, and let's move towards a cleaner world.
Thank you. Thank you. Jury, you have 2 minutes for your questions.
Hey, thank you for the presentation. How do you think about applications and channel and distribution to getting to those applications?
Thanks for the question. We are right now in this process. We are applying several different use cases and trying to find the one that we can standardize the more and the most, and we can scale up the most. And then what our plans are is at the end of the year to open a funding round to try to capture the maximum value of this opportunity.
Tell us a bit more about the team behind.
Okay, the team, we are a spin-off of the Catalan Institute of Nanoscience and Nanotechnology, and our scientist team is about physicists, chemists, and material engineers. And there is a part of the team, the scientific team, and there are another part of the team that is the business team that is, a lot of engineers and economics people.
Hi, Kevin from Brick. Can you tell us a little bit about the cost factor in comparison to different cooling methods or materials?
Sorry, the competitors or the different...
The comparison to different cooling
technologies.
Methods. Yeah, right.
Okay. In this case, our competitor, in this case, is the white paint that people use to, let's say, reflect all the light. But our material, what does, is it reflects all the light more than the white paint, and it emits infrared radiation, infrared light, so it reduces the temperature. So there are a few competitors in the world, 5, 6 companies that uses radiative cooling, the same technology that we use, but there are not another technology, passive technology similar.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Next up is Alex Yousefian, the co-founder of Prosium. Remember, you have 3 minutes, sir. Good luck.
Thank you. Okay, hello everyone. So, our story starts with me and my dad on a family holiday in the Middle East, back in the day when I couldn't really grow a beard and I thought that skinny jeans was a good look on me. And one thing that really stuck with us was how bad the air quality was and how badly it was affecting our family and our friends. You see, it's very common in places around the world where they actually have pollution days. So the government advises you to stay at home in order to protect your health. We wanted to come up with a solution in order to then tackle this. So we started digging into the numbers, and quite frankly, it was astonishing. Air pollution is the #1 public health issue caused by climate change. So we know that air pollution is a massive problem, but how do we tackle something like this? Well, that's where we come in at Persium. So we are developing the world's most powerful digital twinning platform for tackling air pollution. So for the first time ever, we can visualize air pollution within a given environment. We can attribute its sources, its characteristics, and its hotspots. And then we can simulate policies within the digital twin and prioritize what we need to do to best tackle it. So how does a system like this work? Well, we have developed the most advanced low-cost air quality sensor on the market called the Persium Pod, has a number of unique and patent-pending capabilities that we can talk about more in the questions. We deploy them in dense networks within cities. They then gather the granular data that we need to then feed our digital twinning platform. So it's through this hardware and this software, as well as this overall approach, that we are revolutionizing the industry when it comes to air quality startups. So the go-to-market strategy is simple. It's sensing as a service. So the maintenance and installation, access to the data and digital twinning platform, all wrapped up into a monthly subscription fee. For outdoor air quality, we work with governments and smart cities, as well as oil and gas facilities. Indoor air quality is with businesses or anyone that owns air conditioning units. And then finally, the digital twinning platform, we work with environmental consultancy firms for them to use that for their air quality modeling. We've raised over £1 million in investments and grants. We actually were recognized as being one of the top 6 most promising and exciting startups in the UK, having got to the final of the Santander X competition. We just got a Eureka Eurostars grant to further develop our air quality sensor technology. That's the hardest and most prestigious grant to get in the whole of the EU. We have global traction. So we only went to market at the beginning of last year. We're quite a young startup, but already we're on track for over £500,000 of revenue. So we're really scaling up, and this is just some of our partners that we're working with worldwide. The team, we're a father and son co-founding team, and we're very, very proud of it. We actually have 9 people at the company at the moment. We have skills in air quality, modeling, digital twinning, low-cost sensor technology, AI, machine learning, and so much more that can really take Perseum to that next level. But just on a final thought, out of everything that I've said today, I want everyone in this room to go away and think of this. We would never, ever drink dirty water. So why on earth should we breathe dirty air? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Jury, you have 2 minutes for your questions. Okay.
Now?
Yep.
Okay, hi. In 2022, Google acquired Brizometer, an Israeli leading company in the same field. Where do you see your competitive advantage? And
Fantastic question. So the reason why is Brizometer doesn't own any sensors. So actually we view them as a client. So we are data producers. Data is king. Those who gather data are actually the ones that are going to be pushing on. So for Brizometer to improve their platform, they need our sensors out there. So we view them as clients, and that's why we have that competitive advantage. To add a little bit more to that as well, talking about the sensors, we have integrated wind sensors within them. Absolutely key when it comes to low-cost sensors, because you need to understand where that pollution is going, where it's going from, but it's also the data accuracy. So the idea is that we can actually go down to very, very strong accuracy, and then also PM 0.3. So no one else can do that, patent pending. It puts our sensors head and shoulders above anything else on the market.
Hi, this is Lisa from Aramco Ventures. My question is, what type of pollutants do you work with, and where are your limitations?
So we actually can monitor up to 12 different pollutants. So the pod is a tower that's completely customizable. Again, that gives us versatility where the other sensors are not able to. The limitations when it comes to the sensors is actually the accuracy that you can get versus reference station. That's the accuracy overall. As I just said in the last question, we're able to then get better than any other low-cost sensor. But that's something that you get with miniaturization. As you get smaller, accuracy gets affected, but you don't need to be that accurate when it comes to this type of stuff, because the network then figures out what the average is. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you.
How do you price your SaaS service? Is it by number of pollutant explored or data point, and what's the limitation in terms of revenue per client?
Yeah, fantastic. So the pods cost around about £5,000 each when you build up that network. What you measure depends on the customizability, so you change the pricing. More basic sensor, cheaper price. The top of the range is about £5,000. So when you come to doing a network within a city, you're looking at minimum 50 to 100. The digital twinning platform is more of a case-by-case basis, which we would then build for cities within that kind of a system, and that can run into a little bit more than that as well.
Many thanks. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Next up, we have Adam Triolo, VP of Commercial Business Development at Regent Craft Incorporated. You have 3 minutes. Good luck.
Good afternoon, Bilbao. My name is Adam Triolo. I'm the Vice President of Commercial Business Development at Regent Crafts. We're building all-electric wing and ground effect seagoing vessels called Sea Gliders, which you can see here. We're about 70 employees. We're post-Series A. We've raised about $100 million. And we're building these Sea Gliders in Providence, Rhode Island. Sea gliders were created to solve the challenges associated with existing modes of transportation. So whether it's long lines at security, slow routes on rail, unavoidable traffic, or uncomfortable ferry rides, we wanted to come up with a new way to address regional transportation. We harness an aerodynamic feature called ground effect, where we sandwich the air between the bottom of the wing and the water surface. In doing so, we can carry larger payloads, further distances at lower power settings, but most importantly, by never going above ground effect, or roughly a wingspan of the water surface, we can certify this as a vessel instead of as an aircraft. Sea gliders operate in 3 modes. When they're near the dock and in the no-wake zone, they float on their hull. When they proceed away from the dock and into the busy harbor, they rise up onto their hydrofoil. And once clear of the harbor and in open water, they can come up onto their wing. We're building 2 versions of the vessel, the Viceroy at 12 passengers, 3,500 pounds of payload, the Monarch at 100 passengers, 25,000 pounds of payload. We're led by an exceptional team. Our 2 co-founders, Billy Thalheimer and Mike Klinker, both have advanced degrees from MIT. Our lead designer, Brian Baker, is formerly at Team Oracle America's Cup. We can fulfill a number of different mission sets with these vessels. So of course, cargo and passenger transportation, but also defense logistics, offshore logistics, tourism, and search and rescue. We're currently building our full-scale prototype today. So that's 65-foot wingspan, 55 feet long, 15,000-pound vessel. We'll begin sea trials on this vessel at the end of this summer, with human flight targeted by the end of the year. We've already built up an amazing backlog. So 600 vessels, $9 billion in value, partners and customer order holders all over the world. Every little blue line you see up there is a sea glider route that can be addressed on existing battery technology. So these things are ready to go on today's technology. Most importantly, we can offset 110 million tons of CO2 by moving to these new modes of transportation like sea gliders today. As I said, we've raised $100 million to date. That's $90 million from the entities you see here, another $5 million from the U.S. Marine Corps Warfighting Lab, another $5 million from the state of Rhode Island for our dock infrastructure. We couldn't be more excited about the prospects for this platform. We're in the advanced air mobility space. We're creating an all-electric, zero-carbon new mode of transportation, and it's going to be here by the end of this summer. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Again, Drew, you have 2 minutes for your questions.
Hey, thanks for the presentation. What kind of regulatory approval do you need in order to carry a human being?
Yeah, so because we're a wing and ground effect, a type A wing and ground effect vessel, we fall under maritime law. So there's actually precedent for type A WIGs, as they're called. For type A, type B WIGs, you certify under maritime bureaus or U.S. regulatory regulations. So we're beginning with the U.S. Coast Guard, but we're also working with a number of regulators in our client countries to run parallel paths to certification. But this is, in fact, a boat and not an aircraft. So it will receive class just like any other boat. And it will certify under the Coast Guard or any other maritime authority.
Does the surface make a difference? I mean, it floats on the hull and on the foil at a very low speed, but then at high speeds it actually elevates. So it could do it over land, right?
Yeah, there's nothing to prevent the vessel from flying over land theoretically, right? But because we certify under the maritime bureaus in the world, we will only ever operate over water. So the purpose of this vessel is to provide a new mode of coastal transportation. It will only operate over water, and it never goes above a wingspan to the water surface. So in this case, roughly 30 to 40 feet is as high as it ever flies.
Do you have any requirements on the sea conditions to be able to fly like for the ground effect to work? Because I imagine like if you're flying along and the ground effect gets broken, then you could have quite dramatic.
Actually, because of the speeds of the vessel and the design of the wing, the aerodynamic feature just gives us a pathway to that maritime certification. It isn't required for operations. So there are peak wave heights that limit the vessel in terms of foil operations, float operations, and even fly operations for seakeeping purposes. But in terms of maintaining flight, the wave height is not really a factor.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Next up is Amir Scheiner, CEO at Repair Carbon. Remember, sir, you have 3 minutes, and the stage is all yours.
It's on. Thank you. Hello, great to be here today. The ocean is my passion. And for years, for many years, I used to spend all my vacations scuba diving in the magnificent sights of the Red Sea. Until 15 years ago, 20 years ago, 15 years ago, things in this delicate ecosystem started changing dramatically. And this is what some of those sites look today. And when we talk about global warming, actually global boiling, this is really what it looks and feels like. Now, direct air capture, namely removing CO2 directly from the atmosphere, has to be applied in very large scale as soon as possible in order to bridge the emissions gap and reach net zero. However, conventional DAC, existing DACs, are simply not economically viable at scale, as they consume immense amounts of energy and are too expensive to deploy at the scales that are needed. That's exactly what we've been focused on at Repair. We've been developing a solution that outperforms the existing DAC technologies with the lowest energy consumption, lowest cost, and the shortest time to capture. We acquire only 600 kilowatt hour per ton of CO2 removed, compared to about 2 megawatt hour for the conventional DACs. And our projected levelized cost at scale is just below $50 per ton at the gigaton scale. And the shortest time to capture, based on our interlocking standardized stack DAC modules that can be manufactured and deployed quickly. The ingenious design that keeps in mind or puts in the center mass manufacturability is key. The process is a unique electrochemical process powered solely by electricity. No heat, no solvents, no liquids are required. Plus, we can deal with intermittencies at a flip of a switch. Since we have no inertia, this is a fully electrical process. We're now accelerating our scale-up efforts. Recently deployed this field pilot that validates the technology really nicely. And now working on our first commercial demonstration plant that is planned for next year. As we do that, the beauty of those stack DAC modules is that we can apply them to different applications. The same stack DAC can be applied to different applications. We're now looking at the aluminum market with an energy consumption of only 300 kilowatt hour per ton. This is a huge market opportunity of hundreds of millions of tons per annum.
I'm afraid I have to cut you there. Sorry, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Jury, you have 2 minutes for your questions.
Hi. Could you share a bit more about how the technology is better than your competitors?
Say again.
Could you share a bit more about your technology and how it's better than some of the competitive DAC solutions?
It's based on a patented electrochemical cell, ingenious but simple, based on 2 nickel electrodes separated by a membrane. We stream air or a different gas mixture through one side of the cell while applying electrical current through the layers, and we trigger an electrochemical reaction that takes CO2 molecules, capture the CO2 molecule, and take them selectively from one side of the cell to the other, such that on one side we have depleted air that goes back to the atmosphere, on the other side we have pure CO2 gas that goes out for storage or utilization. That's done at ambient temperature. No heat is required, and this is very important. Go ahead.
And are you a DAC technology, or you're actually going to also develop these assets yourself? Are you working with a developer already?
We are a DAC technology.
But I mean, are you also going to develop the facilities on your own?
No, we'll need to partner with project developers that will do the storage part.
Hi, thank you, Almudena, for Be Able Capital. Could you please explain to us a little more about the team, the people involved in the project?
Yeah, we are 25 people in the team, starting with founders, a great group of founders, very savvy, experienced group of people that bring different angles, different experience, and different angles of experience, a scientific, commercial experience, entrepreneurial experience to this company. And we, in addition to that, we recruited a group of excellent scientists and commercial team globally that has been working with us on a very committed way to make this mission a reality.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Mr. Paul Guillermo, CEO of Spare Parts 3D. Remember, you have 3 minutes. The stage is yours. Good luck.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. You hear me? Yeah. Hello, everyone. So Spare Parts 3D. Our mission is to simplify, digitize, and decarbonize the spare part supply chain, to enable industrials to build and operate a digital inventory so that they can then utilize it to produce their spare parts on demand whenever they need it, utilizing especially the 3D printing technologies. We sell to customers across the globe, to heavy industry customers that have large assets for which maintenance is a major issue. It's a major topic, and they have very important stocks, very large volumes of spare parts in inventory. They also have very long lead times usually. They have problems with obsolescence. When you have assets that live for 30 years, 40 years, 50 years, you imagine that obsolescence is a day-to-day trouble for the supply chain teams. They have sometimes, that's the case in the defense and the energy sector, sovereignty topics, and they are required to have independency and insurance about the supply chain for their operations. And obviously, they have carbon emissions request to reduce on their spare parts and on their supply chain altogether. Our product is the engine to build the digital inventory. We are not a producing company, we are a pure software company. Our product does 2 things. The first thing is identification, meaning understanding what are the parts out of an inventory that can be produced on demand using 3D printing technologies, and whether it makes sense or not to produce them on demand, to digitize and produce them. The second module out of our product is what we call digitize, is helping and accelerating and lowering the cost of the digitization itself, building the 3D models, the designs, but also all the manufacturing process and the qualification documentation associated to be able to use the part in operations. We sell this software called DigiPart as a SaaS, and we have 80% ARR on our sales. Sorry. We made 1 million euro revenue last year. We're ramping up to 2 and 7 million next year. We have an important pipe of customers and a major growth through our existing customer portfolio through the deployment of our solution with the customers. Just to give you an order of magnitude, a major energy providers have 2 to 4 billion, let's say $4 billion. We have one customer that has $4 billion stocks value of spare parts. It costs them $800 million per year just to hold the stock. So that's what we are dealing with. Last slide. We are raising 5 million euros to accelerate our development of our product and accelerate our go-to-market and go across different industries like the maritime, mining, cement, and you say so, heavy industry customers.
Thank you. I have to stop you there, sir.
Yep.
Many, many thanks. Thanks for your presentation. Jury members, you have 2 minutes for your questions.
Hi, thank you. Very interesting presentation. You talked about supply chain. In the supply chain, there's many partners like buyers, manufacturers, inspectors. How do you look after the ecosystem in the supply chain with your product?
Yeah, so today we sell to operators. Operators have several thousands of different suppliers. Once they start to apply our solutions, they will first know what to digitize, and then they can have 2 routes to digitize. Either they can digitize by themselves. Let's say you have an obsolete part, an obsolete component. You don't have an OEM to go to, so you can do it by yourself. Else, you can also decide to collaborate with your OEMs and go through the digitization process with them to get this distributed manufacturing and localized manufacturing together with your OEM. That's the case, what we are doing. And in this case, we collaborate with both parties and we sell, especially digitization, through the OEM.
Thank you. Very good.
Thank you. I see that you have quite a big traction and pipeline. Actually, one of my hometown or customers from my hometown in Sweden, Höganäs, was there as well. So maybe tell a bit more about how your go-to-market strategy and the largest challenges you have today to actually convey the customers.
Yeah, so we are a very small team of 15 people. So we have 2 sales guys. So we are only selling to energy people in a push sales. So all the other customers that you see have come to us in the other fields. We sell indirect, except for regions that are a bit more complex. So for instance, we have agents in the Middle East or in Brazil. But else we have a pure go-to-market on energy sector today. And we want to expand through our Series A to the other sector, railway, mining, and especially, yeah.
One question, can you hear me? Oh, yeah, okay, works. And what type of spare parts are you focusing at the moment? Do you have any limitations when it comes to certain types of materials, or can you do everything?
Yeah, I'll say ourselves, we are agnostic from the production. So any kind of manufacturing means, in terms of additive manufacturing, we can utilize with our customers, meaning that we can produce very small parts in plastics, but also 2-meter parts in metal, independently of the metal used. So very, very flexible. And our sweet spot today are, I will say, rotating machines that you will find in all these industries that I mentioned. So parts from pumps, compressors, these kind of things that are very much used, quite expensive, especially the parts coming from forging and casting, because they are representing big complexity in terms of supply.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Next up is Yves de Montreal, co-founder and CMO at Sirocco. Remember, you have 3 minutes. Good luck.
Thank you. Okay, so Sirocco is in the market of decarbonizing the maritime transportation. What we provide is a software platform that will help shipping companies, ship operators to reduce the energy consumption and therefore the carbon emissions of their vessels. Maritime decarbonization is a huge thing. As you can see, this ship here, it's burning approximately 150 tons of fuel per day at sea. That's huge. That results in over 100,000 tons of carbon being emitted per year of operation. Now, how do you reduce these emissions? Well, there are different ways that the International Maritime Organization has identified. One of them, and the one we are focusing on, is implementing better vessel operations using smart ship technologies. The market we are going after is huge and is growing. We are targeting approximately 50,000 ships. Those are commercial vessels of all kinds that are longer than 100 meters. And those 50,000 vessels taken together are burning 460 million tons of fuel per year, which results in 1.5 billion tons of carbon emission. That's approximately 4% of the entire carbon emissions in the world. Our promise is to reduce those emissions by 10% or more. We do that with a software platform based on a digital twin that helps ship operators to optimize their routing based on weather and to optimize the operations of their ships to get into the best working conditions. There are three major differentiators to our platform. One, we use a digital twin of the ship that is based on physics, on data, on AI, to represent the most accurately the behavior of that ship in weather conditions. Two, we have extremely accurate weather predictions on routing. And three, we have a very intuitive platform that is quickly adopted by crews on board and yet uses the power of the cloud for very extensive simulations. Our platform is already operated by over 40 ships in the world, and today the savings that we are registering are actually greater than our promise, so we are pretty proud of that. This is brought to you by a great team based out of Marseille, France, serial startups specializing in software, researchers in physics, in computer simulation, naval architects. And we are today going to, or not today, but this summer, looking to raise a Series A. So glad to answer your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jury, you have 2 minutes for questions.
Thank you. Could you please elaborate a bit more on the business model and how that differs from competition?
So the business model, we are a very traditional SaaS model. We sell the license based on ships, so it's per vessel. And once customers have tried it on one vessel and seeing the savings, it's fairly easy for us to expand into the rest of their fleet. As far as the competition, that's primarily our technology differentiator. That means that we will provide the best predictions and the best computation that can be verified very quickly by our customers after the first implementation.
You mentioned there were 40 ships using your solution today. How many customers does that represent?
That's about a dozen customers.
Any more questions from our experts?
The go-to-market strategy is primarily direct sales. We are targeting a very conservative sector. We need to meet people. We need to gain their trust. We need to do a proof of concept to show them the savings that we are actually delivering. So today we are going to market in all of Europe. Europe is about 30% of the world fleet. The Series A is there to help us expand our commercial operations. Today we are pretty strong in France. We want to open offices in Germany and Greece primarily to serve Northern and Southern Europe. And then there is about 60% of the fleet in the Middle East and Asia, but that will be the next step. We want to take it one step at a time.
Many thanks. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Mr. Ian Borrado, the CEO of Uali. Remember, sir, you have 3 minutes. The stage is yours. Good luck.
Here we are. Well, when we talk about affordable energy prices, people understand that it's very easy to actually reduce costs in energy sector. So when we take a look about all the budget in the life cycle of our energy asset, we understand like kind of 40% to 35% of the cost go straight away to operation and maintenance. That is insanely high. So part of what we are trying to create, it isn't create a new rocket, it's try to integrate and develop between the technology that we have right now to actually, the technology helps to reduce that gap. Part of this, we create a solution where we integrate devices, different kind of robots, IP pattern AI who actually can understand all the knowledge from the operation and maintenance and actually scale it. And then a really easy and scalable UX platform. Well, the operation can take decision very fast and make everything more affordable. Part of this, part of technology in climate tech, it is scale, you know. If you don't have anything to scale, I mean, you will die in the past. So part of what we do when we're talking about the entire solution is like, well, where is our differential? In all the industry sector that we create something unique. In the case of renewable energy, we create an AI model who actually can inspect a wind turbine in motion without downtime. So actually companies in renewable are saving energy who we can achieve and we can say that they're going to make more margin on it. Part of oil and gas is also the same. Transition. What is transition? It's trying to help to get more efficient the operation. And part of what we do in with Shell, as an example, is trying to understand where is the methane leaks, find around all the upstream and midstream situation in Latin America, understand that this could be affordable and scalable, that's very important, and be global. Part of this, it is validation, it's reputation. It isn't just try a POC, it is great, I like the technology, and then what? Part of that, right now in Wally, what we're doing is like, okay, we need to grow all the 3 years that we here testing with many clients, and it's part of the journey that we are facing right now. Help all the energy sector to be viable, to get sustainable, and try to get more affordable energy prices. Part of that, it is be global. Energy, it is global by itself, so us, the contractor partners, need to understand all the technology we created need to be very fast to scale worldwide and actually efficient. We are the partner like our clients select to us to track, to follow in the rest of the world and try to get and achieve all the milestones in energy transition. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the presentation. Jury, you have 2 minutes for your questions.
Thank you. Seems like you have a lot of traction. Can you say a bit more on the financial side? What you're doing and aiming for?
2023, almost no, 2 million US revenue, and this quarter, 1 million.
Experts, questions for this gentleman? Thank you.
So you mentioned the wind turbine kind of inspection. How are you working with OEMs and what's the relationship and how do you see that with competitors in your space?
Oh, really bad, actually. Client hard to us to understand what is going on. In my opinion, I feel the crash of supply chain is felt a lot. So we try to help the OEMs to try to transform them and don't find these bottlenecks that there are only 3-4 worldwide and try to operate also in different sides of the world. We understand that technology can reduce the gap. Just an example. In offshore, they use a massive vessel to consume 200 liters of diesel per hour. So I understand that we can get it better, but it is what it is. So that's where technology could help, and we are trying to, they don't use the vessel, they do not spend 6 months to give you a blade report, and try to, the asset stay to produce energy and reduce the margin. That's the main things. We try to understand where we can find this relationship with the OEMs. actually. Thank you.
And our next speaker, Dr. Nicholas Ball, CEO and co-founder of X-Fuel. Remember, sir, you have 3 minutes. The stage is yours. Good luck.
Thanks. Hi. Okay, so transportation accounts for 15% of global emissions, and that's kind of known. However, what's surprising is that oil consumption in shipping and aviation specifically is projected to increase over 60% by 2050 with current policies in place. So that's a huge problem. So why is this happening? Well, electrification is not viable in these sectors. And other options are either not drop-in solutions, requiring trillions of dollars of capital to be deployed for infrastructure and time that we don't have, or they're too expensive for mass market adoption, costing anything between 2 to 6 times more than current fossil fuels. So at X-Fuel, we use waste to produce affordable, sustainable drop-in marine, road, and aviation fuels and keep oil in the ground. We focus on waste like lignocellulosic biomass waste from the agricultural and manufacturing forestry residues. We also work with industrial waste, such as shipping residues, industrial oils, and petroleum waste as well. So we've developed and deployed 2 technologies. CRLL providing a low-cost solution for now. Essentially, this is a one-step chemical refining, cracking, and desulfurization technology for hydrocarbon liquids and turning them into ultra-clean fuels. And we also have MEC for providing a basically bigger impact for tomorrow. And this is basically a co-processing technology for waste biomass and oils into drop-in fuels for carbon avoidance and biochar for carbon removal. So with these 2 technologies, we can actually produce the cheapest low-carbon fuel today with our Clear process down there. And you can see that it is about 30 to 40% below fossil market prices. And we can actually achieve this with up to 85% greenhouse gas savings. With our MEC technology, we're pushing the bounds and doing the most sustainable fuel for tomorrow. And you can see we're achieving 140% greenhouse gas savings, which is essentially a carbon negative fuel. And this is because we're producing biochar as well as fuel at the same time. And this is with only a 45% premium on the fossil pricing. So the go-to-market strategy is to essentially focus on affordability first. And for that reason, we're focusing on Clear. And we are lining up partners for our zero premium low carbon projects, which are lucrative and also impactful projects, and obviously disrupting the fuels market in doing so. We have over 500,000 tons of feedstock and MOUs secured with global waste management companies, and over 100 million per annum of fuel offtake and MOUs with global shipping companies and transportation companies. We've been lucky enough to have investors, some fantastic investors on board. We've financed up-to-date 8.2 million investment, and we're now fundraising for our Series A. And we have a diverse team of 18 people, from experienced engineers, operators, and innovators across 12 nationalities. And of course, together, our mission is to become leaders in low-carbon fuels and seeking investors to join us on our journey.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and look forward to taking any questions.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Jury members, you have 2 minutes for your questions.
How big is the Series A going to be?
The Series A we're raising is 15 million, 1-5. And it's to deploy our first commercial project, which costs around 10 million euros.
Hey, thanks, very interesting. So what do you think your market share today is, and what would it be in 5 years' time compared to the oil and gas?
Compared to oil and gas. Our market share right now, so we're pre-revenue, right? So we have a demonstration facilities, but we're not producing commercially. So our first commercial plant will be taking that on. We have a trajectory of 12 plants in 10 years. To give you an idea, that's over 1.2 billion in revenue, and that only accounts for 0.4% of the marine market. So we're talking a multi-trillion-dollar market size, right? In terms of all the products we can produce. But that's to give you a perspective in kind of the opportunity in this space.
Would the traditional oil and gas companies try and stop you somehow?
Will they try and say one?
Try and stop you somehow?
I think some of them are here today. No, I don't think they'll try and stop. If anything, they obviously want to be part of the journey in decarbonizing. But I would like to say that, you know, we're all working towards the same aim, and you know, there's an opportunity for 1,000 unicorns in this space alone.
You mentioned that you serve both the maritime and the aviation industry. Why those two industries, and why not focus on the one that commands the better premium?
Yeah, it's a great question. So we are avid believers in electrification. It is by far the best approach to decarbonizing transportation. But the two industries that obviously cannot take advantage of that are shipping and aviation. This is why we focus on that. We can produce road fuels, and I know we're on the decarbonization of X track, so we say transportation fuels, but diesel is the most, let's say, versatile product in the world. It's used in mining, agriculture, everything, not just transportation. But we do focus on those for that reason.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Wow. After so many pitches, the energy I can feel on the stage is amazing. Thank you to all the pitches for your energy, ideas, and innovation. Thank you to all the jury members for your expertise and your time and consideration. You have time to go and think. At 5:30, we'll be hosting the grand finale of this wonderful set of speeches you've seen, so please come back for that. Now we have an afternoon of some wonderful panels of more experts who'll be up here giving ideas. So if you give us 5 minutes, at 4 o'clock, we'll start with our first panel of the afternoon, okay? And don't forget to come back at 4 and also 5:30 for the finale, okay? Thank you very much. Am I listening? You hear me? I can hear myself. We're going to move on with an exciting panel discussion with this team down here. Our topic is venture capital startups, fostering innovation in climate solutions. So it's my pleasure to invite Alexis Ousou, founder and managing partner of HCVC. Please welcome. Nigel McCleave, partner at Lightrock. Paul Eisenberg, investor at Kiko Ventures. Elizabeth Gilligan, CEO at Material Evolution. And our moderator for this panel, Tomer Stikowski, partner at ETF Partners. Welcome to our stage. The room is all yours. Enjoy.
Hello, everyone. How is everyone? Okay, now the microphone works. That's nice. Cool. How is everyone doing? Thank you. So it's a very important panel, and the room would be filled with people in a second. But no, honestly, we actually talked a bit about what we will discuss, and there's quite a few topics we'll try to cover today around the topic of VCs and fostering innovation. But maybe we start with a round of introductions. So I'll introduce myself, Tomer. I'm a partner at ETF Partners. We're a London-based sustainability fund, $500 million AUM, focusing on Series A and B in Europe. For the rest of my panel, I do want introductions from each, but I also want you to add which innovation you're most excited about and wish more people mention and discuss, kind of overlooked. Nigel, let's start with you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Nigel McCleave. I'm a partner at Lightrock. We're a global growth equity fund, typically starting at the Series B stage and later. Most relevantly for this panel, we have a $1 billion climate fund, where we're typically investing checks of as small as 10 and up to $50 million into climate tech startups. I think your question about which area I'm excited about is accompanied by a question about which is most overlooked. And I guess I'll go with a shameless plug for an area of one of our portfolio companies, which I think is the O&M industries for the big renewables. If you look at wind, for example, the first or second fastest growing job in the developed world over the next 10 years is going to be a wind turbine technician, which is quite strange when you think about it, but like is hugely kind of a powerful stat. The backlog of services for the large OEMs is 50 billion plus. And I think if we're going to have wind, and to a lesser extent solar, be a sustainable part of our energy system, then actually having sustainable and proper services in those sectors is going to be important. And I think there's a lot of private equity roll-ups in that space of the old-fashioned stuff. But the innovations around monitoring and repairs, I think, are going to be really exciting.
Cool. Thank you, Nigel. It's over to you.
So I'm Liz. I'm CEO at Material Evolution. We're a sustainable cement company. So we're looking at how we reduce emissions by 85%. We're looking at how we do that on an industrial scale. The area I'm interested in is building materials. I'm not going to plug cement too much. For me, I think how we build the world has to be how we decarbonize it. I think software has a role to play, but I think that VCs need to be putting their money where their mouth is in terms of investing in hard tech.
Cool. We'll come back to that. Alexis, over to you.
Yeah, first, thanks for having me. Really excited to be here. I'm Alexis Ousou. I'm the founder and managing partner of HCVC. The HC in HCVC comes from Hardware Club, which is a community I started about 9 years ago now, with the idea of bringing engineers and kind of founders of hardware companies together, since we felt they were too isolated and there were some lessons to be learned. And out of that, we built a venture firm. We now have 130 million under management across 2 funds. And yeah, we really look at climate from the hardware perspective. We think there's a lot of opportunities. Out of the things I'm most excited about, I think, we've done a couple of investments in nuclear energy. I think it's really exciting. I think there's, a lot of bad press and a lot of, wrong feelings around nuclear energy. It's actually very safe. And there's a lot of innovation that's still to be implemented, right? So we're quite excited about that. We invested in a company in France doing fusion, and we invested in another company out of Switzerland that's called Transmutex that's working on transmutation of nuclear waste. So yeah, very excited about that.
Cool. Paul.
Hi, thanks for having me as well. I'm an investor at Kiko Ventures. We're a climate fund based in London, a multi-stage evergreen. We invest in all the climate verticals, all of Europe. So pretty much any deal that we see, we can seriously consider investing in. We're quite flexible. I interpret this like Nigel. So what's an overlooked area? I think policy innovation is something I'm quite excited about, even more so as a world citizen than as an investor. So the way I see the world is sort of that we have all these experimentation labs with the Green Deal, the IRA, and so on. So you have basically regions learning from each other, and I think the biggest part of the differences on the ground can really be explained by differences in policy. So we as Kiko try to stay very close to policies, and in the upcoming in the election in the UK, for example, see a role for us to also help shape policy.
Cool. Thank you for that. So, as I mentioned earlier, we'll just jump between a few topics. And the one I want to cover quickly, given that we're in the Energy Tech Summit, is energy tech, and specifically energy tech investments. So, over the past 2 days, I've heard from a lot of people about how energy is a bit hyped at the moment, energy technology, maybe alongside AI or slightly less. But still a lot of generalist funds, kind of classic VC funds, piling in, competing for investments in the space. And I was wondering, what are people's views on the ability of generalists to replicate success in things like software, but coming to this much more nuanced, complex industry, such as energy? Alexis, maybe we start with you, given your background in hardware and investing in things like fusion. What do you think are kind of the pitfalls for people coming from outside the industry investing in energy technology?
Yeah, I think it's a good question. I do think there's a lot of generalist funds that are very interested in climate, but from the software angle. So that's I think, when I talk to people that are into climate, I always kind of ask, because I think a lot of them are, would tell you, yeah, we're very excited, but then you send them, you share a couple deals, and they're all like, oh yeah, we didn't touch hardware, which is, kind of surprising, given, energy is a, requires at least hardware a few steps of the process. So I think one of the things that is quite important, at least for us, and when we're looking at energy tech companies, is we're quite often at the, trying to evaluate whether those businesses are venture fundable. I do think there's a lot of innovation that's needed for the world in terms of decarbonization of industrial processes, etc., that needs to be funded, but I'm not always sure that venture is the best kind of case for that, because a lot of sometimes cases we see, there's a lot of capital intensity, which we're fine with, I guess, but if you have some capital intensity at the beginning of the life of a company, and they need to build some initial IP, and then afterwards you can kind of see this decorrelation between the capital raised and revenues, that's okay. But in a lot of cases where I see opportunities where it feels like you need to raise hundreds of millions and then not necessarily a potential for billions in revenues afterwards. So it's more of a you can't really decouple kind of the money in and the money out, I guess. So I guess that's one of the things that even us were struggling with. A lot of opportunities that we like, where we feel like, well, this would have a big impact. We can't really see this kind of decorrelation, I guess. I think that's the main thing from our perspective. Yeah.
Cool. Nigel, maybe your perspective, given that you're a growth investor and you can also invest in different sectors, so energy is very much a choice for you. How do you view things? Do you feel that the valuations you see in earlier stage stack up when you look at companies at the later stages?
Yeah, I mean, I think the first thing to kind of just discuss, and I don't have an answer, but I feel like the seed and Series A part of the world is relatively well defined and well understood. And then you get to growth. And growth can mean like a $15 million investment in a bootstrapped EBITDA profitable company. It can also mean like a $250 million investment in like a moonshot that has negative gross margin. So I think I think the area of growth is so diverse, and I don't generally like talking about growth investing, because even in our portfolio, we have like profitable companies. We have companies that are burning like 20, 30, 40 million dollars, a year that like require a lot of capital intensity. So I think the nuances of what kind of capital is required for what kind of company are very specific once you get past a certain point. In terms of valuations, I think, again, if there's a company that's in climate, in software, has unit economics to work and is close to break even, that company is going to be valued through the roof because there's so much demand for that kind of thing, right? If there's a company that's, the ironic thing actually, that I see bootstrap companies that are profitable being valued, that may not have come from the VC ecosystem, at a much lower valuations in general than the ones that have come through the VC ecosystem. When you break it down, you ask yourself, why? And it's because, well, actually, the early stage VC investors need their marks, and like it's kind of going on that kind of power law journey as opposed to a more sensible kind of let's make 2 to 3x type journey. So, I mean, I don't think to your specific question, I can make a comment about where our valuations in general. I think we're not back to 2021. I think investors are more discernible at the growth stage of paying reasonable multiples, having unit economics. But I do think that how a growth investor constructs their portfolio, it can be so varying, right? And that determines really what any one type of investor is willing to pay for any one type of company. And I think the most important thing for a founder, whether they come through VC or not, is to understand that and to identify the right type of investor for their business.
Right. Liz, how have you experienced it in the founder's shoes, and especially in something novel such as what you do? And maybe if you can say a couple of words on exactly what Material Evolution does, but also then comment on, have you seen this kind of hype in energy trickle down to your sector as well as part of the climate tech boom, so to speak?
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, I'll make it PG because I'm on a panel with all VCs, so we won't go too harsh on the values. At Material Evolution, we're using a process called alkali fusion to make our cement. It's a non-heat process that allows us to get that 85% reduction. Unfortunately, we don't believe there's going to be one material to save the world. We think it's going to be varying feed sources. We think there's going to have to be a hardware and a software play together, so we have our own software that comes along with that. And for us, it's about scale. You have to be at an industrial scale to make a difference in the cement industry, and that's what we're going after as aggressively as we can. So that's kind of Mevo in a nutshell. In terms of investors, I think, in this space, I mean, I think it's great. I would argue there is limited value VCs can bring to early stage companies. And I think what they're really great at is pattern recognition, that support on introductions, those next steps. But they're not going to change. You invest in the company and the founders and the tech. I don't believe that VCs are the instrumental ones changing their portfolios. They're helping to guide them, not changing them.
How was fundraising for you? I think you've raised more than one round. How was it recently, would you say?
More diligence, but we did raise more money. We were really lucky. The market we had good offtake agreements, things like that. Like for us, it was really led by partners. We developed like kind of business case that was, we haven't made revenue, but we've signed contracts for 35 million. So rather than, because I think it's super hard in the early stages to make revenue in something that you've got to spend 10, 15, 20 million on CapEx. So how do you kind of navigate that? For me, it was spending a lot of time getting to know the VCs, because I think you have to be really mission aligned. You have to make sure that they understand that piece. And that was a key thing for us. But it took a bit longer than we wanted in terms of, I like to do them in 6 weeks. That's how quickly we did our first round. But I think spending the time getting to know people.
Cool. And so on your previous point about VCs being helpful or not, and also generally whether this is the right type of capital for climate solutions. That's kind of going to be our next topic. So, Paul, I actually want to pass it to you. Given Kiko Ventures is an evergreen fund, and kind of discuss the topic on whether VC is at all right for climate. But maybe if you can start helping the rest of us understand what evergreen is.
Let's maybe start. I'll start with a problem that I guess some of these hard tech, some deep tech companies have, and sort of why they need a special kind of funding mechanism. I think there's two major ones. One is sort of the time to maturity. So they often take a lot longer until, I guess you could sell. You could get an exit as an investor. So I think you have a problem with the normal 10+2 fund model. And the other one is sort of the valley of death that's been discussed a lot, where if you're a hardware company, you want to raise money for a sizable first of a kind at some point, and it doesn't really work properly for the growth investors or for the early stage investors, and then sort of you have a funding issue. And so the way we try to address that is, the first one is we have an evergreen fund model where we basically have a floated balance sheet, a stock market floated balance sheet, and we can be a lot more patient and purely IRR driven. On the second bit, I think that's really a problem of, I guess, partly an information asymmetry problem and partly an expectations problem, where you're kind of handing over a company throughout its life cycle to different investors, and so at some point nobody wants to take the company at the first of a kind funding stage. And that used not to be a problem back when innovation was done within corporates and it was all done within a single hand. And so us trying to do multi-stage investing is kind of trying to solve this issue. Basically, we're trying to solve these information asymmetries by being the same person that funds the company throughout a lot of stages.
Okay, so maybe to have a bit of a debate on that, because most funds out there, and probably 90% of climate funds, are not evergreen. Well, it sounds like for startups it's actually quite ideal that they would be. They invest forever, they top up, they go multi-stage. Alexis, you do deep tech. You did not structure your fund as an evergreen. What do you think are the pros of keeping the kind of standard VC limited time model?
I guess raising capital from LPs is the obvious one. I mean, I haven't tried going to LPs and telling them, well, you know, listen, invest in our fund, and I don't know when I, you know, pay you back or give you, you know. But I don't know what success I would have had. I mean, you know, I do think it's an interesting model, and I think quite complementary to what you can do with traditional funds. I do think, in general, you can fund deep tech through the traditional 10+2 structure. I was reading actually looking at data not so long ago from PitchBook, looking at a large data set of companies, and when you look at deep tech companies versus traditional companies, you don't really get a big difference in terms of how long they take to exit. You know, the small difference is they need slightly more capital, but it's not very, you know, significant, I would say. So the main thing really, I guess, for us is really just finding the right companies and you know, like when you are and there's opportunities to, you know, to ride that wave and be with the founders. And what we've seen, at least in our portfolio so far with our first fund, which is 5 or 6 years old now, is that we've actually had quite a few early exits where companies build technology for the first few years, they build IP, and once that IP is built, there's two paths. One, you raise more capital, you go big, you try and distribute, etc. If you can't really do that, or if you think that's not the right way, you can also go to a corporate that already has the distribution and just say, well, this is a product we've built. We think it's really relevant to your customers, and get some early liquidity there. We've been able to get that a few times, and I do think that's something that favors deep tech or hard tech companies or IP-heavy companies more than traditional software businesses.
Alexis, if I'm a founder and there's two funds offering me a term sheet and I really like both funds, is there an advantage for me to take a term sheet from a standard VC or traditional VC versus an evergreen model?
Is the question to me?
Yeah,
or?
to you,
oh,
to
okay,
you.
okay. I thought the question was for the entrepreneur. I don't think, I think you want to, I mean, what I would tell my founder that gets through term sheets like that, I would be like, which fund do you like the most? Who do you want to work with? I don't know that make the decision based on whether that's an evergreen or traditional fund. I do think, the evergreen thing, if it's built within the, the spirit of the fund and there's a whole, like we're going to be there with you for the long run, etc. I do think it's an argument, but I think that would be one of the 5 or 6 things you want to look at as a founder.
Yeah, cool, thank you. Switching a bit or picking on someone else a bit, Nigel, we've seen in the last few years a lot of really big climate growth funds. You guys were one of the first ones, actually, but then we've seen also others such as General Atlantic, Morgan Stanley. Is there a need for a dedicated product around growth when it comes to climate companies, or actually there's other reasons why we see so many growth companies focusing on climate now?
So there's a question, do you need to be a specialist climate investor?
Exactly.
Look, again, I think it comes back to my point a little bit about what does growth mean, right? Like if you're investing $200 million in a pre-product technology business, then yeah, you better like damn understand that technology, and you probably need to be a specialist for that. If you're investing maybe even the same amount, but like 20, 40, 50, $100 million in a company that has product market fit, revenue, maybe profit, then actually I think for that kind of growth capital, I think you need to be slightly less of an expert in the underlying business, and it's more about assessing product market fit, seeing growth trends. I think anytime there's numbers and tractions, I joke that growth investors like to put a ruler on a page, right? And kind of say, okay, we're doing 20% this year, 20% next year. And I think when you have commercial traction in unit economics, it's much easier to assess as a generalist than when you don't, and it's slightly more deeper tech. We have a company like Sunfire in our portfolio, right? I don't pretend to understand, green hydrogen electrolyzers, but I've got a colleague who is more of an expert in that. And so I think for something like that, it's very important. We have another company that's called Distribution, which is a software business. And actually the person who led that deal was just more of a horizontal SaaS expert, right? And picked up on some nuances in the climate space that are important. I think the one thing I would comment on, and also to your point on the value add, I completely agree that VCs often overpaint their value add. I do think that having a climate-specific ecosystem can sometimes be helpful, but I would actually paint the other side of the picture, which is I've seen VCs be very value destructive when they don't understand how to grow a certain type of business. And maybe you've seen this, Alexis, but I've been on boards with software-only investors in a hardware business where you're trying to invest for growth to grow. Without an understanding, actually, that raising more money at higher valuations when unit economics aren't quite proven isn't the way to do that. And those companies end up being bankrupt, right? Whereas, maybe a hardware business, it might require a little bit more capital up front, but also maybe grow slightly slower until you've kind of proven things. And so I think that level of pattern recognition does lend itself to specialism for certain types of businesses. And I think, does that necessarily need to be climate? Sometimes yes. I think in climate there are more types of businesses that are similar. So I think that pattern recognition, in order not to be a value destructive investor, is quite important.
Liz, last question for today. Is climate a hardware problem?
For me, yes. It has to be.
But would you say generally beyond material evolution?
Yes. I would love it to be a software problem. I would love it if we could solve it with software. Software, when we're building the factory, I curse myself for starting a hardware business sometimes because they're hard. But I don't understand how we get to where we need to be without it being a hardware problem.
Paul, what's your view about the role of software in solving the climate crisis?
I'm sort of not quite all the way there, but I think pretty far. I do think it's to a large extent an atom and not a bit problem, and but I guess I would slice it slightly differently. So it's also a hardware problem, not only a hardware problem. So there's a bunch of stuff we need to invent. That's, I think, I heard estimates 40% or so of decarbonization. There's a bunch of stuff we just need to roll out that already exists. That's a combination of hardware and software, and really the challenge is finding business models that makes us able to roll this stuff out. And yeah, I think it's an intersection between the two.
But the thing is, right, NVIDIA, Tesla, Apple, I think software VCs are renowned with software business because they scale easier and in a more asset-light way, and it's easier for early exponential growth. But I think the range of outcomes, like provided you incubate and grow businesses appropriately, like in the hardware space, they don't need to be smaller long term, right? I think they just require a different skill set initially, right, and a different mindset. And I think provided you have founders and investors who understand that, then you can build super big companies, right? And I think we need to, right? To your point about being a world citizen, right? Yeah.
I like your comment, and it's a really good one to finish on this note. So thank you, esteemed panel. Thank you everyone for listening to us, and see you later in the main area.
Thank you very much. It's an interesting talk. If you give us 2 minutes, we welcome another fantastic panel on our stage. So please stay tuned. Fine. How are you guys doing? Good? Thank you once again. One more panel discussion coming up. We have exploring opportunities of catalytic capital, government-backed financing and blended finance. So please welcome to the stage Pippa Gawley, founding partner at Zero Carbon Capital. Round of applause, please. Bo Antilla, partner at Forward.One. Khalid Nakib, senior investment officer at EIB Cleantech Equity and Growth Capital. Alberto Toril, manager of Europe Power Sector at Breakthrough Energy, and leading the charge as our moderator, Antonio Barracin, Global Head of Sustainability Strategy and Net Zero and Global Head of CIB Strategy, Industries and Cross-Border. Wow, what a title. At BBVA. Thank you all. Welcome to our panel. Enjoy.
Thank you. Thanks very much for the intro. And thanks very much to the audience today and also to the panelists. So in this panel, we're going to talk about decarbonization, and in particular on how financing is going to be a key piece down the road in what we see that is going to be a huge investment cycle coming up ahead of us in the next couple of decades. But before introducing the panelists here today, let me just convey three key messages with you as a short of an introduction. The first one is that I think the best way to frame decarbonization is as a technological challenge that is going to be touching many different industries and having a global impact. And for that reason, it's expected to be one of the largest cycles, or the largest cycles in terms of investment in human history. And the second is that this is a technological revolution underpinned by a very noble purpose, which is reducing greenhouse gas emissions to the atmosphere. And that thing, I think that makes the challenge even more appealing for entrepreneurs, investors, academia, and many different stakeholders. And lastly, as it happens in every other technological revolution, the role of investors is key, and the role of them in actually fueling and supporting the growth of new technologies that will have an impact down the road in this decarbonization challenge is even more essential than it has been in any other innovation or technology cycle. And that's the reason why here today we have a panel that is mainly composed of investors in this scene, in the decarbonization and sustainability scene. And the idea is that we will have a panel that will bring down to earth on what are the type of technologies and projects that are already emerging globally and how this is already becoming a reality. And that's short of the introduction that I wanted to make. And with this said, I'll now go with the intros. Already been made by the moderator today or the coordinator today, but we have Alberto Toril with Breakthrough Energy. You all know an initiative funded by Bill Gates, and he actually heads the team here in Spain and has also a role in Europe within that initiative. Then we have Boan Chilla, partner of Forward One. Khalif Nakib, Senior Investment Officer at AEB Cleantech Equity and Growth Capital, and then Pipa Gowli, Founding Partner of Zero Carbon Capital. Thanks very much to the four of you for being here today. We really appreciate having you all here in the beautiful city of Bilbao. And with this said, I'll jump into actually a couple of questions to start with for each one of you. The first one is about the investment charter that you guys have in each one of the funds. What are the type of technologies and stages that you are investing in? And if you can also tell us a little bit of the examples and type of companies that could be showcased as type of investments that you do in order to make it more tangible, that would also be very nice. So why don't we start with you, Alberto?
Of course, yes. This is, okay, it's working. Maybe I must say that I'm the only one which is not purely an investor here, because I'm coming from the philanthropic side of the foundation. But I will be more than happy to guide you through which is our vision and different type of investment platform and resources providers that we are having in Breakthrough Energy. I will start saying that Breakthrough Energy, it is a platform that brings in climate thinkers and climate scientists, policy thinkers, but as well innovators and investors that are working together. We have the vision of reducing emissions throughout the actions that we are doing, right? So we are basically working to make green as cheap as brown. That is very important for us. And the way that we do it is to measuring the impact of our investment. So every investment on every project that we support has to be able to reduce at least half a gigaton of CO2 equivalent of emissions a year at scale, right? And the way that we do it is by focusing on reducing the overcost of these technologies in the market, what we call the green premium. So because we think that once the cost parity is reached throughout the maturity ladder of these technologies, then the world will just embrace them because of their costly efficiency, and of course, I mean, because of their reducing emissions, right? But we believe that commercialization and financials really makes and drives the change, right? So the way that we think about this is by 4 pillars. We work around technology, for sure. We work around capital, but as well policies and partnerships. And I will maybe dive into the first 2 ones, and I will connect with a few examples that we are having in the portfolio. So in terms of capitals, we have a set of chain platform resources provider platforms that connects the different maturity levels, I was saying, of the technology. So from tier 0 to 3, so very early stage, we have a program called Breakthrough Energy Fellows that focus on accelerating very early stage technology, so pre-seed and laboratory stage. So pretty much connecting these first-of-a-kind entrepreneurs, but as well researchers and academia to, through a 2 years of support and acceleration program, to jump and to convert these ideas from lab to the market, and continue growing as startups. The way we work here is through cohorts. We've funded already nearly 96 projects of this type, and that's the very beginning of our road ahead. Then we have a venture arm. 3.3 billion investment, 110 portfolio startups in different sectors. The idea here is that all of them are able to reduce emissions in each of the sectors that we are working in, right? And in terms of sectors, we are focusing on everything that the human being nowadays does and implies an emission, right? And that's pretty much everything. So the way that we plug in, so how we generate, transport, store, and use the electricity, the way that we move around, so the transport sector, the way that we eat, and that we grow the things that we eat, so agriculture, the way we live, buildings, so how we build them and how we use them, and the way we produce the things that we use nowadays, so the manufacturing sector, right? So in each of these sectors, we have different type of solutions that we are seeing in the market. I will just say a couple of examples. So for example, in the electricity sector, we are pretty much focused on, in the storage part particularly, on technologies that falls between the lithium ion and the pumped hydro, so technologies that can provide from days to seasonal storage, that are untapped yet in the market because we still have gas-fired power plants and different type of backup, and they're not really necessary. But once we are seeing that the percentage of renewable penetration is growing, these type of technologies will need it. So for example, here we have a company called Form Energy, which is an iron-air battery, which are able to provide duration of storage at 100 hours. Or others that are tapping into industrial decarbonization through storage, and that is a topic that we are very excited about, that are able to store electricity and to release it as direct heat provision through steam or hot air. And for example, Rondo is able to provide heat at 1,500 degrees with their heat batteries, and they're able to decarbonize hard-to-abate processes like the cement, like the green steel, and so on others. Or for example, one of the companies that we invest in Spain, HUSite, which is today here, and they have a booth. Today, yeah. And they are focused on a different grand challenge, which is the transportation of the fuels. And they have developed a membrane out of palladium that is able to make the cracking more cost efficiently of the gases. So you put ammonia, and then you are able to separate actually in the end of the pipeline into the nitrogen and to the hydrogen back. Or at the same time, you are able to blend gases, and you can able to store them, for example, no, in the caverns or on the places that you need it. So fellows, ventures. Then we have another valley of debt when these companies are starting to make pilot projects and first-of-a-kind commercial projects. And here we have a platform called Catalyst. And Catalyst pretty much focus on the project finance funding gap. And the way that we do it is that we merge and we combine our equity and our grants with the public sector. So we blend the finance in a way that we try to lower the risks of these projects and facilitate the bankability or reach the bankability and enable other partners to come in and to be able to support the solution. So you might think at Breakthrough Energy as an acceleration funnel where all of these different platforms connect to each other towards commercial maturity of the technologies.
Thank you, Alberto. It was very illustrative on how you guys at Breakthrough actually accompany all the cycle, no? All the way from early venture to that valley of debt through Catalyst, and very connected, by the way, at BBVA. One of our core missions on our sustainability strategy is to precisely be able to fuel more financing to new clean techs on the banking side, on the lending side, not on the equity side, but on the lending side. And as you say, your vehicles are actually very supportive and in making those technologies bankable down the road. So thanks very much for that. Why don't we continue with Pipa, and you tell us a little bit about the two things. What is it that you do within your team, and then also some tangible examples on projects such as the ones that Alberto was referring to.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm Pippa, I'm the founding partner at Zero Carbon Capital. We're an early stage VC based in the UK and investing across Europe and Israel. And we're investing in early stage, so pre-seed and seed, scientific innovations that are fundamentally fixing the biggest unsolved problems of climate change. So similar to Breakthrough, we're looking for the big problems like the half gigaton problem spaces. And we look across all emissions areas. We're focused on the earlier stage because we think that it's not very well served by other VCs who mostly won't consider companies that have still got scientific or technical risk. So we're a team of scientists and engineers. We think that gives us the ability to kind of understand what the companies are doing and put it into the right context and find the right technology and the right teams that are going to get rid of that green premium that Alberta was talking about. We can get in there at the earliest stage, make sure they're well set up, and then support them through that first part of the de-risking journey and their next round of funding, hopefully to some of these other lovely investors here. So some of our portfolio companies, one that you might have caught on stage earlier or seen out there is Repair in Israel. So they are an electrochemical direct air capture company, which has, we think, the potential to be the lowest energy cost of capture. So that's the kind of technology that we're looking for, in that we think they have an advantage in their technology which will be sustainable and defendable. So hopefully lowest cost of capture. And another example at the kind of another country and type of technology, one of our companies that have been through the Breakthrough Energy Fellows program, Phycobloom. So they are engineering algae to produce biofuels. So the first generation of algae biofuels didn't work. It was too expensive because you had to kill the algae to get the energy that they were stored in their cells. And then get rid of the water, and the centrifuge costs, the energy costs were very high, and then you had to start again with the next batch of algae and grow them, and it was too expensive and energy intensive. So Phycobloom have genetically modified the algae to secrete out the oil, so you can just skim it off the top of the water and the algae keep going. So they fundamentally reinvented the techno-economics of that production process, and we think they have a valuable future in the world of sustainable aviation fuels, where we know that we still need liquid hydrocarbons, and we know that we're not going to have enough land to do it with crop biofuels, and we don't have enough electricity to do it with e-fuels. So we know that we need to have some other solutions there, and that's a really awesome team that we're proud to have backed. I think that's probably enough from me. I'll pass on to the other panels.
Perfect. Yeah, let's continue with you, Juan.
Sure. Is my mic on? I think it is now.
Yes.
Yeah, so hi everyone, and great that you're all here in this late hour of the Energy Tech Conference. So my name is Ba-Anne. I'm partner at Forward One, and we're a deep tech hardware investor. And so my background is actually in impact investing. I've worked in there for many years. I won't tell you how many, because then you might guess how old I actually am. One thing that I came across when I was working in impact investing, we're trying to solve climate change, is the limited amount of VCs that are interested in hardware companies. Well, at the same time, we are not going to solve the climate crisis with only software. And so that's when I came in contact with Forward One. I joined them 2 years ago. And Forward One, we're focusing on hardware and deep tech technologies, seed Series A, so early stage investments, but we reserve a lot of capital for follow-on investments because hardware often requires a bit more capital. We're based in Amsterdam. We're currently in our second fund, we invest across Europe. So I think one of the portfolio companies that I want to highlight here is called Nuventura. They're actually based in Berlin, and they make an incredibly sexy product. It's called SF6 free switchgear. And although it doesn't sound that sexy, I'm going to tell you exactly why it is super interesting. But what not everyone knows is that in a lot of switchgear that is needed for our electricity grid and is actually installed all across the globe, there is a super hazardous gas called SF6. And it's actually 23,500 times as hazardous as CO2. And it's installed in all these switchgears for mainly thermal isolation. Until recently, so that gas is prohibited for every application except for switchgear, because once it is in the atmosphere, it will never break down. It will be there forever. Manju, the CTO of Nuventura, this company, he used to work at a big conglomerate making switchgear. And then at one point he asked his boss, like, can't we try to develop switchgear without SF6? And basically his boss replied, why should we do that? We earn a lot of money. So this guy quits his job, and starts his own switchgear company, which is insane if you think about it, because it's super hard to develop. But he actually got it type tested, certified, and they're on the market now. The beauty of this innovation, and why I wanted to highlight it here, is because of that, EU regulations also saw that there's actually alternatives without SF6. And so now the gas is being banned from switchgear in Europe in 2026 going onwards. So I think that's a beautiful example of how a hardware company is able to make a massive change when it comes to the energy transition. I'll quickly highlight one more because I think it's really funny. You mentioned Form Energy, and we're actually invested in one of the European competitors, also making iron-air batteries called OR Energy. So I think that's also a good thing, right? That there's several innovations across the globe trying to innovate ourselves out of the climate crisis. So
that was very interesting. I think the examples already been pointed out. I think also showcase how transversal to many different industries and production activities these activities and investments and companies are. No? So let's continue with you, Khalid. Why don't you tell us a little bit about what you guys do?
Sure.
And some examples.
So European Investment Bank does we do 75 billion a year in lending, but actually only a part of that is really, in my view, really impactful. I shouldn't say that, but essentially about 2 or 3 billion of that is really important because it actually goes towards the really hard to do stuff. So we effectively do venture equity, venture debt into series, A, B, C, D, clean tech, deep tech, and life science investment across Europe. And so we, a bit like Breakthrough, we try to cover the full spectrum to some extent. So at the seed end, we have the European Innovation Council, which does 2.5 million in grant and 50 million in convertible debt for seed stage startups. And there's an increasing focus of that on the clean tech space. We then pick up from that both with venture debt in the clean tech space, so tickets between sort of 10 million to 50 million, sweet spots probably about 20 to 30. And we have, in that we were an early supporter of Northvolt when it was a demo plant in Vercor. We're invested quite a lot in battery technology. So we did Leiden, which is silicon anode technology. We're quite broad, so because we cover. For us, clean tech is energy transition, but it is also future mobility, industrial decarbonization, so steel, cement, etc., bioeconomy, circular economy. So it's fairly broad in that. And we also, as an entity, we also do a lot of project finance. So the idea is we're trying to help the hard tech stuff to go from that sort of nascent stage all the way through up the curve where actually it can raise PF debt and a big focus now is this sort of getting these first of a kind big plants up and running in the e-fuel space. We recently did Energy Dome in Italy, so long duration energy storage as an example. We're not. I think it's and we're working with you guys also on catalysts. So. It's not perfect, but certainly, with that combined effort, makes a big difference. I'm conscious of time because I think it'd be good to.
Actually, let me merge into the last question the two items, okay? And I'll continue with you, Khalid. So the first one is a little bit related to government-backed financing and actually how can policymakers and financial institutions collaborate and maximize impact. You mentioned you do a lot of equity project financing. So what would be the keys in your view to that? And then also, what are the opportunities you see within the climate tech finance to leverage more on catalytic capital? You were also briefly touching on that. So let's start with you.
Well, I think Breakthrough is a great example of actually this sort of symbiosis of saying, look, we try to work with the venture space to understand what's needed in terms of regulatory development and to feed that back into the policymakers, so that there is this, there are many regulatory obstacles that that hold back a lot of really interesting technologies, and it's important for that dialogue to, and we try to facilitate that to the extent possible. I think equally, we're also believers that in the long term, this is, subsidy is not the answer, and much as I admire the Americans for piling on the subsidy, in the long run, whether it actually yields really sustainable technologies that can be built up at scale is open to question. If you're making people dependent on subsidies, and that's really the economics behind it, it's not going to succeed in the end. So ultimately, what we've got to do is get stuff that is better, cheaper, faster than fossil equivalents, and that's the only way it's going to work. In terms of scaling, I think it's a bit like a plant that needs to root down deep enough till it hits that spring, and then it sort of grows. And I think that's where that is, and I've seen this in some cases, where if we can develop models that create assets for infra money, because infra money, I was in infrastructure finance here for 15, 20 years, and there are things you need. You need reliability on revenues. You need the insurance structures and the risk taking by the contractors. You need all that to come together for you to put your money against it. If we can do that with some of the asset classes that really matter, then we can accelerate scale. And this is what happened. Obviously, it happened in solar. It happened in offshore wind, and it can happen in energy storage and and in lots of other places in e-fuels. Yeah, exactly. But developing that model, shaping that paradigm is really important.
And de-risking it a little bit, no? So that it can be scaled, yeah. Why don't we continue with you, Alberto?
Yes, please. I'm happy to. So we always say, to respond to the scale of the challenge, you need to rise to the challenge of the scale, right? Yeah. And so I was about actually to mention, so we have this partnership, not the Catalyst, EU Catalyst partnership now, when we are working closely with the EIB, where we say, why don't we try to find that de-risking methodology that might be perfect for each of the projects? And that implies a different set of levers and tools that normally we actionate depending on what are the risks and what are the hurdles in each of the projects. So from our side, we provide concessional finance in the form of either grants or either flexible equity, and the venture debt that is coming from the EIB is a perfect match. So the way that we work is that we look at the premium of some of these projects, and we pretty much focus on technologies that are, again, first of a kind and pilots reaching to the market, things such as long duration energy storage, sustainable aviation fuels, direct air capture, and other technologies that are helping to decarbonize the industry, because we see that there is an opportunity to link energy policies with industrial policies. So this is an opportunity not only to decarbonize, but it's an opportunity to create jobs. It's an opportunity to create new value in the economy, and going from an importer to an exporter of technologies in this new way of green reindustrialization that is coming, right? So a couple of examples there were two projects that we announced at COP last year together. One of them being on the e-fuels space, partnered up with Ørsted in Sweden to manufacture green methanol, and the other one you were mentioning it in Sardinia, with Energy Dome, an Italian company doing duration energy storage. Maybe I will take only a couple of seconds to say that another project that, for example, we announced in Catalyst was Infineon in the US as well, doing SAF. And I'm always reflecting on this because, the most innovative part in here, it was not actually the flexible equity that we provided, but it was helping the company to reach an agreement with American Airlines for a SAF PPA. It was the first time that there was, we helped them construct this very long contract into something very detailed on how to go from months of ensuring the SAF off-taking to a few years. So therefore, you are helping the bankability of the project and ensuring the off-taking, which was essential to close FID.
Very relevant. Off-takers and PPAs are key. Thank you, Alberto, very much. So why don't we continue with Boan in this case? If we can have your view on those two topics very briefly.
Yeah, so we're already running out of time, so I'll keep it very short. I totally agree with what's been said before. I think the key issue is all in the scaling. So grants are absolutely necessary in the beginning to de-risk new technologies for investors. But thereafter, I think, especially the European markets, I'm talking about the European market because that's what I know best, we lack growth capital. So Series A, Series B, we have sufficient interest from investors, but once like a large-scale facility, for example, Leiden Jar, needs to build a factory, then really money is needed. And I think the EIB plays a critical role in that. So Luckily, there are some ways to finance that, but I think here it's also, we can learn a lot from the US. Also when it comes to, for example, institutional money that can be implemented in the sector through funds actually. Like for example, pension funds in Europe are less likely to invest in venture capital. Well, that is maybe something that we can regulate or stimulate. I'll keep my mouth shut for now, but my 2 cents.
I totally agree with everything they've said. And just briefly, I think what gets us really excited is when we see, I mean, obviously looking at the world around us, we know how to scale things, we know how to build things, we know how to fund projects. What we need to do is work out how to unlock that for climate tech. And that the issue is just that mostly, for the most part, those technologies represent a higher level of risk because they're just not as proven. So when we can work with people who are able to do something to offset that higher risk and unlock like traditional project finance, that's when we get very excited. So whether it's foundational money, government money, clever insurance vehicles, you know, there's a lot of different ways that that we can play there, and we're always looking out for innovations in financing that will help to unlock that kind of regular finance.
Thank you very much. Thanks to the 4 of you. I think quick wrap up here, but I think main message or first message is that we already have some very clear, tangible examples and technologies that are promising, being developed throughout many different places in the world. So and somehow already showing us the way on where we could be focusing over the next couple of decades in terms of how to continue decarbonizing many different industrial and productive activities. And then the second one is that in order to accelerate that and to scale it, given the very large capex that it is needed in this technological revolution, we require all sorts and all type of financing beyond equity to accompany this very large and capex intensive cycle. And we need to figure out ways to actually close the loop, no, and do risk and make all these technologies and projects bankable with PPAs, off-takers, and structures and catalytic capitals can also be very, very relevant. So thank you very much, and thanks everyone for attending today. It's been a great pleasure. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you very much indeed for your insightful discussion. Stay tuned for 2 more panels, okay? Please, 2 more interesting panels of amazing experts sitting right here in front of me. Give us 2 minutes, breathe, fresh air, back for more. We have 2 more panels before our super finals. Control your excitement, please. Our next panel is dedicated to project finance and infrastructure investments. And for this panel, we have Pilar Carvajal Lucena, Principal Investment and Fund Partnerships at Third Derivative. Welcome. Maximilian Zoller, Principal at HV Capital. Welcome. Mark Robinson, Finance Innovation Orchestrator at Climate KIC. Welcome. And our moderator, Tyler Christie, Managing Director at Decarbonization Partners. Welcome to our stage. The stage is yours.
Great, thank you for having us, and thank you to the panel for joining. We're going to jump right in because we have a very short amount of time and want to have questions with you all. So I'll keep my introduction rather short. But we're in a really exciting time, what we're talking about here around capital formation and not just in equity formation. Say, as Bloomberg reported, about 1.8 trillion was raised and deployed in last year in 2023. Actually, equity was down. 84 billion was raised for startups in the climate and transition space, which was down about 30%, but debt was on the rise. Some of that's probably linked to interest rates stabilizing, starting to hopefully go down, we think. But nevertheless, we hope that is a continuing trend, of course. And we're starting to see clearly funds forming at really substantial sizes and some really impressive commitments from banks as well, BBVA being one, making a commitment to deploy about 4 billion euros over the coming years, which is impressive. And you see this, factor across a lot of other banks as well. And then in funds, we'll talk about project finance funds and infrastructure funds. There's a amassing amount of dry powder at BlackRock, which I can speak about. We have 50 billion AUM in infrastructure funds. It's been announced we're acquiring Global Infrastructure Partners, which is 100 billion AUM. A significant focus of that is in energy transition. Apollo announced a fund of 50 billion that they'll contribute of investing into energy assets over the coming years. EQT just completed a 20 billion euro raise for Infra 6. Brookfield out raising Fund 2 in climate, another 20 billion. So capital is coming now. We will need more capital. You look at the trillions that are needed for the energy transition, but the trend of formation is really really unprecedented and really exciting. And then we're starting to see, which we'll talk about, the deals that are happening around some of that, which is exciting. And I'll name a few, that are related to project financing, which some are very close to some of the panelists. So NPAL raising $1 billion euro plus facility. Zolar just 2 days ago announced a $100 million facility for debt lending. BlackRock again invested 550 million in an infrastructure project in CCUS, which is the first and largest of its kind. Then you have some mega deals that happened in the last year that we've all, I'm sure, read about, like H2 Green Steel raising some 4 billion in debt or more, and Veracor, another raising over 600 million from Macquarie, an infrastructure fund, investing at equity level at our first gigafactory, which is an interesting development. Then additional 650 million euros in debt there. So, and EIB, EBRD, it's great to see in the last panel EIB present, very active. We see it a lot, which is great. So we're seeing governments come in. That's enabling more private capital come in, and I certainly hope that this continues. So with that intro, longer than I had intended, I wanted to kind of first kick off the panel for each of you to talk about what do you see as this trend. And what we'd like to do is kind of make this a bit practical around, what is this trend? How can we best understand it? And then for companies and investors, so what should you be doing at different stages? What's relevant for companies? How do you fit that? Who should you be talking to? And how do you go about that process? So why don't we start though with the trend? I'd love to hear, maybe starting with you, Pilar, ladies first. This trend that I've talked about more broadly, kind of from your perspective and all the research, the third derivative and things that you've been doing. How do you see this trend developing and forming over time?
Yeah, for sure. And maybe for context, so Third Derivative is an accelerator program for early stage startups that are addressing the hard to decarbonize sectors with technology innovation. And so I think it's relevant for that brief intro for the context of the conversation we're having here, because when we bring companies on board into our program, they are in like the pre-seed, seed, and sometimes Series A stages of development. But we've been operating now for 3 years, and now it's 15-20% of our portfolio is starting to reach those stages of scale-up and development that require different type of capital, different approach to bringing different stakeholders to the table. And we have identified, connected to the point that Tyler was making, a bit of a gap in terms of the skill set that some of these teams have by the time that they get to that, first of a kind or demonstration, pre-commercial scale level of development. And so one of the things that we've identified is teams lacking, the adequate skill set or resources, just because the industry traditionally has not been supporting founders in those particular skills when it comes to project development. But then also on the capital side, recognizing that venture capital alone, it's only going to take startups so far, and we're going to be needing different sources of capital as well to support it. Is it in this context that from Third Derivative we've been working on a program to particularly focus on first-of-a-kind or demonstration pre-commercial scale program to support founders that are getting to those stages of development, access the right type of skill set and the right type, I think one of the things that when it comes to project finance, for example, or infrastructure development, it is relevant to identify the right type of risk, making sure that you have the right, developer skill set, but then also the right capital partners. And so anyway, from our perspective, we've been developing this specific program for projects that are getting to that scale to really help them bridge that gap to the next stage of scale-up. And starting with industries such as chemical processes, when you think about green cement, green steel, thinking about large-scale clean tech development with long-duration energy storage or CDR solutions. So those are some of the areas that we've started to focus on that front.
And Max, maybe you can comment next, having been both on the operator side, a couple of these companies I mentioned, and now on the investing side. How do you see this developing over time in your?
Yeah, I mean it's interesting. On the solar side, obviously a lot of the SPV and project finance has been going on for more than a decade already. So that's nothing new. And NPAL, which is one of our portfolio companies, obviously had large scale project financing ready already. But I think what has happened over the last 2 to 3 years is that there's a new wave of companies, just like you've mentioned, that is now around the Series A stage or seed stage, and is just starting to realize that they're not going to be able to get to where they need to be purely with venture capital. And for some of the founders, that's something they did not necessarily know before. So that's a new quality of both projects and teams that I don't think would have thought about project financing before, but it's badly needed, because else they're not going to get to where they are. So rather than large-scale decentralized assets, just the solar or heating systems, they can be big one-off projects in the chemistry space, or also smaller-scale projects. But in any case, along the entire variety of renewables, right? So I think that's something that's been happening over the last 2 to 3 years, and I think I totally agree with what you've said, that there's a lot of need to help and educate some of the founders, because if they rely on venture capital alone, then it's not going to work.
Mm-hmm.
Mark, switch to you.
Yeah, a similar story actually for me. It is very true that that the graduation from venture capital into project finance is a challenge. And of course, what we're facing in the company I've worked for at Climate Kick is we're very much working on the demand side. So we work on relationships with governments, cities and regions. We're working and leading the 100 cities in the Net Zeros projects, for instance. And we also have agreements with other governments around Europe, Ireland, Austria, Slovenia, and really capturing their needs are. And those needs are vast, and they require scaling up. And of course, we have a pipeline of over 1,000 startups that have graduated from our accelerator programs, but there's a need to bridge that gap between the venture capital and the project finance. So I'm right at this very moment working on the financial architecture to make that possible. And so it would seem to me to be a crucial involvement of a blended finance and a flexible financing fund. So we're talking to major European investors at early stages of discussions, such as EIB, EIF and others, and looking to structure something that would enable a fund of funds approach to put in a flexible blended finance umbrella fund that can then provide finance to SPVs on a smaller project scale. So that's how we see ramping up deployment on a scale that can actually create transformational change rather than just incremental change on a project-by-project basis. So, but yeah, it's matching up what we have on the supply side with technical solutions to the mobilizing finance on the demand side, and we're getting there, but we don't have the answers yet, but this is something to look out for. So for companies that are interested in partnering on the finance or have the solutions that want to scale on a pan-European level, then please get in touch, because this is what we're working on right now.
That's exciting, and we'll come back to that in a little bit. This space obviously is quite vast, right? There's lots of different shapes and colors of infrastructure, project finance, and whatnot. And not everything is a perfect fit for every business, of course. And so one question for you, Pilar, is to help people think about this, and as you think about it, is really like, how should a team be thinking about what's relevant for their business model, and how that can really help them move beyond that or alongside that venture capital funding, and that can help then narrow down how they spend their time, which is the most precious resource, to get the right fit, rather than boiling the ocean in this space. So maybe a little bit talk about how they should think about the relevance to their business.
Yeah. It's a great question, and actually we do spend a lot of time with our founders thinking about some of the trade-offs along the way when you have to decide which partners to bring on board. And as an example, like, we do see companies that are getting to that demonstration, pre-commercial scale in our portfolio that need to decide whether they engage with, a corporate, for example, to speed up the process of scale-up, bridging for some of the know-how that they may not have in-house, but that the corporate can help bridge and take to that next level. Or thinking about non-dilutive funding, for example, and some of the trade-offs that comes with, engaging with grant governments that can provide a lot of capital without a dilutive effect into their cap table, but at the same time, it comes with some trade-offs when it comes to the speed of development with some of the verticals in the portfolio. And then also, I guess when it comes to project finance type of funding, we do see companies also engaging with developers and EPC contractors that are taking that initial risk to try to, build up the infrastructure, or like the baseline for then structured types of financing that are a little more similar to project finance, but I think similar to what Max was saying before. We're gonna have a transition period before we get to, where project finance is today for solar or wind, given that there are many risks that are specific to certain technologies when it comes to taking them to that demonstration stage. But then also when thinking about what offtake agreements look like, what's the profile of EPC contractors for the deployment of these projects, or even the risk associated to feedstock at scale when it comes to deploying these projects at larger scale when it comes to demonstration or the pre-commercial level of development. So I think those are some of the considerations that I think will come into place. And I wish we had a little more, I think we're starting to develop that playbook of like, what are some of those key trade-offs, considerations, some strategic decisions, and who are the key hires along the way to make sure that, startups that have been historically been very technical do need to think about when to bring the right teammates to focus on the business development, to make sure that you're focusing on profitability and fundamentals, making sure that you know how to leverage capital efficiently as well. And all of that will require, decisions to be made along the way in terms of hiring, what are the right capital partners that you want to bring on board, and then what are the technical and commercial skills that you have to be developing over time.
Got it. Maybe switching to Mark for a second. Now thinking about who should they be talking to, and these different institutions, from banks to public sector or blended finance and whatnot, and maybe you can help a little bit opine on that, navigating that of who are the individuals, the roles, the institutions that are best for them to connect to.
Yeah, there's no easy answer to that, in all honesty, because there are a plethora of opportunities for receiving grant funding and development funding. And as we've mentioned, that is generally suited to the early stages of a project. But even a mature EPC contractor will be needing to compensate their development costs in a project, which is the most risky part for them. And I would urge people to think about, if you're that type of company, is to seek assistance from grants to assist with your development costs, because certainly in my experience, and I've done 15 years of developing project finance structures, and I know how hard it is, it's often the case that there are too many projects that you could go after, and it's selecting the right one. And finding corporate partners, you've mentioned, is another way of doing that can take some of the capital risk. So for example, if you're a developer, is to look who's downstream of the project, like an EPC contractor, and joining with them. And not only will they potentially provide capital for you to develop projects or put you on a success-only basis for if a project reaches fruition, they can also help you with some of the legal costs around structuring. And ultimately, they're the ones that are going to be delivering the project, so they would be aligned with the vision of the project, because they'd be taking the risk in succession to when you pass on the development of the project to the execution phase. So I think corporate partnerships are critical, and in Europe that's fine, but if you're looking in emerging markets, that can be a tricky thing. But the rewards are a lot greater in emerging markets. So, I think that's it. It's looking for the right finance at the right cost, and looking for the right partners if you don't have the in-house experience already.
I like the partner comment. One thing, and often that ends up being a customer as well. One of our mantras at Decarb Partners is we look for the desperate customer, they call it. And usually that desperate customer is willing to finance and take risk in an unusual way because they need that supply to develop, they need that partner to mature, to get to the point where they can actually offtake that solution. So often it's like a customer-led financing that then helps unlock other parties to come in.
Very true. I would just like to add to that, because if you have a public sector client, then that can be very much the case, where they need to get something off the ground quickly and would rather allocate funding to a developer who can then deliver the project, rather than allocate funding to an engineering consultant who would just prepare a very often standard plan that would then stay on a shelf. They're looking, I've found with public sector, that they're willing to fund that upfront development cost. So you're de-risking the project by taking your designs to 80-90% complete, and then that is then even more attractive for the blend of finance that you need afterwards if you've done a really robust development process. Just to add to that, totally agree.
And hey, Max, you and I both worked in startups and know how crazy it is. Lots of different things going on, more priorities than you can count. And so, one of the questions to you is, and as you've seen probably the trajectory of some of your portfolio companies, like Npal, when is the right time to be allocating what type of resources to this big challenging adventure, which is often a whole new muscle, like you said, for companies that maybe didn't foresee this capital need for them?
Yeah, so generally, even though it sounds extreme, I would say you can't do it too early. Not in order to be able to close a project finance, but if you know that you're going to need it somewhere down the road, be it starting with a grant or a corporate partner or later on a big project finance facility, I think it really pays off to talk early and often. Not necessarily from, not devoting like 20% of your time each week, but maybe like talk once a week or maybe twice a week to like a person not necessarily to already close a deal, but to establish a relationship beforehand, and most importantly, understand the mindset of the people that you're going to be working with, because in venture, we are embracing risk. We profit from the upside. It's an outlier business in the end, right? We have to invest in companies that can, return our fund, and we have to ideally have multiple of those. A classical project finance, developer infrastructure fund, doesn't care about any of that. They're debt financed, right? You know, risk is not necessarily good for them. So that requires you to be entirely different, I think, much more. If I think about the classic business plans that I get and that I have to vet, I don't think that's a business plan you should be showing to a debt fund. You should be really thinking about, showing all the risks and having an honest conversation, which is not the way, conversations with VCs usually go, where it's much more about the upside. So just to, as I said, develop that muscle, I think you can't start too early.
Yeah, it's interesting. We're like right in the kind of midpoint of this, and so it's interesting when we had founders come to us, and it's on the VC side is thinking, the innovative, disruptive company, and then on the back of my head, I'm thinking, when you're going to go and talk to an infrastructure fund, they want it boring. It needs to be no disruption, no,
super established.
Yeah, and then you remember, and some of my colleagues in infrastructure funds, the core of that was like toll roads, right? It's pretty predictable how it's gonna function, how you're gonna make money. So it is a switch in that mentality, and then developing kind of a business plan that makes sense for that type of capital down the line. So we view like a trajectory towards being more boring over time is actually a very positive thing in a way. Well, thanks. We did want to do questions, and so maybe we can turn over to any questions. I know we don't have a huge audience here, but hopefully somebody will be bold. Any questions?
So my question would be the size to go. So we're actually looking at doing structured finance for building integrated solar roofs, which has its own challenge per se. But we feel that we are too small to go for €100 million SPV, and then we also feel that there's this gap to get to a sizable. Just a size where we can actually deploy a sensible amount of capital, and there's a lot of funds that say, hey, we'll look into this if you can deploy 50 or 100 million euro, but if we're talking about even 20 million euro, it's just too small. So what would you kind of advise, or what would you say about how to kind of get to that size? It's a little bit what you mentioned in the beginning, that there is this chasm to be crossed. Thank you.
Can I take that, Max?
So I mean, there's probably no easy answer to this, but like you got to kiss a lot of frogs. I don't know, does that translate in English as well? Got to kiss a lot of frogs to find the prince. And there's a lot of funds who also so for example, one company I know, Solas Capital, they specialize up to 40 million project finance. I think starting as of 2 million. And so obviously they got different requirements for other stuff, but there's a lot of funds now, and I think we've seen the panel before, the project financing landscape is evolving. So I think there's no clear-cut answer, but it requires to be out there and talk to a lot of people and listen. And for sure, VCs can play a role in financing the first couple of projects, and for sure we're doing that. But I think that's limited to probably first of a kind kind of financings, and not parts of it, I would say.
Yeah, questions? Anything else? Well, I think we're close to time. Any other comments from the panel? Or should we let everybody finish off their day?
Maybe the one comment I would make, that I think it's important on the capital provider side, and I don't think we talk enough about it. And we demand a lot of innovation from founders and from solutions to solve climate issues. I think we should also be a little bit, to your point, I think there should be a lot more creativity on the funding side, and I think we are definitely heading in that direction. And you see, people kind of stepping out of their comfort zone, try to go the extra mile to, make ends meet when it comes to different capital structures. But I think we need to see more of that for the type of climate infrastructure deployment that will be required to meet the 2050 goals. So I think this is more of a call to action to everybody in the audience, but then also just like a mental note for all of us.
Great. Spot on. All right, thank you very much. All right, thank you, everybody.
Thanks.
All right, done?
Thank you very much indeed for your interesting insights. Don't go too far. We have our last fireside chat before the super finals in 2 minutes. For our final topic of the day, before our super finals, we have Charging into the Future, the latest developments in EV, charging and funding of a world leader in smart charging systems. And joining us for this fireside chat, we have Jeanne Dedru, Executive Debt Investments from BBVA Spark, and Mr. Jordi Land, CFO at Wallbox. Please come on stage. Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Take a seat.
So good afternoon. My name is Jan de Dreu. I'm part of BBVA Spark, which is the unit of BBVA focused on high-growth tech companies. And so with me today is Jordi Lines. I'm very pleased to share the stage with you. Jordi Lines is the CFO of Wallbox. And so Wallbox is a company founded in 2015, and today it's a global leader in EV charging solutions. And I would say for startups in energy, clearly Wallbox is an example of a very successful growth story, and it's a reference for startups in the energy sector in general. And so in this conversation, I would like to touch four topics. One, comment the market. Second, comment a little bit on the sector of EV charging. Third, comment on products. And there I think it's very interesting to speak about how EV chargers can be integrated with energy systems. And finally, comment shortly on funding. And so starting with the market, I think recent news reports, they comment, there's a bit of a debate, they comment on a slowdown in the adoption of electric vehicles. And if we look at the data in 2023, we clearly see that, especially in the US and Europe, the sales of electric vehicles has been below previous forecasts. And not only that, there's also a bit of a debate in newspapers, in the press, and generally whether this slowdown is just a point in time or it could even be permanent. So Jordi, I would be very interested to know your views on this debate.
Okay, well, thank you for the invitation, first of all, okay, and thank you for the organization. Well, I wouldn't say that it's a slowdown, okay? It depends on the regions, on the quarters. Don't forget that we are analyzing a space that just in US and Europe last year grew more than 30%. The point is, it's true that it's less as expected because we come from an hyper growth on the EV space, but growing 30% for us, it's not bad if you compare with any other early stage space. No? The point is that we will see in coming years hyper growth periods linked to incentives, linked to the EV to the EV industry, and also we will see other periods where growth will be between 20, 30, 40%. No? And what for us, what is important is to see that there is a tendency, there is a transition, and in any transition, we're in the middle of the early adopters and the massive adoption of this technology, okay? And seeing that, and of course, we are seeing other regions where the presence of the EVs are massive. Nordics in Europe, we are talking about 80s, 90%. And of course, there is another part of the world, which is China, where the growth is not stopped. It's also growing significantly. And lastly, of course, the environment in terms of interest rates, inflation, etc., has affected, I believe, not only to the EV space, also to the combustion cars, no, on vehicles.
And what do you think are key factors to basically get a more widespread adoption of EVs? Is it the cost of the vehicle? Is it battery range? Is it infra? Is it charging infrastructure?
Three, both, all of them. Of course, in terms of pricing, there is a barrier. EVs are more expensive than energy combustion cars, but it's true that we are seeing entering Chinese competitors. These Chinese competitors are entering with EV is very decent with good technology and lower prices. It's difficult for European Union to put barriers because also OEMs, European OEMs are getting significant part of their results from Chinese market. Then we are here in a geopolitical issue. But also we will see a decrease in the EV pricing probably due to incentives. And of course we will see a significant investment in ultra-fast charging infrastructure, for sure.
Okay, and then if we move a little bit more to the sector, so there's many companies that manufacture EV chargers, and even some car companies. For example, clearly a clear example is Tesla, but there's others that also offer their own branded products. So what in your view is the key differentiating factor to be a long-term successful player in this industry?
First of all, it's to be agnostic with any OEM. At the end, if we are seeing a massive adoption, we will see that people has a BMW, an Audi, or a Mercedes, and they need an agnostic charger that is able to charge any car. That's for sure. Secondly, geographical footprint, it's key. We have not to forget that, for example, the charger that we are selling in Spain is different that we are selling in France, in UK, or in Nordics, because regulations are different, certification, and also grid conditions. And it means that having a big geographical footprint, what is needed to achieve big contracts, it's a big barrier. If we want to sell chargers in Finland, it's not just to opening an e-shop, okay? We require certification process. It happens, of course, with China, and it happens also with US, okay? Then this is a second point. And of course, lastly, technology, okay? Having technology that is allowing to charge when energy is cheaper, to have agreements with utilities, when you have interaction with the grid in order to take advantage when there are exceed or peaks of renewable energy that today we are not taking profit of that, then being able to charge your car. And lastly, with bidirectional charging, that you know that we have recently launched the first bidirectional charger in the world, domestic one, that of course it's a game changer in terms that we will have a huge battery in our cars. We have batteries that are around 100 kilowatts that allow us to have electricity in our house in case of a blackout for a consumption of 4 or 5 days. No?
And so if we stay a little bit more on this topic of the sector, so we did see a bit of consolidation already. And one example is that last year you bought a German competitor called ABL.
Yep.
Can you comment on what is the key rationale for this acquisition, and do you expect further consolidation in this industry?
We believe that we will see a significant consolidation in the space in the coming months and years, okay? Basically because of lack of scale. If you don't have global presence, you cannot take significant big contracts, okay? And then if we see the space, basically we can see Germany, it's the biggest market in Europe. More than 50% of the EV market is in Germany. Germany has its own technological regulation with a local regulation that is named Einheit. And ABL was the leading company in Germany. But this is a very curious case. In Germany, there were a lot of incentives and grants until 2022 for the EV acquisition and also for chargers. Incentives disappeared and the market went to 50%. This company that was the leader, and today it's the leader of the biggest market in Europe, which is Germany ABL company, couldn't survive the situation of disappearance of incentives, okay? And we had the opportunity to acquire them, and with that become clearly the leading company in Europe of charging infrastructure.
Okay, so then if we move to the next topic, which is very interesting to understand how EV charging products can be integrated with the energy system. And I think this is relevant today because if we already see some countries, especially in Northern Europe, that are having some capacity problems, that they have faced grid congestion, even power outages. And so it would be interesting to understand how the EV chargers, how your products can be integrated with the energy system, and whether they can play a role in alleviating these type of issues.
Well, many times it seems a race, no? That who will be the protagonist of the energy management system at home, no? We have the solar panels, distributors, meters, chargers, the car. What we see clearly is that when you acquire an EV, your energy consumption doubles. And it means that having an EV becomes a significant issue in terms of your energy consumption. No? The way of having a smart charger allows you that also that you are doubling your energy consumption, do not double your energy bill. With smart solutions, with bidirectional, with functionalities as EcoSmart, or with integration with software of the local grids, which allow you to take profit of the peaks of energy production. We clearly believe that the entrance of the EVs in every single home in Europe will become a disruptive topic in terms of energy management system, and with that we are providing a significant software that allows you to create this environment with solar panels, bidirectionality, the EV, and home consumption, and we believe honestly that we are the best positioned there.
And so related to this, you already mentioned that you have a commercial bidirectional charger.
Yes.
So I think this is like a super interesting product, no? Because it doesn't only allow you to charge your car, but it also allows you to use the battery of the car to send energy back to the grid.
Yeah.
Or back to your home, back to your business, your office. So can you elaborate a little on the advantage of these bidirectional EV chargers, and also what is the demand that you see for this product, and do you expect widespread implementation of this?
The first of all, it's that it seems that exist different bidirectional chargers. When I talk with some investors, I always say the same: try to buy one, okay? What I can say is that today you can acquire one Quasar in the United States, that it's the first region where we are commercializing, basically because of the interest on the blackout situation, especially in California. We have a beta testing program with Department of Energy of California State with more than 100 homes, and we will launch with Kia this year the EV9, which will be the car of the year, the first EV sub of Kia, and it will you will have the opportunity to acquire Quasar. Again, the battery car, it's a huge battery, sometimes 100 kilowatts or more, and has a big capacity to bring opportunities in terms of charge your car when energy is cheaper, charge your car with renewables, with solar panels, and discharge your car at home when the energy is more expensive, or also if exists the technology, the local technology, the business case of vehicle to grid. Also resell this energy to the grid, as we did with the first version of our product in United Kingdom with Octopus Energy.
And so do you see that, do you expect widespread implementation of this? Because I understand it can be really...
Early technology, okay. We believe that probably in less than 10 years, all chargers will be bidirectional. Okay, but today we are early adopters are the ones that are acquiring these chargers. Today it's not massive, but we honestly believe that after an introduction period of 5, 6, 7 years, all chargers will be with DC technology, not AC, because also it allows to take out certain weight components of the car, and of course, massive adoption of bidirectional chargers.
Okay, I think that's a super interesting development. One slightly different question. You recently signed an agreement, a strategic agreement with Generac, which is interesting because it's a US manufacturer, I would say a much more traditional player of gasoline and diesel fueled backup generators. So it's a totally different profile than an energy tech company like Wallbox.
Yes.
But can you comment on what's the mutual rationale and
well,
benefits?
the rationale is that they are the leaders of the generators industry, home generators industry in United States, more than 80% of market share. and they are seeing that between 10, 15 years, this business will disappear. It will be forbidden in certain states to have a diesel generator at home. With that, we will enter in battery packs, bidirectional charging, solar panels, energy management system, and this investment, what reflects, it's their intention of diversification and entering in the new era of decarbonization. A company that today, INSys, has more than 85% of market share of home generators in the United States.
Okay, then maybe as a final topic, I would like to comment on your funding program. So Wallbox has raised a large amount of equity and debt, including venture debt, working capital. You're also a listed company. And so having this proactive funding program has enabled the company to always report a strong liquidity position and maintain a long runway despite also having a huge capex program and despite having still negative EBITDA until recently. Can you comment on what's your financial policy for liquidity in the funding program, and how do you prioritize between different instruments?
Well, it has been a long story, of the last 7 years. Honestly, we have committed to have positive EBITDA Q2 of this year. Then with this, we will end at least the story of negative cash flow. But achieving and being the leader of a new industry requires significant efforts in terms of engineering, certification, product capabilities. I didn't mention that we are vertically integrated. We have factories in Germany, in Morocco, in Spain, in Arlington, Texas, United States. Then it means a huge investment. And of course, we have been balancing, and this was our main reasons for being a public company in the United States, in Wall Street. It was to have access to capital as an equity at the same level as long-term debt as we have been doing. For example, one example is with you, with BBV Spark, that has been one of the partners that has allowed us to finance our capex on a long-term basis. Basically, what we have done is finance our capex with existing long-term debt and finance our negative EBITDA with equity coming from partners, to make it simple. And of course, for growing, we are a company that manufactures, that has inventories, that has customers, then we require additional working capital finance lines, but with growth it comes, and it's not so hard, let me say.
Yeah. And then so maybe to finish this, because I think we're out of time, but one last question is, I think in this event you're one of the few listed companies, and in fact you're listed on the New York Stock Exchange. You have been listed over the last over 2 years. So in theory this should give you much better access to capital, but also clearly it gives you additional reporting and regulatory requirements. So can you comment a little bit about how this listing has worked out for
It has been excellent for us, but it's true that it's the two faces of the same coin. From one side, the access to capital and valuation. It's amazing how things goes in capital markets in the United States. Nothing similar here in Europe, honestly. This is why we choose that market. But on the other side, it's true that regulations, compliance, SOX are enormous. And it has put us in a very high discipline in terms of reporting and quality of the information, but at the end it's something that have to arrive at a certain moment, and we just have anticipated and accelerated. But in any case, it's true that we have had to dedicate certain resources to all this process that in other circumstances we didn't have to apply. But this is the price that you have to pay for achieving and being able to take profit of being in this capital market situation that it is Denise.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you to everyone for attending. Thank you, Jordi.
Thank you.
And have a great day.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you very much. Give us 2 minutes, because we're almost ready for the Energy Tech Challenges Super Finals. I have to use this. Are you ready for the super final? Our honourable members of the jury have voted, and we are ready for the final top 5 pitches. Please welcome our remarkable members of the jury who will help us to choose the ultimate winner of Energytech Summit Challengers 2024. This year, as I've said all day, we've had a record-breaking number of jury members, a source of great pride for us. Thank you all very much for your votes, your expertise, and your questions. And rather than listing everybody, because there are too many, and it's a time-consuming task, I ask you to please introduce yourselves if you're going to ask questions to the pitchers. I'm going to remind you the rules of the live pitches. Each company, you will have 3 minutes for your pitch and 2 additional minutes for questions from the jury members. When evaluating the presentations, jury members, please remember the 7 criteria. 1, problem. 2, product or service. 3, go-to-market strategy. 4, progress or traction. 5, the team. 6, the potential of future financing. And 7, sustainability. I have an echo in myself. I wish the best of luck to our contestants. So let's start with the winner of the green infrastructure track, Me Energy GmbH, and Alexander Soul, representing the company. Alexander, the floor is yours. Congratulations.
So hi, I'm Alex, founder of Me Energy. Everything will have a battery, from a car to a truck and a bus. And the question will be where to charge them. Because according to McKinsey, we're missing 20% of all charging points in the EU by 2030. And that is because of the grid. The grid is just too slow and it's too expensive to extend. There are so technical limitations and so many hurdles in the way. And also in the future, we need resilient solutions in cases of blackout. And that is why, as a complementary solutions, we offer off-grid fast charging stations. It is the missing puzzle piece, because we can go to any location you can imagine. It's not tied to any infrastructure, and we don't need any permissions. It is mobile, so you can place it in a field like here, and it has a lot of energy stored, 4 megawatts to 40 megawatts if you use additional storage options. And it is resilient. You can use it any time of the day, also during blackouts. How does it work? We are not using only solar or wind that is available on site, but we combine that with the on-site generation to produce additional capacity. And we generate from organic waste liquids. Those liquids have a high energy density, 20 times more than batteries. And we have a patented generator here, 11 patents, which is 2 times more efficient than directly using it in a car. And the best thing about it is we're even saving 50% carbon dioxide compared to solar panels. We're now using this in a new innovative business model. For the first time, you can get infrastructure as a pay-per-service model in charging. So it's only 39 cents per kilowatt hour. And the best thing is it's profitable. 4 charges per day is profitable, or even 1 truck charge per day. It's used a lot by renowned companies. For example, MAN. They save 24% of costs, and they have the first 4 stations deployed last year. We have BASF, 18% savings, and they followed up with 1 million order. And Sixt, they even placed a 4.2 million order last year. So there are many, many more companies, all of them signed, and the sales pipeline is filled with that number. And we now realize that revenue over the next years. So last year we had 2.1 million, saving around 2 kilotons of CO2. This year we're looking at 10 million by outsourcing production, and we're scaling up and also launching new products on the way, getting up our power production and also cater to other needs like on-site power generation for construction sites. We, that is a team of me and my co-founder Ines, and now we adapted or we hired a lot of experienced individuals from the industry, automotive, electronics, and we, that is also a network of business angels that have been CEOs of Porsche, SEAT, and a lot of other renowned institutions. We gathered 8 million in equity And we also have the 3 million credit line. That is something I want to highlight in the end. Thank you so much. Help us support the transition to EVs.
Thank you for your wonderful pitch. Thank you for your pitch. Jury members, do you have any questions?
I thank you for your pitch. How do consumers know where to find you? How do consumers know where to find you?
So we are integratable in every charging app or every charging backend that is. So we have the same interface as any grid-bound charging infrastructure. So you can operate us the same way. So if you open your app, you'll find a charging station if it is public. But since we're operating mainly for fleets, well, they know the charging station is there, and they can also use their internal apps for this. If you don't have one, we also offer a white label solution if you need it.
Hi, Masaki from EEI. You have a strong pipeline, impressive list of clients and repeaters. Is the bottleneck here just the production, the speed, and how are you going to address it?
So the major milestone is beginning of this year, we outsourced completely production. Now we are turnkey ready solutions. We have one partner in Poland that is ready right now. We're qualifying the second one, which is a way bigger company. We'll be, let's say, end Q3, Q4, we'll be there. And then we can scale up the production, and that is currently the bottleneck. So we are in under fulfillment because of our production limitations.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, I wonder if you could just go into a little bit more detail about technology and your feedstocks. So you said like liquid waste, organic liquid waste. So what sort of things have your initial customers been using, and what are the supply chain considerations for that?
Yes. So we have a variety. We have methanol, ethanol, DME, and all those derivatives that are available. And we are supplying them as a service for our customers. We are billing the kilowatt hour. So ideally, we combine that with solar and wind production on site to lower those prices. But we offer the refilling service and then billing the kilowatt hour. And we try to have local supply chains, close carbon chains, and that we can enable by local production of methanol, ethanol, DME, and all those liquids that are produced from waste or organics.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Alexander. Round of applause, please. Thank you. I'd like to welcome the winning company of the batteries and value chain track, Mr. James Eaton, the CEO and co-founder of the company of Ionetic.
So, as I said, I'm James, I'm the CEO and co-founder, and I'm going to tell you how we deliver a 90% saving in the development of automotive battery packs. So firstly, some context. There are two groups of car companies in the world. Niche vehicles, lots of them. They don't make very many vehicles. They have quite small vehicle development budgets and low sensitivity to unit cost. This is in contrast to ultra-high volume companies. Not very many of them, but they make lots of vehicles. They have essentially unlimited money, but very high sensitivity to unit price. And the problem is everything in electrification is set up for them. It's set up assuming you have $40 million to spend on developing a battery pack alone. And leads to quotes like this: we currently don't see any way to electrify our vehicles with what's on the market. So we have to make it cheaper, and here's how we do it. We're a one-stop shop for battery pack. We do the design, the test, and the manufacturing. We take in customer inputs like energy, power, and voltage, and we take engineering inputs like materials, geometries, and adhesives, architectures, things like that. We feed those into our platform, which is based both in software and hardware, and then take that into design so we can get you any battery pack you want. There are 4 examples here, lots of different shapes or sizes. Using the architecture, we can reduce testing by 80%, and then do flexible manufacturing so we can make all the battery packs on the same manufacturing line. And that allows you to do 10x cheaper development of battery packs and give you a solid route to market. Our route to market, this year we're deploying prototype capability and our core development capability. Next year will be our first production line, and then 26 is double and 27 is double again until we get to a gigawatt hour and $200 million in revenue. We have a great team. I have 6 years experience in battery pack engineering. Andy is the former CEO of Aston Martin and COO of Nissan. Steven set up Jaguar Land Rover's battery pack production facility, is $250 million. We have lots of other great people as well. Our main customer, Alexander Dennis, that's me, stood in front of one of their buses. We're doing a $750,000 development program, and their battery order is not listed, but it's in the hundreds of millions. We have hundreds of millions more in the sales pipeline. Total addressable market, $32 billion, so we're targeting 800 million revenue in 2030. We're raising now $6 million to do 3 core things. Onboard more customers, get that pipeline signed on, deploy our first prototype production capability, and grow the team and core capability so that Ionetic can become the go-to for battery pack design and manufacture. If you want to get in touch, you can scan this QR code or email me or grab me after if you don't want to go grab the football first. So thank you very much for listening and welcome your questions.
Thank you very much for your pitch. Jury members, you have some questions?
Jan from Future Energy Ventures. My question is about the business model. Why did you decide to do both design and manufacturing rather than one of the two?
Yeah, great question. So fundamentally, there's a few reasons why we do our own manufacturing. One is if you only do the design, you have to give away the IP at the end so they can go make it, and then you can't get that repeatability. So it goes back to being $40 million again, and you don't get that saving. The other thing is it's frankly the profit engine. Right, you put them into production, it's the stickiest revenue you can ever invent. You cannot leave us, otherwise you have to stop making vehicles. You have contractual minimum order quantities, contractual minimum periods of time. It's actually quite a good revenue model. It's not actually that CapEx intensive. You know, the CapEx is $22 million a gigawatt hour, but 1 gigawatt hour is $200 million in revenue, so it kind of works out.
Thank you.
Also drives defensibility as well, which is a nice little addition.
Hi, so my question would be, where are you planning on doing the manufacturing? Is it going to be in the UK, or what's your plan for that?
Yeah, so you generally want to co-locate with your customer base. So our main customer pipeline, that 300 million is all UK based at the moment. So the first production facility will be in the UK base, in the UK. But the scalability is easy. You can literally you can just copy and paste exactly into a new geography. So if you wanted to go to Italy or Germany or somewhere in the US, it's just a copy and paste job. So no NRE, you just do it.
Thank you.
Great. 20 seconds to spare. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, James. Green Molecules track. Please give a round of applause for the winner in the Green Molecules track, Jolt Activated Electrodes, and Leon Rizzi, CEO of the company. Welcome to the stage, sir. Congratulations.
Thank you. So we make electrodes. We make electrodes for electrolysis, which covers a whole multitude of sins, everything from making chlorine to depositing of metal on integrated circuits, to cleaning water, to swimming pool chlorinators. But since we're in the Green Molecules track, we also do this for the hydrogen industry as well. Now, in the hydrogen sector, we focused primarily on alkaline and AEM. Why? Because it's the dominant current technology and it's the future dominant technology. In this market, we are competing with the incumbent monopolist, De Nora. They have 75–80% market share, and they're spending $300 million to get to 4.5 gigawatt capacity by 2026. Now, people are down on hydrogen. That's because you VCs have invested in electrolyzers. You should have invested in the electrodes. De Nora, their electrode revenues grew from 42 million in 2022 to 104 million last year, 308% growth, and they are estimating it'll continue at that rate until well past 2030. Sell the shovels and picks. As I said, we have two competitors. We can beat them in every single capacity: volume, speed of delivery, price, durability, reproducibility of performance, and energy efficiency. We also beat them in energy impact assessment. Our electrodes have a 60 times less carbon footprint, and we are PGM-free. We don't use precious metals, so we have no strategic materials. Also, 80% of the energy for our factories is running off solar panels. And in terms of the factory, we have an environmental license in the center of Barcelona because we are completely clean as a factory. Now, in terms of traction, how about this for deep tech? We're 2 years old this month. We were TLR 3 in April 2022. We're TLR 9 now. We've never had a dollar or a penny in state funding. This is the true definition of displacement technology. 300K in seed got us to TLR8, tested in 15 electrolyzer stacks. 6 million built us a factory and a state-of-the-art research center. We're a good mix. There's old guys like me on the management side, and then there's an awful lot of very, very young talent, especially in the chemists. Commercial pipeline. We're about to sign some very large commercial orders with very large bankable customers that are going to lead us to gigawatt volumes from 26 onwards. A gigawatt means $1 billion per customer. We're doing a 5 million Series B funding. Why? Primarily to get us into the traditional electrode sector and the other emerging sectors like redox flow batteries, like e-fuels and so forth. So 5 million, we can say we've done hydrogen. Now we need to go and do the other sectors. And as you can see, a good balance of management.
Thank you very much. Jury, you have 2 minutes. Questions for this gentleman?
Only 2 competitors.
Exactly.
Why shouldn't they buy you?
De Nora tried twice already in the last month. They've gone around the shareholders trying to see if they'll sell. It's vetoed. They're doing it because they finally understand that they are in big trouble. We're stealing all their customers in alkaline. They can't do AEM, only we can, but in alkaline, they can see there's a trouble now.
And they can't copy you?
Not even the slightest. It's the first technology to come to market since the 1930s. It's radically different.
Congratulations.
1 electrode a minute versus 1 electrode every 12 to 18 hours.
Good one, thank you.
Hi, Leon. Could you just share a little bit more about the technology? What is your process that makes it so differentiated and from the competitors?
Okay, very, very quickly. The way you make electrodes now, you take expensive precious metal catalysts, you hand paint them, you hang them in an oven for 1.5 hours at 400 to 600 degrees, and you do it again and again and again, maybe from 8 to 40 times. Iridium, platinum, palladium. So imagine the energy, the labor, the PGM costs. And the other problem is every electrode comes out different. So it decays at a different rate and it dies at a different time. Have you ever wondered why nobody's getting project financing on things like ammonia production, on steel, on all these big hydrogen? The guys aren't doing the funding because nobody can warrant the degradation in the stack. It's that simple because they can't warrant the electrodes. We can because every single electrode that leaves has the same spec. It'll degrade at a different rate. So we warrant minimum 10 years, 2% degradation, including with renewable energy. We are tolerant to reverse polarity. So for the first time ever, you can start using this with renewables without any trouble. And how we do it differently? We spray, we hang, it's a simple spray line in front of an infrared lamp, 1 minute. It triggers an exothermal process. It creates the catalyst, at the same time fuses it into the substrate. No deformation, no degradation. And it increases the surface area 10 times, so we don't need PGMs.
Many thanks. Leon, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let's move on to Climate FinTech Pitches track. It's my pleasure to introduce the Climate FinTech track winner, Gabriel Umana, Head of Commercial at Renewable Limited. 3 minutes, sir. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. The pointer? Do you have, or? Thank you so much. Yeah, very proud to be here. Probably I'm gonna miss my flight to London, but it's worth it. So, yeah, I'm gonna here to present to you Renewable. So what we're doing is we're bringing totally transparent renewable energy certification to corporates every hour of the day. So let me tell you about a problem that is very big. So nearly all companies will meet net zero targets without at least doubling the rate of carbon emissions reductions by 2030. This is big numbers. Not only that, but according to RepRisk, almost 40% of the companies are greenwashing on how many renewable energy they are using. So what are today's challenges? What are the options for companies, corporates, to use renewable energy? You have 3 main facilities. So first, go with a PPA. Second, go with a green tariff from your utility. And third, buy unbundled DACs. What happened with these solutions? They are complex. Some of them are not compliant, not transparent. Some of them are not accessible to everyone, and they are time-consuming for corporates. What are we bringing to the market? So this is a marketplace for companies, for sellers of guarantees of origin and buyers of guarantees of origin to meet their decarbonization targets. How do we do it? First, we provide 24/7 hourly certificates right now. As they exist right now, they can be transacted on an hourly basis for both utilities and for buyers. Second, buyers can actually choose geolocation and technology preference. Third, we give sellers and buyers the trade and trace power. And fourth, we produce reports according to CDP and SBTi standards. That is what buyers mostly are looking for. How do we do it? Let me tell you about 3 things that we do. First, we measure. So companies right now integrate their PPAs that they have, the green tariffs that they have with their suppliers, and the unbundled products that they have. They're going to be measured their carbon-free energy score. What are we going to tell them? We're going to tell them, okay, you're not 100% renewable. Actually, you're 88, 25, whatever it is. And they're the ones that are going to choose the route to market to become a 100% carbon-free energy score. Second, they're going to be able to transact. So now they're going to be able to buy hour by hour matching certificates, and they're going to even be able to do it on a local swaps to achieve scope 3 also carbon emissions reductions. 3, they're going to be able to verify and report. So no greenwashing, ledger traceability, and compliant reporting. We're talking about a market that is growing on 24.7% every year, 186 by 2032. Where we are, we established the company last 2023 on March. We are already onboarding the first users, BP, SSE, Accenture, many traction in the market. And the future focus of the company is huge. We have hydrogen certification hour by the hour. We have PPA management. We have hourly certifications for batteries that they can price at each hour of the day differently. What we bring here is a 3 million seed round opportunity, which is currently oversubscribed, but happy to have a chat over it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Gabriel. Jury, your questions.
Hello. Thank you very much for the pitch. Can you elaborate a little bit on how the certification process works?
Yeah, exactly. So we are not intended to change how the system works. So for the ones that do not know, when a renewable energy producer delivers energy to the system, they go to the registry office that we operate in the UK and in the 22, 23 countries that exist on the AIB, that is the Association of Issuing Bodies. When they deliver the energy to the grid, they go to the registry office of each country, and they're going to receive a guarantee of origin, which is a certificate for each megawatt hour that exists. What happens is that nowadays, for example, corporates, what they have, they go, for example, to Norway and they buy very cheap hydro certificates that doesn't even match their consumption and what they're doing. They just care that it's renewable energy, but they are not actually matching, so they cannot say that they are 100% renewable. So we are not intending to change that. Every registry office is going to deliver a megawatt hour. What we do differently is that our software is going to allocate efficiently each megawatt hour of each technology to the exact consumption of each buyer, not letting the buyer overbuy or have excess at some times of the day, which is very bad what is happening right now because the buyer doesn't have traceability and doesn't know exactly what he's buying, and even if he's being efficient on their guarantees of origin or the way that they are reducing their carbon emissions.
And how are you going to be able to provide that, or how are you providing that exactly? From a
Yeah,
technology viewpoint?
yeah, because we're connecting the buyer and the seller. So the seller is the one that is going to provide the guarantees of origin. They're going to give us the initial ID and the final ID. And with the ledger traceability that we're using Solana, that is a blockchain technology, what we're doing is allocating that initial ID and the final ID to the specific supplier curve. And what we're going to give at the end is the guarantees of origin as they actually receive it with a traceability each hour of the day so that the consumers say, okay, I'm consuming at 3 p.m. from this wind plant in the UK and this solar plant in the UK as well. And this covers my 80, 90, 100%, hopefully, renewable energy.
Thank you very much. Gabriel.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Gabriel. And for the final, last but not least, put your hands together for Decarbonization of X winner, Adam Triolo, of the VP of Commercial Business Development at Regent Craft Incorporated. The floor is yours, sir. Congratulations.
Hello, everyone. Good to see you again. My name is Adam Triolo. I'm the VP of Commercial Business Development at Regent. Regent is an Sea Glider OEM. We're building all-electric wing and ground effect vessels, which are displayed here and known as Sea Gliders. We're a post-Series A business. We're approximately 70-plus employees based just south of Providence in Rhode Island, USA. Need my clicker. Regent Sea Gliders were created to solve the hassle factor associated with existing modes of transportation. So whether that's long security lines at the airport, slow, inconvenient routing on rail, unavoidable traffic, or uncomfortable ferry rides, we knew that we could solve an existing challenge with something that was clean, green, and efficient. So we created what's called a Sea Glider. It's a wing and ground effect seagoing vessel. We use ground effect, which is an aerodynamic feature, and sandwich the air between the bottom of the wing and the water surface. In doing so, we can carry larger payloads further distances at lower power settings, but most importantly, by never leaving ground effect, we can certify under the IMO and under other maritime authorities as a boat instead of as an aircraft. Sea Gliders operate in 3 modes. When we're near the dock and in the no-wake zone, we float on our hull. When we proceed away from the dock and into the busy harbor, we rise up onto our hydrofoil. And once clear of the busy harbor, we come up onto our wing. We're building 2 different versions of the Sea Glider. So the first is the Viceroy, 12 passengers, 3,500 pounds of payload. The second is the Monarch, 100 passengers and 25,000 pounds of payload. We're backed by this amazing leadership team. So Billy Thalheimer and Mike Klinker are 2 co-founders. Both have advanced degrees from MIT. Our lead designer, Brian Baker, was previously a Team Oracle America's Cup. Sea Gliders fulfill a number of different mission sets. So the obvious ones are passenger transportation and cargo. You can see our sponsors, investors, order holders here. But we can also perform missions such as defense logistics, offshore logistics, search and rescue, and tourism. We're currently building the full-scale prototype today. So this is a 65-foot wingspan, 55-foot long, 15,000-pound vessel, currently in construction. We'll start sea trials at the end of the summer with human flight targeted by the end of this year. We've already amassed a massive order book, so 600-plus Sea Gliders sold, $9 billion in market value. You can see that we have hit nearly every continent here across the globe. We've done an amazing job actually picking up customers, and part of that is because of the application. We've got a number of different places we can go with this, but most importantly, we can offset 110 million tons of CO2 a year by running this mode of transportation versus the existing modes. Finally, we're backed by an amazing set of investors, $90 million raised to date, another $5 million from the U.S. Marine Corps, and then $5 million from the state of Rhode Island for harbor infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jury, your questions, please.
Hi.
My question is, why did you choose this size of a vessel rather than a larger one, for example?
Yeah, well, first we wanted to prove the concept. It was really about how do you get the product out there quickly and then scale it in a way that allows those larger operators to adopt. So our current order book bifurcates almost evenly between the maritime and aviation operators that are currently out there today. We wanted to give them a platform that would allow us to cert it quickly, to get it out in the marketplace, to familiarize the customer set, and then give them a pathway to that regional jet-sized wing and ground effect vessel that they'd be looking for, and that's that 100-passenger space. So it's time to market, it's time to scale, it's the cost to do so.
And can you scale it up easily, or it's just a completely different animal?
Yeah, actually, this technology has existed since the 1960s. The Russians had Akronoplans. These were 300-ton vessels. So it's been proven this technology scales amazingly well. But what's most important is it's incredibly efficient. So that combined with distributed propulsion and advanced battery technology, we can dramatically reduce the cost of a ticket. And that will enhance the adoption rate because there'll be great margins, but also very low ticket prices.
Yeah, so thanks again for the presentation.
Sure.
How do you look at
manufacturing, scaling? What is the timeline going to be around that, and what needs to happen?
Yeah, I mean, listen, building a vessel like this is a big deal. We've already signed and are preparing to break ground on our first 300,000 square foot facility based right there in Rhode Island. We've got line of sight on another 600,000 square feet, both in Rhode Island and then in the Middle East. We flashed the side very, very quickly, but we've got investment in KSA and the UAE. So there's lots of opportunity there to build out manufacturing capacity, increase line rates, and start working off this huge backlog. Thanks.
Thank you. Congratulations, yeah. Thank you, Drew, for your questions. I believe we heard all the winning pitches. Not an easy task you have, I know, but you've heard the best of the best. Who is the best of the best? Please give our judges 5 minutes to cast their votes and choose the best of the best. We'll be back in 5 minutes or less to announce the winners. Okay? Judges, this is your time to work. Welcome back to the Super Finals of Energy Tech Challenges 2024. That was just enough time for these amazing people to cast their votes for the ultimate winner of the best of the best of the best. Before the big reveal, we'd like to crown the top 5 finalists of Energy Tech Challenges 2024. I'd like to invite Thomas Kemptis, General Partner of Contrarian Ventures, who's going to award the winners, to give a small speech, a few words to you first.
Yes, thank you. So I say this every year, but this year has definitely been the strongest in terms of quality of startups. So congrats on that. And I promise I'm not lying. We do this every year. It's really top folks today and yesterday. So in terms of stats, 400 plus applications, 50 people selected to present here physically, 5 winners of the category, so everyone's a winner, and then we'll also do the ultimate winner, but I think the significance is that you guys got selected to pitch here for the final jury. And we had 79 jury members. Thank you guys, thanks everyone else, and let's do the prizes.
Please put your hands together for the winner of the Green Infrastructure Track, ME Energy GmbH, and Alexander Saul. Congratulations. Next up, give it up for the winner in the Batteries and Value Chain Track, Ionic Tech at James Eaton. Round of applause, please. The winner of Green Molecules Track, Jolt Activated Electrodes, and Leon Rizzi. Congratulations. Congratulations. The winner of the Climate FinTech Track, Gabriel Umana from Renewable Limited. Congratulations. And last but not least, a round of applause for the winner in the Solving X Wildcard Track, Regent Craft Incorporated and Adam Triolo. Congratulations to the top 5 winners of Energy Tech Challenges 2024. Well done, all of you and your companies. Now we need a drum roll. It's time to reveal who is the ultimate winner. It's been a challenge for our judges to pick the best of the best, but they have made a decision. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the ultimate winner, Jolt Activated Electrodes, Mr. Leon Rizzi. Congratulations. Thank you all very, very much. Thank you all very, very much. And with that, we'll round up, okay? So, I'm going to wrap things up with these amazing people on stage. As we wrap up the Energy Tech Summit 2024, I want to thank our incredible speakers, our thought leaders, and each one of you, and you, and you, and you, who contributed to making this event a huge success. Thank you for your engagement, your insights, your dedication to advancing climate technology. We wish you have a safe trip home. I know it's going to be a bit difficult today because of what's happening outside, but you'll manage. I look forward to reconnecting at the next Energy Tech Summit. Until then, stay inspired, stay innovative, continue to push the boundaries of what's possible in climate technology. You guys, and everyone here. Thank you very, very much indeed. Round of applause.